I have a sweet at the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, The Last Stop. Niger, Niamey International Airport. Man, haha, we meet again. Roberts came up to Jiang Chen warmly and hugged him. Jiang Chen pushed Roberts away in shame. Ahem, it's better for us to shake hands normally. No, to express my apology. Patting Jiang Chen on the back, Roberts walked to the front of the Hummer, exaggeratedly opened the door, and said with a smile, "Please get in, respected Mr. Dictator." "It's not even a start yet," Jiang Chen scolded with a smile. Regardless of whether he understood this proverb or not, Jiang Chen took Aisha to the backseat of the car, and Nick naturally sat in the co-pilot seat. Speaking of which, I think we have a good relationship with the desert. Stepping on the accelerator, Roberts held the steering wheel and started the car, grinning. "Last time in Iraq was also in the desert. Last time I was cleaning your ass. I hope you don't get into trouble this time." Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain. You're not at a disadvantage, are you? An American who runs errands for you all over the world, a Slav who follows you to the front line, and a beautiful girl sitting next to you." Roberts glanced at Jiang Chen jokingly through the rearview mirror. Hearing this, Aisha's face didn't change, but the red cloud floated up. "Drive your car, stop talking nonsense." Jiang Chen cursed with a smile, paused, and then asked casually, "Where is the base located?" "Sahara Desert, Niger, undeveloped area of Agadez province. You have to be mentally prepared. It's simply a wilderness." Roberts smiled. Outside the airpart are loess hills, and no buildings can be seen. Except for the road, there are broken soil and yellow sand everywhere. Often when the wind blows, it can bring up a curtain-like dust. In addition, this is probably the only one Jiang Chen has been to. There are no taxis soliciting passengers at the door, no bus stops, not to mention the airport and the subway. Damn, it's so poor here. Jiang Chen glanced out the window, looking at the endless sand dunes, secretly shocked. This is the capital after all. It shouldn't be so backward. The urban area will be better, probably equivalent to the suburbs of Los Angeles. Roberts smiled. "It's still 10 kilometers, not far away. By the way, speaking of poverty, Niger's Minister of Commerce Amani wants to meet you. Well, invite you to dinner. Attract foreign investment." Yawning, Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and said uninterestedly, "Why don't you go for me? I have already bought 20 hectares of wasteland and I'm not interested in investing in other projects for the time being." Ahem. "No, actually there are. For example, the water and electricity supply of the mercenary base, as well as the supply of food and daily necessities, and the military supplies consumed for training, etc." Roberts coughed and reminded, "This is indeed a problem." Jiang Chen touched his chin and thought about it. "I have a way to solve the military supplies. As for the rest, what do you suggest?" Jiang Chen looked at Roberts. "My suggestion for the power supply is to buy a few fuel generators, or a batch of solar energy equipment. The sun is quite big there. I recommend solar energy power generation. As for water, it seems to boot at dig wells locally. We should try to avoid conflicts with those tribesmen. I heard that the Niger government can't control them, so I recommend transporting them from outside. In addition, food and other daily necessities can be purchased locally. The prices here are very cheap, especially food." "Then let's do it." Jiang Chen nodded. "If so, you really need to meet that Armani. But before that, I will take you to the hotel where you are staying." Roberts shrugged and smiled. The car finally drove into the city. The Niger River runs through the city. The river beach is lush and green, just like an oasis in the desert. In fact, this place is not as exaggerated as Roberts described. Niamey is the capital of a country after all. Although I have never seen what the suburbs of Los Angeles look like, after driving to the downtown area, the surrounding buildings still look quite decent. After arriving at the hotel, Jiang Chen only made a brief stop, changed into the suit Roberts had prepared for him, and got into the car again. However, this car was not Roberts' Hummer, but a special car used by the Niger Ministry of Commerce to receive distinguished guests. He got off the car at a hotel that was obviously used to receive foreign guests, and a black man in a suit came to greet him with a smile. "Welcome, Mr. Jiang Chen. You must be the Oriental rich man Mr. Roberts mentioned." The black minister, who looked a bit old, shook Jiang Chen's right hand enthusiastically. Jiang Chen was surprised that he could speak Chinese. "Thank you for your invitation, Mr. Amani." Jiang Chen responded to his enthusiasm with a smile. "I know many Chinese friends who are as outstanding as you, and there are also many Chinese friends in Niger. You can regard this place as your second home. Niger welcomes you." Speaking in fairly standard Mandarin, Amani said enthusiastically. "Haha, of course." The greetings ended here, and Jiang Chen and Amani walked into the hotel side by side, with a group of bodyguards and relevant staff following behind him. This welcome ceremony was also quite grand. How to say it, Jiang Chen suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. I wonder if the county magistrate will welcome him with a group of followers when he returns to his hometown for the new year. After all, he is a man who has been on the Wall Street Journal, and the party newspaper has also praised his outstanding performance in the field of internet technology. Not to mention in his hometown of Hucheng, even if you look at the entire province, no one is as successful as him, right? TSK. It must be a great feeling to return home rich and powerful. Although he is still overseas, the distance will not hinder his UI. At the invitation of Amani, Jiang Chen sat down with him. From the order of sitting down at the same time, it can be seen how much courtesy the Minister of Commerce has shown him. Of course, it can also be seen from the side how poor Niger is. Perhaps because there are many Chinese people coming to Niger to invest, this Amani also chose to talk about business at the wine table. However, he obviously only had a superficial understanding of China's drinking culture, and just drank 2 glasses in a very templated way, and then stopped drinking. Obviously, he regarded drinking and talking about business as a ritualistic Chinese custom. After another round of greetings, Amani naturally introduced the topic to the point. "Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang, for investing in Niger. I wonder if we can provide you with any convenience? The economy is basically improving and is in a stage of rapid development. The investment prospects are very broad." Listening to Amani's vivid description, or rather, deceiving, Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. He just left the airport and there was not even a taxi. He still had the nerve to pretend to me that the economy was basically improving, but even though he thought so in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. "Of course, I'm very optimistic about your domestic development. That's why I came here, to register a security company and build a training ground." After listening to the black uncle for a long time, Jiang Chen still smiled calmly. "The implication is that I have no interest in investing in you for the time being." However, Amani obviously didn't intend to give up so quickly. He talked a lot with him and enthusiastically stuffed him with several plans for investment projects, meaning that you can give him some money. "Well, I have a proposal. In order to facilitate the transportation of materials, I plan to fund the construction of a highway from the capital of Agadez province to the undeveloped area." In fact, he has been brewing this idea for a long time, and he just took this opportunity to bring it up. When he heard about building a road, Amani's eyes lit up immediately. If the road can be built, it will not only greatly improve the lives of the people in the undeveloped area, but also strengthen the government's control over those unruly local tribesmen. "Haha, the people of Niger will be grateful for your friendship, generous Mr. Jiang. You're welcome. You will study the specific planning of the road. We will have further discussions, based on the proposal you put forward," Jiang Chen said with a smile, looking at Amani with a sharp look in his eyes. Finally, the dinner ended in a harmonious atmosphere. The Minister of Commerce enthusiastically took the car with him and sent him to the door of the hotel where he was staying. "How do you feel, man?" Robert stood downstairs of the hotel and looked at him with a grin. "I'm so annoyed. Do all black people talk so much? In order to attract sponsorship, they are also working hard. That Amani is also very interesting. I think he should be a politician with a talent for speaking." Originally, there was nothing wrong with attracting investment, but maybe he was a little anxious when he saw that Jiang Chen was not interested, so he became passionate as he spoke, which was specifically reflected in his faster and faster speaking speed. For a while, Although he knew that he should be speaking Mandarin, Jiang Chen couldn't understand what he was talking about at all. Ha ha ha. Roberts burst into laughter and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Dude, do you understand my pain? On my first day here, he dragged me to sing rap all day. But I was smart enough to bring you out and said I was just an errand boy. The real money man was a guy named Jiang Chen. Haha. This joke is not funny. Jiang Chen glared at him and walked into the hotel. Following Jiang Chen's pace, Roberts turned to talk about business. Anyway, it's really annoying to talk business with those black guys, but just give them some candy to get rid of them. Tomorrow we will go to Agadez province to see your military base. Ahem. It's the training ground of the security company. It doesn't matter. Everyone understands. Roberts said nonchalantly. Stopping in front of the elevator, this guy suddenly poked Jiang Chen's arm with his elbow again and said jokingly, we will leave early tomorrow morning. Remember not to play too late. After that, regardless of Jiang Chen's reaction, Roberts quickly jumped into the elevator that was about to close. This old silver stick. Jiang Chen laughed and cursed, shaking his head. Are you kidding? Am I the kind of person who indulges in that? But at this moment, his mind suddenly emerged last night, Aisha wearing a princess dress with white ribbons. Well, okay, Jiang Chen decided. Go to bed later tonight and accompany her to try on more clothes. Chapter 152 Tuareg Tribe. In the early morning, the quiet Sahara Desert welcomed a group of strange guests. 3 Hummers were speeding across the vast sea of sand, raising 3 straight dust trails. How long will it take? Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the back seat, crossed his arms and said boredly. Aisha, who was sitting next to him, still had a blank expression on her face, but from the deep bags under her eyes, it was obvious that she was a little sleep deprived. It's just ahead. But before that, we have to visit the chief of the nearby tribe first. Roberts shouted excitedly while driving. Why do I feel that you get excited as soon as you arrive in the desert? Jiang Chen glanced at him and said, you won't understand this feeling of freedom. This guy's crazy. Jiang Chen complained in his heart and then looked out the window. The other 2 Hummers were sitting with the 10 veterans who were hired as instructors. Compared with the hustle and bustle here, it was much quieter over there. Soon, the car drove onto a small sand dune with harder soil. As if suddenly enlightened, Jiang Chen saw the low mud houses. Primitive, ignorant, poor. These 3 words are probably Jiang Chen's first impression. The yellow-grey huts and courtyards built of sand and stone. The retractable wooden fences made of dead branches as the gates of the courtyard walls, and the windows supported by branches with dyed cloth, are like a 12th century Arab town. Every household raises camels. It is said that here, a person's social status is measured by how many camels he has. I don't understand it. Maybe you can explain to me what the meaning of our coming here is? Jiang Chen said helplessly. Of course there is. Ahem. From the perspective of modern people like us, it may be a little difficult to understand. After all, we paid money to buy land from the Niger government, and also took out part of the money as compensation for occupying their pasture. From the content of the contract, the 20 hectares of land not far from here already belong to us, but according to the customs of the locals, our identity is still guests. According to their tradition, we must get their approval to settle down here. Roberts explained. Is there such a troublesome statement? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. It's just a formality. They have become more or less secularized recently. Roberts shrugged and slowed down the car. It's good to respect the traditions of the locals. At least we can live in peace with them and don't have to worry about them causing trouble. When necessary, they will even stand on our side. Now that you put it that way, I'm a little confused. Who is the master of this land? Niger? The Tuareg tribe? Jiang Chen smiled. Well, you can think of it as Niger being the king of the Middle Ages and the Tuareg tribe being the lord of this land. Roberts rolled his eyes and gave a not so appropriate analogy. If there is a conflict with them, which side will the Niger government stand on? After hearing Roberts' explanation, Jiang Chen asked a very dangerous question. He didn't know when his perspective on issues became extreme. After hearing Jiang Chen's question, Roberts smiled bitterly. The Niger government would be happy if we destroyed them, but that's impossible. The Tuareg people are all over the desert, and it's rumored that they have some unusual relations with extremist forces such as Al-Qaeda. During the Mali riots, the Tuareg guerrillas once fought side by side with Al-Qaeda. After a pause, seeing that Jiang Chen didn't say anything, Roberts was really afraid that he would do something dangerous, so he added, "Well, I recommend that we don't clash with them. The people here are tough. Although they are extremely poor, almost every household has an axe lying around. Don't be nervous, I'm just asking." Jiang Chen smiled and said. The car drove into the tribe, and the natives cast curious eyes at the vehicles. Due to road reasons, Roberts rolled down the window and gestured to the two cars behind him, indicating that they should wait outside the tribe. It wasn't a big deal, and it would be over in no time if it was just a formality in accordance with local customs. That's the food market, but I don't recommend you try the stuff sold there. What a coincidence, I'm not interested either. Jiang Chen looked out the window. A child riding on a camel was looking at him curiously. His father was wearing a veil, leading the camel out of the tribe. Aisha glanced out the window subtly, muttered heresy, and then stopped talking. After stopping the car, Jiang Chen and Roberts, led by a black-faced woman, walked towards the building in the center of the tribe. The Tuareg is a nomadic people mainly distributed in the areas around the Sahara Desert in Africa. It is a branch of the Berber tribe scattered in the vast areas of northern Africa. It is famous for its writing, language and unique nomadic life that are very different from those of the surrounding peoples. It is a matriarchal nation, not a matriarchal society. Although they believe in Islam, there is no tradition that women need to wear veils. On the contrary, in the Tuareg society, men over the age of 25 need to wear veils. What is even more shocking to the outside world is their bold marriage values. Women can have multiple partners outside of marriage, and all property belongs to them when they divorce. Apart from these strange customs, they are all born warriors. There is a famous local motto: for the Tuareg, the desert has no secrets. In this desert, they know how to fight better than anyone else. In the Mali Civil War, the Tuareg guerrillas almost defeated the government forces. It is precisely because of their strong fighting power that many dictators and warlords in the Mediterranean favor the fighting power of the Tuareg people. The most famous of them is Gaddafi, who has always liked to recruit Tuareg mercenaries. After the outbreak of the Libyan civil war, Gaddafi even offered the Tuareg people an attractive reward of $1,000 a day to help him suppress the anti-government forces. Of course, no one knows whether this money was cashed. To be honest, Roberts had suggested to Jiang Chen at the beginning that, since Niger was chosen as the location of the mercenary base, it might be a good choice to directly recruit Tuareg people. However, after some consideration, Jiang Chen still rejected his proposal. The main reason for this was the distrust of their culture and beliefs, and the decision was made to avoid chaos in the future. At least those refugees who fled their hometowns would not suddenly clamor to go home. No matter how you think about it, those refugees who fled their homes are more reliable. In this fairly spacious earthen house, Jiang Chen met the legendary chief. Visitor from afar, may your wealth be as endless as the fine sands of the Sahara. The dark-skinned female chief nodded slightly and put her hands together. Perhaps because she often dealt with French people, she spoke French fluently. However, no matter how fluent she was, Jiang Chen, who had only learned English, could not understand her. So he simply stood there without saying a word, watching Roberts do it and learning it. Thank you for your generosity to the land. May your tribe prosper, and may your camels be in large numbers. Roberts also replied in standard French. Jiang Chen still had no idea how many languages this guy knew. Hearing this, the slightly old female chief grinned, and her wrinkles squeezed together. The next ceremony was very simple. A man wrapped in a frighteningly thick headscarf brought 2 bowls of camel milk and placed them in front of the two. According to local customs, the thicker the headscarf and veil a man wears on his face, the more respect he can show for the guests. It is said that in the past, when male guests visited here, they also needed to wear headscarves, or at least cover their mouths. But now it seems that in the process of secularization, they have made some concessions to foreign cultures. The female chief was chanting a spell or a prayer, but she kept talking for a long time, then smiled and gestured to the two of them to come in. Looking at the bowl of turbid camel milk in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder if it was freshly squeezed out. Looking at Roberts again, the guy's eyebrows twitched. Is this stuff really drinkable? Jiang Chen whispered in English. It's drinkable, but believe me, you won't want to drink it a second time after drinking it for the first time. Although his expression was a little bitter, Roberts still made a heroic feat, holding the bowl of camel milk, closing his eyes, and tilting his head to drink it down. Well, it can be seen that this should be the second time he drank this stuff. Jiang Chen was secretly shocked. Looking at Roberts' appearance, the smile on the female chief's face became even brighter. The more generous the guest drinks, the more it can reflect the guest's respect for the host. However, when she saw Jiang Chen, her eyes became brighter. Before Roberts put down his bowl, Jiang Chen had already placed his empty bowl on the table with a smile. After a while, Roberts finally finished drinking and slammed the bowl on the table. But when he saw Jiang Chen, his eyes almost popped out. Coming out of the chief's house, the two were warmly sent off. Back in the car, Roberts snorted and wiped his mouth. Damn, I feel like my stomach is covered with a layer of oil. Roberts looked at Jiang Chen strangely again. Come to think of it, you can actually stand that strange taste? Strange taste? It's okay. Jiang Chen laughed and leaned on the backrest with his arm on his head. Except for a little greasy smell on his mouth, he really didn't drink a drop of it into his stomach, and all went into the storage space. Speaking of which, his skill is getting more and more proficient. After interacting with the neighbors in a friendly manner, the three Hummers set off again. Finally, Jiang Chen saw the castle in the desert, the headquarters of the Future Security Company. Chapter 153 Future Security Company. The fence made of barbed wire, the sentry towers and buildings made of concrete, looked like a small military base. How is it built? Robert smiled proudly. Not bad. Jiang Chen also showed a satisfied expression on his face. Or rather, very good. Three Hummers stopped at the checkpoint at the door, and the soldiers on duty wearing sandproof sunglasses walked to the side of the car. After verifying Robert's identity information, he simply saluted and then opened the checkpoint to let him pass. The mercenaries who were standing guard and patrolling here were hired by Roberts from the security company in South Africa. With the arrival of Jiang Chen and his team, the 20 mercenaries wearing sand combat uniforms and M-series automatic rifles on their waists quickly gathered in the center of the base and formed a neat square. These people do things for money and don't ask right or wrong. The price depends on the degree of danger of the mission. Roberts agreed to a price of 70,000 US dollars. Because the regional situation has escalated, Jiang Chen has made some adjustments to the plan to recruit refugees after discussing with Roberts. Instead of the original plan of hijacking a refugee ship and forcibly transferring the refugees to the military base here, they went directly to the Syrian border area, pretending to be a US military escorting refugees, and lured those refugees who yearn for Europe onto the bus. As for how to abduct, this question is very simple. A leaflet, coupled with a propaganda poster. European Labor Immigration Program. Men aged 18 to 25 can register here and are allowed to bring their spouses. If you are interested, you can register here. The relevant organization will arrange a job for you at that time. Quota: 100 people. When they heard that they could bring their families and were assigned jobs and saw that these people were all wearing American equipment, the registration could be described as hot. But after the people who got the quota got on the bus, they began to feel something was wrong not long after. After confirming that the direction the bus was heading was indeed wrong, the refugees panicked and said they wanted to get off the bus, but the mercenaries who were only responsible for carrying out the mission would not pay any attention to them and dragged everyone here without saying a word. After the escort, their mission immediately changed to guarding the refugees and guarding against possible attacks by extremist organizations or other unexpected situations. According to the contract, after Jiang Chen and others arrived, they immediately handed over the jurisdiction of the base and then began to board the car to evacuate. For them, this may be the easiest mission they have ever performed, although the money is not much. Seeing that the mercenaries walked away, Jiang Chen signaled the 10 Ukrainian veterans to stand in a line behind him, and then instructed Roberts to turn on the radio and call the refugees to gather in the square. In fact, the refugees had already gathered here, Seeing that the mercenaries handed over the jurisdiction of the base to Jiang Chen and others, and then left by car, they surrounded them with complicated and confused feelings. They originally thought that those people were American soldiers, and they originally thought that those people would take them to a safe place, at least a refugee camp on the border of a European country, but they did not expect to be taken in the opposite direction, to the depths of the desert. At first, they thought this was the base of an extremist organization, but it didn't look like it in all aspects. Apart from not allowing them to leave, the soldiers did not impose too many mandatory requirements. They even numbered them, and arranged rooms that were much more spacious than those in the refugee camp. But in fact, even if they were not stopped from leaving, they could not go anywhere. Are you kidding? This is the middle of the Sahara Desert. Without transportation and sufficient supplies, how far can they walk on foot? If they encounter a sandstorm, they will die. If they get lost, they will also die. After the initial period of restlessness, they chose to take it one step at a time. At least these people did not abuse them, and the supply of food and drinking water was not too harsh. It is better to say that life here is better than that in the refugee camp. Maybe this is a newly planned refugee camp by the United Nations. After all, those Europeans don't want us to go to their country, so they may have funded the construction of this shelter facility deep in the desert. There are many people who hold such naive ideas, but Jiang Chen is destined to disappoint them. Any gain must come at a price. Looking at these crooked refugees, Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly and asked Ivan beside him, "What do you think of these people? Are you sure you can train them to be like that?" Hearing this, a hint of pride flashed across Ivan's face. Once upon a time, he thought that he could only work hard for the president who was not worth his loyalty and sacrifice for an ideal that was not worth sacrificing. But when he stood here, looking at these advanced training facilities, and receiving the promised high salary, when the boss asked him, "Are you sure?" there was no need to hesitate to answer, "That depends on what you mean by like that, boss." As if he had regained his pride as a soldier, Ivan raised his head and said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Raising his eyebrows, Jiang Chen raised his chin towards the door and smiled, just like the group of people who just left. "Yes, boss." Ivan shouted loudly with full momentum, "But boss, I have a question." "Oh, tell me." Jiang Chen looked at his momentum with satisfaction and nodded. "I might exceed the target." The veteran's eyes were burning with the fire of fighting spirit. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "If you exceed the target, I will pay you more than the target." After saying this, he patted his shoulder vigorously, and then Jiang Chen stepped onto the podium with a smile and stood in front of the refugees. Seeing that someone who seemed to have a say stood up, the refugees also plucked up the courage to ask the doubts in their hearts. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here? We are going to England. I heard that Germany seems to provide asylum. Why don't you send us there?" Jiang Chen ignored the questions and just fiddled with the microphone, then turned it on. Buzz. A harsh noise came from the broadcasts in all four corners. Except for the 10 instructors and Jiang Chen, almost everyone bent down and covered their ears. Ahem. It seems that the microphone is fine. You all understand English, right? Well, I'll start talking. Ignoring the pairs of eyes that were either frightened, angry, confused, or helpless, Jiang Chen paused and regained his feeling in the wasteland. "You may think that you have been deceived. Why didn't you get off the ship in Greece, but were taken to Central Africa?" Glancing at the audience, Jiang Chen smiled and continued, "Yes, I deceived you." As soon as these words came out, the audience exploded instantly. "You are not doing this legally. Don't you want to be prosecuted by the International Court of Justice? You are violating. Send us back. Send us back. I'm sorry, I don't have that obligation. But if any of you want to leave, you can do it now. The door is open." Jiang Chen spread his hands and said with a smile. No one said anything. Everyone knew that walking through the desert was a very asterisk thing. Warm huts, rich food, and clean drinking water. In fact, you can't deny that life here is much better than the refugee camps on the Syrian border. But at least we had freedom back then. Someone in the audience muttered quietly, "Yes, freedom. You are so poor that you only have freedom, so you got on the bus, right?" If you had money, you would definitely not be unable to afford the boat ticket, right? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the young man who interrupted. Unexpectedly, he was stared at by the person on the stage. The man swallowed his saliva and shrank back. However, Jiang Chen did not look like he was going to cause trouble for him. Instead, he raised his hand and continued. If you go to Europe, what will you do? Huddle in a shelter and watch others live happily? Don't dream about it. That doesn't belong to you. You are just a refugee to them after all. Maybe you will say that you will work hard. Haha, when even your own people are unemployed, do you think you are competitive? Hearing this, many people lowered their heads. Although they have thought about this issue, they never dared to think too much about it. If you always think about desperate things, let alone a bright future, even the courage to continue will become slim. Take other people's donations, eat relief food, and become something that people hate wherever you go. I tell you responsibly that of course you can survive, but you can only stay in a shelter for the rest of your life. When one day your child wants to go to the amusement park, but you have no money, and can only rack your brains to convince your child that it is not fun there, I don't know how you will feel. After hearing what I said, do you still want to go to Europe so much? Jiang Chen looked at the gradually fading eyes in the audience, and a smug smile slipped across his face. If we don't go to Europe, where else can we go? A young man couldn't help but ask. Although I lied to you, I wasn't completely deceiving you. Jiang Chen ignored his question, opened his arms, and said with a smile, I have arranged work for you. If you work for me, I will provide you with a stable living environment and pay you a monthly salary of $200. As you perform better, this monthly salary will gradually increase. The contract period of the work is 3 years. After 3 years, you can decide whether to stay or leave and take your savings to any country in the world. But believe me, maybe within a year, you won't consider such a stupid thing as resignation. You didn't even tell us the content of the work. How can we trust you? Another discordant question came from the audience. Work content? Isn't it obvious enough? Jiang Chen looked around in surprise and then continued. This is a military base. What else is needed here besides soldiers? Chapter 154. There was once a king. There was an uproar. Obviously, the crowd was going crazy again. They originally thought that they were just being dragged to that mining area to work as miners or to engage in some hard production, and that this military base was just a facility to supervise them. But what they didn't expect was that Jiang Chen meant to make them mercenaries? Exclamation mark. What a joke. They left their hometown to avoid the war. If they were kicked back to the battlefield, what was the point of their escape? Someone immediately asked this question loudly and accused Jiang Chen righteously, saying that no one had the right to force weapons on civilians who didn't want to go to the battlefield. Hearing this, the veterans from Ukraine all laughed. What's the point of asking me? You will understand this later. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Ask me if I have the right. Of course not. But I also said that, if you want to leave, just go out and walk straight. You have half an hour to hesitate. If you still stay in the base after half an hour, then I will assume that you have accepted it. After speaking, Jiang Chen turned around and walked down the podium without caring about how these people protested. Naturally, there would be no applause, and he didn't need applause. Just like the beginning of the fishbone base, when they found that they could not resist and found that they were actually living well, they would naturally accept it gradually. Moreover, Ivan and his men would naturally train them to be fighters who were absolutely loyal to the organization and to him personally. Walking to Ivan's side, Jiang Chen patted his shoulder. Leave it to you. Yes, boss. Still maintaining the military posture of standing at attention, the old soldier with an East Slavic face shouted loudly. Nodding with satisfaction, Jiang Chen greeted Aisha, who was standing silently in the shadows, and then walked with her to the headquarters of the base. Walking on the road, Jiang Chen looked at Aisha, who was walking beside him, and suddenly spoke. Speaking of which, Aisha, your hometown is in Syria, right? Yeah. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Chen continued, well, will my actions make you feel uncomfortable? After all, it's your hometown. No, I will always stand by you. Aisha shook her head, and her cold face suddenly showed a smile. Besides, you are a very gentle person. Jiang Chen almost choked on his own saliva. Are you kidding? What the hell is gentleness? Ahem. Although the first sentence is very touching to me, I don't agree with the second sentence. Except for the beginning. He never hesitated when it was time to kill. However, at this time, a small hand entered his hand. It seemed that, since that night by the river, she fell in love with the feeling of being held by the hand, and always put her hand in inadvertently. Remember when we were on that truck? Aisha whispered. Although it was unclear why she brought up the past, Jiang Chen still smiled and squeezed her small hand. Of course I remember. How could I forget? It's funny to say that. At that time, he didn't realize that Aisha was a girl. Even when you saw my hungry eyes, you still reached out your hand, even though I was a stranger. Jiang Chen smiled. Are you referring to the biscuits? That thing is very cheap. Aisha shook her head, squeezed Jiang Chen's hand, and raised a little arc at the corner of her mouth. But you still chose to share, instead of watching coldly, right? On the way to escape alone, she was almost numb to the cold eyes. He was stunned, lowered his head slightly, and fell into deep thought. Share? Really? Is this how others see me? Aisha glanced at Jiang Chen and smiled gently. There was a king who was generous, kind, and brave. His territory stretched from Thrace in the west to the Indus Plain in the east, from the Amu Darya River in the north to the Persian Gulf in the south. He once ruled Damascus as a conqueror, but was respected by the invaded. The Egyptians built a city in his name in the desert to commemorate his achievements. She recited it to herself like an epic poem. Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. But this empire was only a flash in the pan. Was he talking about Alexander? It was just because this empire was the same age as his king. If he was given enough time. However, Aisha only smiled slightly, and didn't say this. Obviously, he only needed to suppress them with bullets, coerce them with relatives, and use tough means to force them to surrender, let them live in shacks, and live according to his face. But he didn't do that. The living conditions here were much better than those in the refugee camps. He even gave them a salary, and gave them hope. Feeling the warmth from her hands, Aisha gently closed her eyes, and raised her lips. Are you kidding? Crossing the desert on foot. The refugees talked about it and protested emotionally. However, the protest was obviously ineffective. Ivan and other instructors ignored the indignant faces and stood there like sculptures. The protest gradually escalated, but it was still under the cordon of violent conflict. Force is always the best deterrent. These instructors all carried a black automatic rifle on their waists, and the black muzzle warned anyone who dared to try to use violence. Half an hour passed quickly. Ivan grinned and called 9 comrades to surround him. In the command post, Jiang Chen and Robert stood side by side by the window, watching the situation on the playground with a smile. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I didn't expect you to have a talent for public speaking. Robert smiled with a cigarette, but in his mouth and his arm resting on the windowsill. I have a lot of talents. Jiang Chen, who was also leaning on the windowsill, grinned and smiled. Rather than saying it's a talent, it's better to say it's something that's been practiced step by step. If 3 months ago, he was asked to speak in front of more than 100 people, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to utter a word even after half a day. Now, there's no need to take a manuscript. Do you know what I thought of when I was standing here watching your speech just now? What? Jiang Chen asked casually, his eyes still on the playground. There was already movement on the playground. Someone tried to snatch the gun from Ivan, but was easily knocked down by the old soldier with the butt of his gun. Hitler. Roberts imitated the Fuhrer's movements in a funny way, holding back his laughter and said, but you didn't learn his incitement. You should draw a big loaf of bread for them, and tell them that they can eat it, as long as they are loyal to me. That's not necessary at all. Jiang Chen sneered, and stood up from the window. I paid them enough. After that, he left the command room. Looking at Jiang Chen's back, Roberts shrugged and continued to look at the playground. There, the riot was over. Perhaps because of the experience of suppressing riots in Ukraine, Ivan led 9 comrades to successfully control the situation. Although there was anger on their faces, the refugees on the playground were still honestly divided into 10 columns, each led by an instructor. Their spouses and children were sent back to the assigned houses from the playground. The training started immediately. The first task was to run 2 laps around the 20-hectare base. When you finish running, you can eat. Don't cooperate. Then go hungry with your wife and children. If you are the only one starving, some people may try to resist. But when they heard that it was not only them who were starving, but also their families, everyone chose to compromise. Under the scorching sun, figures ran around the base, raising wisps of yellow sand behind them. When they dragged their exhausted bodies and finally finished running 2 laps and fell at the gate of the base, the ruthless Ukrainian instructors not only did not show any mercy, but announced like devils that such long distance running would become the norm in the future. Although they had complaints, they were too tired to complain. Fortunately, it was dusk, and today's training ended here. When they dragged their tired bodies and brought their families to the cafeteria and received the steaming meals, they suddenly felt that this place didn't seem so bad. Golden roasted turkey, fragrant stewed mutton soup, colorful vegetable salad. Take the food for example, it is many times better here than in the refugee camp. Perhaps because of the fatigue after exercise, they had an appetite, so they ate this dinner very sweetly. Many people ordered several servings, and Jiang Chen did not hesitate to provide them. Hassan carried a bowl of mutton soup and sat next to his wife Lima. He grabbed a piece of white bread and dipped it in the mutton soup and took a big bite. Looking at her tired husband, Lima reached out her hand to wipe the dust off his forehead with some concern. How did they treat you? Except for running, it seems nothing, but who knows in the future? Damn, those instructors are simply not human beings. After cursing, Hassan wolfed down the food on the plate. Because of the large amount of physical energy consumption, he is now very hungry and wishes he could eat a camel. I don't know if it was intentional, but everyone here is a secularized Christian. So sitting in the restaurant without the shadow of veils and headscarves, Hassan was pouting chicken and bread, thinking about the future. He is 20 years old and his wife is 19. He originally planned to have a child last year, but the situation suddenly escalated. It seemed that overnight, the shadow of his covered half of Syria. Because he was a pagan, he naturally did not dare to stay in his hometown, so he took his wife away and came to the refugee camp on the border. I don't know whether it was lucky or unfortunate that he was brought here. Become a mercenary? He has never considered this industry, but now it seems that there are not many choices in front of him. Will you go to the battlefield? Lima said hesitantly. If I become a mercenary, I should. Hassan grinned, snorted, stuffed the bread into his mouth, and glanced at the instructor who was also eating in the cafeteria. He was very confused about what would happen in the future, but the 3-year contract gave him some hope. Let's have a child in 3 years. I will work hard to give you and the child a stable environment, Hassan said. Lima looked at him, a touch of emotion appeared in her eyes, and she lowered her head shyly. Yeah. No matter what, the family came with them, and I had to work hard even for them. We'll talk about the future later, and take it one step at a time. Hassan's thoughts were also the thoughts of other recruits in the base. At least this meal was nothing to complain about. Chapter 155 I'm finally going home. The next morning, outside the base's wall, a row of 10-man teams ran. They were led by their respective instructors and would run to a location 10 kilometers away for physical training. This is commonly known as a march. Jiang Chen's target for Ivan was that no matter what method was used, the time was only half a year. After half a year, he wanted to see a disciplined and fast-moving army, and this army was only loyal to him. The way to ensure the loyalty of the army was very simple. One was funding, and the other was the electronic collar. In addition to the work agreement, Jiang Chen and the 10 Ukrainian instructors also signed a 10-year confidentiality agreement. According to the agreement, during their tenure, they would all wear this electronic collar with information recognition capabilities to prevent trouble such as leaks. In this regard, the 10 Ukrainian instructors did not express any resistance because it was only 10 years and they had no intention of leaking secrets anyway. Half a year was a short time, and it was obviously impossible to train a group of special forces who could climb and fight, while others would have to stay in the recruit camp for 7 months. Although it only takes 1 to 2 months to complete the training of new recruits by relying on the efficient training of the virtual reality system. However, it is unwise to publicly bring out such high-tech products without a foundation, and he can't take out 100 training devices. But of course, Jiang Chen also made it clear to Ivan that what he needed was not special forces, but a modern infantry capable of siege warfare and street fighting. It is not a special mission, just being able to fight is enough. As for combat effectiveness, there are many ways to make up for it. Not enough physical fitness? Then give them an injection. An E-level gene potion is very cheap and common in the 6th district. Although it is not as strong as the C-level gene potion injected by Jiang Chen, it is still no problem to improve their physical fitness to the level of special forces. The reason why they are not injected now is just to train their perseverance. After a period of training, they will naturally be given an injection. Although Ivan and other instructors expressed doubts about the potion that can enhance human capabilities, seeing the boss's affirmative look, they just took it as true. After half believing and half doubtingly accepting the injection, they were surprised to find that their strength and reaction speed had improved a lot, and the doubts in their hearts disappeared immediately. For this training task with a deadline of only half a year, their confidence has also increased a lot. Of course, Jiang Chen did not tell them what kind of gene medicine this is, but only told them that it is a mysterious Chinese medicine. Yes, that's right, it's Chinese medicine. Anyway, in the eyes of Westerners, Chinese medicine itself is a very mysterious thing. Since it is mysterious, there is no need to explain it. By the way, the mechanism of action of the gene medicine is to fine-tune the gene sequence of local somatic cells and stem cells, and it will not affect the genes of certain cells. In other words, there is no need to worry about genetic problems. Not good at shooting? Then use technology to smash it. AC 103. M401. Of course, I won't use these things that are common on the street. For 100 years later, these rifles that seem good now are all weak. It's like the Thompson submachine gun put in the present. It can be used, but it will definitely not escape all kinds of beatings. The 150 Ripper assault rifles that Jiang Chen brought from the Fishbone base are better than modern firearms in terms of stability, penetration, and accuracy. After all, the war structure in the future is fundamentally different from that of the present. Even light infantrymen are wearing nano combat suits or even mechanical exoskeletons. Not to mention the heavy infantryman's fully armed power armor. If the penetration of the rifle is low, it is difficult to penetrate the opponent's armor. This Ripper rifle, which is used as a NATO standard weapon, is naturally unambiguous in terms of penetration. Although it is nothing in the future, when materials science is developed, it is simply against the sky in the present world. It is simply no pressure to penetrate a steel plate or concrete wall to hit someone. In theory, the greater the explosive thrust of the bullet charge, the greater the recoil the gun holder will suffer. However, due to the special design of the gun, the recoil is greatly weakened. In addition, due to the compact barrel design, its accuracy is naturally needless to say. The only trouble is supply. Because they could not use modern ammunition and did not have a stable base, Jiang Chen did not dare to move the bullet production line here, so he had to rely on himself to transport the ammunition. Fortunately, the trade between the Fishbone base and the 6th block had just ended, and he also transported an additional batch of ammunition. In short, enough ammunition for half a year of training was moved to the ammunition depot, and this trouble was solved. In addition to firearms, with the development of the end of the world, Jiang Chen will get more amazing things in the future. For example, mechanical exoskeletons, such as thermal grenades, etc. The training matters were fully planned by Ivan. This veteran was also quite prestigious among his comrades, and Jiang Chen was more relieved to have him manage the daily operations of the base. As for the logistics problem, this was also easy to solve. According to Roberts' suggestion, he established an Office of the Future People's Security Company in Miami and hired professional talents in the local area to deal with this problem. What he needed to worry about was just transferring the operating funds to the company account. The daily expenses of the base salary payments and the transportation of daily necessities would be coordinated by the office. At the end of each month, a detailed bill would be sent to his email for him to review. After 2 days of running back and forth between the base and Miami, Jiang Chen finally settled everything here. The manager of Future Security Company is a black guy named Bakary, who he found from the talent market in Niger. Although this guy is only 35 years old, he has 15 years of relevant work experience. He looks stable and reassuring. The labor cost in Niger is very low, and a monthly salary of $400 is considered a high salary in the local area. With such a generous salary, the black guy was naturally very happy and patted his chest to say that he would definitely get everything done. Jiang Chen was naturally very satisfied with his energetic appearance, because this meant that he could worry less. As the operation of the base gradually got on track, it was finally time to go home. On the way to the airport, they took a special car from the Niger Ministry of Commerce. The Minister of Commerce, Amani, also played the role of a good host and personally sent them to the airport. "Welcome to visit again, Mr. Jiang. You will always be a friend of our Niger people." Amani shook hands with him warmly, with a smile on his face. An investment of $2 million to build a highway from the national highway to the undeveloped area. He had already gained a lot of benefits from this Oriental friend, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. "Of course, may our friendship last forever. Thank you for your warm hospitality. Goodbye." Jiang Chen smiled and let go of his hand, then turned around and took Roberts, Nick and Aisha into the airport. After passing the security check, Roberts breathed a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes. "Finally, I can leave this damn place. Damn it, when I get back, the first thing I will do is take a good shower and then go to the hospital to wash my stomach. And then continue to sew Hollywood chicks." Jiang Chen teased. "Ahem, of course, necessary nightlife can relieve fatigue from work, you know. Come to Los Angeles some other day, I'll take you there to broaden your horizons." Roberts chuckled and continued, "Speaking of you, what are you going to do when you go back? Take a shower, then have a nap, and rest for 2 days before you decide." Jiang Chen shrugged and sat down on a chair in the waiting room. Aisha sat down next to him, looking around. But she was disappointed to find that there were no magazines to pass the time in the waiting room, like in the Kyiv airport. "Don't be so boring, you have to learn to enjoy life properly." Roberts sat opposite Jiang Chen, crossed his legs, and leaned back in the chair comfortably. "Otherwise, what is the purpose of making money?" Nick looked around the waiting room hall, then walked towards the coffee machine. "Haha, how do you know I didn't enjoy it? Let me tell you, the first thing I did when I made money was to use it for corruption." Jiang Chen smiled proudly instead of being ashamed. "Oh, I really can't tell that. Haha. Oh, man, I have an interesting idea. How about we tell each other what we did with the first big money we made in our lives?" Roberts immediately became interested and sat up straight. At this time, Nick also came over with a cup of coffee and sat next to Roberts. "Let Nick go first." Roberts patted Nick on the shoulder and laughed. Nick took a sip of coffee and looked at Roberts in confusion. After hearing the explanation, the taciturn Slavic man gave a very ordinary answer. "I bought a house in Los Angeles and raised a dog. An American life, that couldn't be more ordinary." "Okay, take it back, Nick is the most boring guy." Ignoring Nick, who was confused, Roberts coughed and continued, "Then it's my turn. I remember it was 5 years ago when I was still helping a Mexican in Los Angeles to smuggle weapons. On the day of the dividend, he stuffed me with $50,000, and the first thing I did after getting the money was..." Speaking of this, Robert's face suddenly turned red, and he touched his nose, but he was embarrassed to continue. "Then," Jiang Chen asked with interest, "Ahem. I went to the bar to find two 16-year-old high school students. In short, I got rid of my virginity." Roberts completely abandoned his shame and said it shamelessly, then looked at Jiang Chen. "Okay, man, it's your turn. This old silver stick." Jiang Chen laughed and cursed in his heart. The first sum of money. Just when he was about to talk about Sanaya, he suddenly got stuck and looked at Aisha awkwardly. He seemed to be similar to Roberts, the old silver stick. After getting rich, the first thing he did was to go to Sanaya and then find a lover. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Aisha looked back at him in confusion. However, her innocent expression made Jiang Chen even more embarrassed to speak. Robert smiled ambiguously, then grinned. "I understand, we are all men. No, how should I put it, my situation may be a little different from yours. After all, it was too much to have two for the first time. No need to explain, I understand. Damn, you know nothing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. I Teach You Fitness. Jiang Chen had been very idle these past 2 days. He had been able to stay at home for the first time in a long time, and he stayed in a mansion. The first step of the island grabbing plan had been completed, and the situation in the 6th block had stabilized. It seemed as if in an instant, he suddenly became idle. He walked out of the bedroom yawning, and after a simple wash, Jiang Chen came to the dining room. After stretching, he sat opposite Aisha. "Stay up late again?" Aisha asked with concern. It was a little late." Jiang Chen reached out and picked up a piece of bread. Breakfast was coffee, toast and fried eggs. Aisha's cooking skills were getting better and better. While chewing, he reached out and turned on the TV. "Don't stay up too late," Aisha said softly. He took a sip of coffee, and the bitter taste made his brain clear a lot. The news was playing on the widescreen TV. Yesterday at noon, the largest scale exchange of fire this year took place in the northern suburbs of Donetsk, Ukraine. Civilian armed forces used heavy weapons such as mortars and self-propelled artillery to bombard the areas occupied by government forces. At present, the Minsk agreement is in name only. The US accused the Russian artillery positions deployed on the border. Jiang Chen looked at the bombardment scene on the news screen expressionlessly and took a bite of bread. Well, is it fighting again? To be honest, seeing the roar of artillery fire on the screen is far less shocking than seeing heavy artillery covering 100 meters in front of you. Aisha seemed indifferent to these things and was concentrating on her breakfast. "It's almost rusty these days," Jiang Chen complained boredly. Putting the fried egg on the toast, Aisha opened her mouth and blew it, then bit it hard. After hearing Jiang Chen's sigh, she hesitated slightly and suggested, "How about I teach you fitness?" "Fitness?" Jiang Chen was stunned. I've had injections. Even if I don't need to exercise, I can still maintain good body functions. I have to praise that technology is really a good thing. Well, in addition to body functions, fitness has many benefits, such as body shape and keeping the body flexible. Aisha muttered. "Body shape? Well, speaking of those fitness equipment, I don't think I have touched them since I bought them." "You have always been using them," Jiang Chen thought, while stroking his chin, and suddenly clapped his hands. "It's decided. Then you can teach me how to exercise later." "Yes." Aisha smiled gently and nodded. Shortly after breakfast, the two stood face to face on the yoga mat. At this time, Aisha had changed into a small black vest for fitness, and her long brown hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked very energetic and attractive, the arc outlined by the tightness, the faintly visible bulges. I always feel that it's a bit wrong to continue watching." Jiang Chen subtly moved his eyes away. With a wide variety of fitness equipment, this home gym on the 3rd floor can be compared to the gym outside. In the corner of the wall lies a virtual reality incubator. Before entering the password to open it, it looks like a strangely shaped bathtub with a sealed top. Fitness is divided into 2 types. One is aerobic exercise, such as treadmills and bicycles. The other is anaerobic exercise, such as sit-ups and weightlifting. Without noticing the strangeness in Jiang Chen's eyes, Aisha walked to the fitness equipment and explained it very seriously and responsibly. She naturally has a lot of experience in fitness. After all, she spends almost every day in this gym, either completing her daily homework in virtual reality or using these fitness equipment to move her limbs. To be honest, it was Jiang Chen who made the exercise plan for her. After listening to teacher Aisha's explanation of the precautions for fitness, it was naturally time to practice. Twisting his neck, Jiang Chen stood on the treadmill eagerly and then started the treadmill under Aisha's guidance. Speed 10 HMM. It seems that there is nothing to feel. According to the measurement values on the app, his muscle strength has reached 30 points, and the reflex nerves of coordinated movement have reached 29 points. This level of exercise is indeed a bit child's play for him. Impatiently, Jiang Chen immediately pressed his finger on the plus sign, and the speed soared straight up, and finally stopped at the threshold of 30. His feet danced quickly, but he still didn't feel any substantial hindrance. It's useless to run so fast. Aisha smiled bitterly. Why do I feel that this treadmill thing is useless to me? Jiang Chen also smiled bitterly, stretched out his hand, and pressed the deceleration button, and slowly stopped. Get off the treadmill. Aisha stood on it. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the start button. Speed 5. Although the injection of that strange medicine has improved all aspects of the body's functions, it is still necessary to maintain healthy exercise every day. You don't need to run at a very fast speed, just jog. This helps to shape the body and keep the body flexible, Aisha explained to Jiang Chen while trotting at a steady speed. Flexible body? Is that the coordination of movement? Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. But when thinking about body shaping, for some reason, the first thing that came to his mind was a sexy vestline on her lower abdomen. Looking at her shoulders and arms swinging with the rhythm, and the firm and small soft X shaking synchronously. Oh no. Nosebleed. Jiang Chen covered his nose awkwardly and looked away quickly. Although nothing came out of his nose. After looking at Jiang Chen in confusion, Aisha turned off the treadmill after finishing the demonstration and jumped off it. Next is an aerobic exercise. Which one should I start with? Right, let's start with this one. Looking around, Aisha's eyes lit up and walked towards the comprehensive training machine placed closest to the door. There was strange equipment connected on all four sides. Jiang Chen had seen this kind of thing in the university gym before. Simply put, you just sit on it, and then you can complete a series of complex exercises such as arm pull-ups, arm curls, abdominal exercises, parallel bars, etc. I rarely use this thing because it is easy to develop muscle marks, but it should be very suitable for boys. Aisha sat on it and smiled gently at Jiang Chen. Let me demonstrate. After placing the plug under the 20 kg weight, Aisha took a deep breath, stretched her arms high, and held the suspension bar. She exerted force suddenly. This level of weight is naturally very easy for Aisha, who has been injected, but even so, because of the extension of her arms, a healthy and sexy track spreads from the smooth armpits. The roundness that is pushed forward by the force of the arms is about to jump out of the restraints. He swallowed unconsciously. Although he knew that staring at certain parts of a girl was not good, he couldn't take his eyes away. However, this is not the worst. After finishing the muscle stretching exercise, Aisha, who didn't notice Jiang Chen's gaze, placed her arms on the cotton pads of the butterfly clips, and then suddenly clamped her arms to her chest. Because of the pressure, the roundness was deformed under the squeeze of the back arm. What's more terrible is that, because of the aerobic exercise just now, Aisha's forehead has been oozing out a little sweat, and the small vest has begun to be slightly wet and transparent, and it has been attached to the skin under the effect of the fragrant sweat. Is there any problem? Aisha looked at Jiang Chen in confusion as he covered his nose. Nothing. I just feel a little itchy in my nose. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed dryly a few times. He didn't want to admit that when she was seriously imparting fitness knowledge, he actually had a shameful wrong idea. Although Aisha was confused, she didn't ask any more questions. She propped her feet on the leg kick and prepared to demonstrate the next project. However, at this moment, she finally accidentally saw something she shouldn't have seen. Since Jiang Chen was also wearing fitness clothes, the design of his sports pants was also relatively loose. The small tent, the cold face, was full of blushes. Aisha buried her head shyly and rubbed her fingers on the fitness equipment randomly. Think about it, have you? A trembling voice floated from his lips. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face suddenly turned red. Reason told him that he should refuse at this time to show his integrity and resolve this misunderstanding. I do. He nodded mysteriously. As the saying goes, although the idea is good, both the mouth and the body are very honest. Then let's go. Let's go here. AA. After leaving the gym, it was already lunchtime. Looking at the time on the app, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Aisha must be unable to cook in her current dizzy state. What a mistake. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen walked to the kitchen. He turned on the rice cooker, poured half a cup of rice into it, and added water. He tied an apron, and picked up a spatula. He fried a plate of tomato scrambled eggs for the first time in a long time, and then made a loofah soup. This is almost the limit of his cooking skills. He is not very good at cooking mutton and beef. Just make a casual meal for lunch today. Humming a little tune, Jiang Chen brought the dishes to the table, turned back to the kitchen, and then took out bread from the refrigerator. Aisha was still a little unaccustomed to food like rice. Jiang Chen usually ate rice, while she ate bread as her staple food. He stuffed the bread into the microwave, clapped his hands, and pressed the start button. Looking at the golden bread spinning in the microwave, Jiang Chen narcissistically touched his chin and nodded. I'm so talented that I can be a gentleman. Ugh. Why do I feel that this word is not used to describe a man? At this moment, he suddenly felt a soft touch from behind, and a small hand came from behind and hugged him. HMM. Ahem. I was a little bit. Have you recovered a little? Jiang Chen scratched his head embarrassedly and turned his head to say, HMM. Thank you. Thank you. Wait. Why are you crying? With her face pressed tightly against the warm back, Aisha did not answer, but gently rubbed the corner of her eyes on his clothes. Just 10 minutes ago, she slowly came back to her senses from her dizziness. When she realized that it was past lunchtime, she, who had always strictly required herself to be a qualified bride, hurriedly stood up, holding on to the wall with difficulty, and moved to the kitchen. When she saw the food on the table, for some reason, her nose felt a little sour. Gently moving to the kitchen door, she saw Jiang Chen, who was eating bread for her. She went forward and hugged him, and she pressed her face tightly against his warm and strong back, closing her delicate eyelashes. Well, it turned out that I hurt you. In the future, I will know. It's okay like this. Aisha murmured happily. Group number 482,875,504. This chapter gives away 3000 plus words of welfare plot, which is shared in the group. You can get the decompression code by taking a screenshot of the full subscription fan value and sending it to the author. Note, if you are interested, you can take a look. It does not affect the plot. Chapter 157. The game is hot. After dinner, Aisha returned to the gym, saying that she was going to clean up the place. After all, she had been injected with a gene drug, and she had almost recovered. Sitting on the sofa and watching TV to kill time, Jiang Chen yawned and was about to get up and go back to take a nap when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and checked it. It was Xiao calling. After pressing the answer button, he lazily raised the phone to his ear. Hello. What's up? Yeah, something. It's about the game. Xiao's tone seemed a little excited, which surprised Jiang Chen. I guess it's good news. Jiang Chen smiled. That's right. Xiao leaned back in her office chair, with a rare smug smile on her face. After a period of operation and internal testing of the activation code, our company's mobile game New Era is officially on sale. The 24-hour statistics have been released, and the number of downloads on the first day has exceeded 15 million, setting a record in the history of mobile games. Although she had practiced in front of the mirror many times, when she reported this sentence to her boss in person, Xiao's voice was still out of tune due to excitement. Fuck. Jiang Chen stood up from the sofa in shock. Ahem. Be civilized. Xiao spat lightly, paused, and then said, according to the background display of the server, the maximum number of people online at the same time has exceeded 5 million. You should come to the company this afternoon, and I will show you the background data directly. I'll be there right away. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone without saying a word, and went out immediately. Wanghe University, in a male dormitory. A man with glasses was staring at the screen of his mobile phone, his finger sliding quickly on the touch screen. The plain glasses reflected the fighting figures of the game characters. Old 4, what are you playing? Are you having so much fun? Watching a movie? Xian Zhongji, who was in the next bed, leaned over on a stool and stretched his neck. He had just finished a game and was cheated by a primary school student and smashed the keyboard. He was so angry that he had no interest in playing anymore. After 20 bits, He directly deleted the game, opened the folder, and clicked uninstall. This was the 10th time he had uninstalled the game. The reason why he uninstalled the game 10 times was simple. Domestic game operators cut down the number of players indiscriminately. Where can you find a conscientious game to play now? Ordinary online games are either beaten by RMB players or there are cheaters everywhere. Although there are more primary school students in this LXL, the quality of the game itself is still quite conscientious. At least the skins bought with RMB do not increase the attack power. After a while, when he was angry, he basically downloaded the game again, although he would always say I will cut off my hands again after deleting the game. Look at the movie starring your sister. Chen Hang glanced at his best friend and then turned his eyes back to the screen, controlling the character to walk towards the main city. What's so mysterious? Xian Zhongji, who had just AFK, felt that he had nothing to do, so he stood up and stood behind him. Chen Hang ignored him and continued to stare at the screen intently. At this time, the dormitory door opened and Gao Fei, who had just come back from playing basketball, walked in. Hey, Lao C. Don't you always say that **** only play mobile games? Why are you playing by yourself? Gao Fei teased jokingly, and he also curiously got behind Chen Hang to see what he was playing. Fuck, no way. This is a mobile game. As a result, Gao Fei's eyes couldn't leave the screen. The texture of the picture, the details of the characters, and the strong sense of attack, those textured 3D mobile games are simply weak. Oh no, let alone mobile games. I'm afraid that the girl's Scroll 5 in his computer with the Deharmony patch and evil mod is just like this. That's right, this is not a mobile game, so I played it. Chen Hangteng pushed his glasses with his hand and glanced at Xian Zhongji, who was completely dumbfounded. Swallowing his saliva, Gao Fei said sourly, the graphics are so good, the game content must be not good. Glancing at him, Chen Hang said directly, it's an open game world, with 2 continents with real proportions on the map. It integrates the adventure element of RPG games and the cultivation element of SLG games. Players can choose to become adventurers who mainly play roles, or become lords who manage a territory, or drive merchant ships to trade, and fight pirates on the sea. Whether it is the graphics or the content, even if it is placed on the PC, this is a masterpiece that beats 3A masterpieces in seconds. Chen Hang said this very confidently. Although he has always been very picky about games, he really can't find any fault with this new era. The area of 2 continents. Can your broken mobile phone fit it? Xian Zhongji's chin almost dropped to the ground. He felt that his masturbation cancer was cured. The game is only 300 m. 300 meters. Are you kidding me? Gao Fei complained with disbelief. The official said that it seems to use the latest compression and packaging technology, as well as some cloud computing technology. Anyway, I don't understand those things. I just play. About 10 meter traffic a day, not very high. After killing another monster, Chen Hang skillfully picked up the silver coins and equipment dropped, and then locked on the next one. I see you are always slaying monsters, don't you feel bored? After watching for a long time, Xian Zhongji saw that this guy was always slaying monsters. Although the sense of attack and the picture quality are indeed good, it's too boring to keep slaying monsters, right? If there is money to be taken, will you still feel bored? Chen Hang replied, as if he was talking to an idiot. Money? RMB. Do you understand what I mean? He sighed and explained. Fuck. Can't the gold coins here be exchanged for RMB? Gao Fei widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. It's good enough that the mobile game operator doesn't cheat you out of money. Would they be so stupid as to give you money? The game operator does not recycle gold coins, but provides an auction platform similar to Diablo 3. Players can set prices freely and sell gold coins in the consignment store. This system is a bit like stocks, and the lowest price is traded first. The operator only charges a 5% handling fee. As for the sale of equipment, a 10% handling fee is charged. As he spoke, Chen Hang pushed his glasses with a somewhat fanatical look. During the previous internal test, Future Man 1.0 issued a high proportion of activation codes to senior members. According to the activation data given by the official during the internal test stage, there are definitely many local tyrant players in this game. In other words, the probability that RMB players can beat idiots like you is not small. Gao Fei curled his lips. Mortal wisdom. Chen Han glanced at him pretentiously. New Era does not have an open mall system. The points obtained by recharging RMB can only be used to expand the warehouse or purchase fashions that do not affect the balance of the game. In other words, it is similar to the Mall of LXL. Xianzongji's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had the urge to download it and play. Ignoring the questions of his best friend, Chen Han continued to talk to himself. Remember what I said? This game has many ways to play. You can become an adventurer, or a lord, etc. Is there any connection between this and the large number of RMB players? Gao Fei asked with a frown. Of course. Chen Hong's eyes turned into gold coins. He licked his dry lips and continued. The condition for becoming a lord is to spend 100,000 gold coins to buy a city building order, and then you can get the qualification to build a city. Imagine if you were a rich player. Would you rather kill monsters with a lobe like me, or would you rather be a city lord who commands and gathers servants? Isn't this nonsense? Gao Fei said disdainfully, but then, as if he thought of something, he widened his eyes. Wait, if the city building order requires 100,000 gold coins, then the auction house. That's right, if you rely on the normal game method, it is impossible to collect 100,000 gold coins in a short time. I kill a wild boar monster, and it only drops 2 silver coins. I kill 50 to barely get 1 gold coin. If you want to be a city lord, you can only purchase gold coins through the auction house. But, are there really so many people willing to spend money to buy that city building order? Asked Tanaka-ji. I'll give you a very intuitive data. The price of 1 gold coin has been hyped up to 5 yuan in the auction house. That means I only need to kill 10 wild boar monsters to earn 1 yuan. As he spoke, Chen Hong became more and more motivated to kill monsters. Fuck, a city building order worth 500,000 RMB. That's crazy. Gao Fei said to himself in disbelief. Oh, you are ignorant. The local tycoons are so rich that they can spend $1 million to play Plants vs. Zombies. Are you afraid? What's more, establishing a territory is equivalent to farming. You can earn income through taxes and production of goods. If you keep playing, are you afraid that you won't get your money back? Let me tell you something. I heard it from my buddy. Have you heard of the Blood Sea Guild in Dragonet 4? Because the popularity of this game has exceeded expectations, they are ready to transfer from the original game to this new era. They are currently raising funds and preparing to do a big job. Not only the local tycoons, but many game studios have also set their sights on this city building order. You can imagine how bright the prospects of this game will be. Isn't Dragonet 4 a PC game? Xianzongji couldn't help but ask. Mobile games are more fun than PC games. Do you play PC games or mobile games? The future belongs to mobile terminals. At this point, Chen Han himself was a little passionate. Not only that, the city building can be said to be a major feature of this game. The city building setting is completely sandbox-like. Players can build cities at any location at a certain distance from other cities and dungeon entrances according to their own preferences. And according to the terrain and the attributes of the map itself, the built city will obtain corresponding specialties and recruit special NPCs to attract other individual players. Do you know what this means? This means that the earlier the city is built, the greater the advantage. Those mines that produce iron ore, those coastal areas suitable for ships to dock, and the special NPCs wandering on the map. The major guilds are desperately buying gold coins to grab these good locations. My current plan is to swipe monsters and earn gold, and then sell the gold coins in the auction house. By the way, I will level up and explore deeper into the continent. It would be best if I can trigger some hidden tasks, then I will be awesome. As he said this, Chen Han showed an ambitious expression on his face. But if everyone buys this city building order, will the price of gold coins go down soon? Gao Fei asked with some concern. The reason for asking this is that he suddenly had the idea of making money from this game. He only needs to kill 10 monsters to earn $1, which makes him, who does not have a high cost of living, a little tempted. Haha, you think too much. If you build a city, won't you build houses, walls, town halls, houses, farms, etc.? Don't these all cost money? In addition to the city lord, there are also navigators. Although buying a ship may not cost 100,000 gold coins, a small boat should still cost 500 or 600 gold coins, right? As for a galleon, it costs 10,000 gold coins or more. The auction house profit mechanism that does not interfere with the game content and the difference in demand for gold coins and RMB promote the frequent circulation of gold coins among players. As long as the operator continues to launch new game content and the gold coins in the game do not depreciate significantly, this game can survive. Considering the extraordinary quality of this game itself and the increasing number of users of Future Man 1.0. Thinking of this, Gao Fen's eyes became brighter and brighter. Old 4, I have an idea. Why don't we set up a game studio based on Dormitory 101? Chapter 158 Encirclement. When the name Lingayu technology is mentioned, most mobile game players will reflexively think of those masterpieces with unique designs and outstanding gameplay. For example, My Name is ATM, Shooting Fish Master, Duotar Epic, etc. In the Lingayu technology building in Wanghai City, Ling Zhongshan, with a gloomy face, was sitting at his desk, looking at the information on the table in silence. Qian Haiming, the manager in charge of the mobile game development project, was sweating and lowering his head, waiting for the boss's lecture. After a long time, Ling Zhongshan finally spoke. In 1 month, Duotar Epic's ACU dropped by 10% and KPI dropped by 17%. Is this the hen that lays golden eggs you told me? And what about My Name is ATM? What did your project department do last month? Because of anger, his voice trembled a little. ACU refers to the average number of concurrent online users, and KPI refers to key performance indicators. One is related to the vitality of the game, and the other is related to the profitability of the game. However, the report in front of him at this moment showed that the two most profitable mobile game projects in the company had both indicators falling sharply. It was fine last month. Ling Zhongshan slammed the document in his hand on the table, and his lungs were about to explode. Qian Haiming, who was scolded, was also full of grievances. This matter really couldn't be blamed on him. He swallowed his saliva, organized his words in his head, and explained to the boss in a low voice, "Bossling, this matter really can't be blamed on us." Taking a deep breath, Ling Zhongshan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, gradually calming down the anger in his chest. New era, right? Yeah. Qian Haiming was secretly relieved that the boss could understand, but his mood couldn't get better. The company's two games did make money, and Dota Epic once set an impressive monthly turnover of 200 million. Although there is a lot of water in this result, it will not deviate too far. But the problem is that Dota Epic has been operating for more than a year, and there has been no innovation in the gameplay. Unlike PC games, the shortcomings of mobile games and real-time interaction capabilities are destined to make it difficult to enhance user stickiness through social circles. It can be said that, if a mobile game player does not want to play anymore, what will make him feel bad is probably only the equipment and diamonds in his account, but not the friends in the game that he cannot let go. After last year's popularity, the number of active users of Dota Epic has been gradually declining. However, Qian Haiming is still quite capable. He led the project team to plan a lot of exquisite activities, which can be regarded as keeping the KPI optimistic. As a result, who would have thought that a mobile game with rave reviews would suddenly appear and cut a large piece of the market cake in one fell swoop? Looking at the report on the table, Ling Zhongshan fell into deep thought. As the CEO of a company, he naturally knew nothing about the mobile game that was in its heyday. The massive game content prevents players from getting bored due to repetitive operations. The real-time interactive ability comparable to PC games makes players feel like they are playing an online game when playing games, rather than a single-player game with only a friend list. And asterisk doesn't even consume much traffic. Ling Zhongshan was so jealous that he wanted to swear, or he had already sworn in his heart. The above 3 points are almost the bottlenecks of mobile game development today. In order to get a share of the mobile game market, all major mobile game developers are racking their brains to think of ways to overcome the above 3 bottlenecks as much as possible. Too much game content. Users are too lazy to download it when they see several GB. The game requires too high configuration. Users keep getting stuck while playing, and it is too hard to play, so they delete it when they are unhappy. Data usage is fast. Users may be happy if they can't move, but they will definitely be very angry, and the game will naturally not survive. How to use streamlined programs to include more game content, and most users' mobile phones can run it without consuming too much data, has always been a difficult problem in the industry. Fortunately, a software came out of nowhere and liberated the inspiration of many programmers. That is FutureMan 1.0. By simplifying the algorithm, the performance of the mobile phone has increased by 3 times and the energy consumption has decreased by 2 times. This will undoubtedly enable them to pick up those ideas that they had cut off before. Jiang Chen is also a man with great vision. When he saw that the installation volume of FutureMan 1.0 hit a new high, he immediately gave instructions to Qian Haiming to draw talents from various project departments to develop a large-scale mobile game with high configuration requirements. This idea is undoubtedly crazy. At present, there is no mobile game in the industry that can reach the level of the so-called large-scale mobile game, although almost every manufacturer is bragging that it is. It is undoubtedly a gamble to rashly draw a large number of technical resources and enter a completely unknown market. The reason for making such a decision is that he has vaguely foreseen the development pattern of the future mobile game industry. With the emergence of the software FutureMan 1.0, a number of mobile games with beautiful pictures and rich game content that are close to terminal games will surely emerge in the future to fill the gap in this regard in the current market. The living space of terminal games will be further squeezed, and the cake of mobile games will become bigger and bigger. What he needs to consider is how to seize the initiative and eat more of this cake. However, before his ambitions could be realized, he was hit on the head with a club. FutureMan 1.0 has big ambitions. Before it even had a firm foothold, it quickly launched a self-developed and operated mobile game and entered the mobile game market with great fanfare. New era. At first, Jiang Chen didn't take it seriously. He didn't know what FutureMan technology was promoting, such as open game world, sandbox game map, the greatest degree of freedom in history. Who doesn't brag? Which mobile game doesn't brag about itself before it is launched? Not to mention that the players don't believe it, the people in charge of marketing don't believe it themselves. But when the game was launched, Jiang Chen's face turned green instantly. He has seen many braggarts, but this is the first time he has seen someone who has boasted and filled up. With its amazing game quality, conscientious reputation, and the support of FutureMan 1.0's user base, this new era that came out of nowhere has once again become the focus of media discussion with a posture that is not inferior to that of FutureMan 1.0. FutureMan technology has once again made headlines. There is no doubt that New Era has seized the opportunity and entered the market that he is optimistic about first. What is the result of your development? Jiang Chen did not scold Qian Haiming anymore, but asked in a deep voice about the masterpiece that was under development. Upon hearing this, Qian Haiming's expression was indescribably bitter. It has been developed in general and is now in the testing stage. But compared with New Era, as a project manager, no one knows better than him what his project department has produced. If the quality is similar, he can still think of ways to gild his project so that the boss knows that they have really worked hard and have made certain achievements. But after he played New Era for a few hours himself, well, he played for a few more hours. It was really fun, and he couldn't help but spend money to expand a warehouse. He has already lost. It doesn't matter. Just use all your abilities and creativity and work harder on operations. Jiang Chen rubbed his temples and said tiredly, "Yes, Mr. Ling." Qian Haiming nodded and quickly left the office. With his elbows on the table, Jiang Chen looked at the report on the table and fell into deep thought. He is 50 years old. Even though he is still strong, his temples are already a little grey. After so many years of entrepreneurship, starting from a studio of only 10 square meters, step by step, Lingayu Technology, which originally had only a few people, has developed into the #1 mobile game development company. This is the first time he has encountered such a difficult problem. What really makes him feel difficult is not the powerful new era itself, but the chain reaction it brings. The mobile game cake is so big that it is unimaginable. Even if the appetite of future people's technology is good, it is impossible to eat up all the cake. Most users cannot download only one game on their mobile phones. Even if they lose the market of large mobile games, Lingayu technology still occupies a lot of market share. However, with the emergence of this large mobile game, it will undoubtedly have a huge impact on users' consumption habits. The decline in Lingayu Technology's profits in recent times has already reflected this problem. It's like you obviously have a very well-made game on your mobile phone. Will you recharge for a small game like Tetris? Even if you do, it probably won't be much. In the past, the mobile game industry was in a state of division among heroes. Everyone had a game that they could show off, and no game could reach the level of unifying the world. However, now, this game seems to have appeared. Just like a flag, New Era quickly united those players who were tired of a large number of stereotyped fast food mobile games, and completely overturned the user's concept that mobile games should have monotonous content and poor real-time interaction. With the birth of such a mobile game, it should not be just Lingayu Technology that has started to have a hard time. Ling Zhongshan tapped the table with his fingers gently, thinking, perhaps, it's time to give this newcomer a taste of color? Thinking of this, Ling Zhongshan's eyes flashed with a fierce look, picked up the phone on the table, and called his old rival. Hello, Mr. Wang. Haha, how are you doing recently? Okay, I won't greet you. Everyone's life has been difficult recently. Don't you think we should do something? The Water Army smeared, funded the development of plugins, dug out loopholes in New Era, hired hackers to attack the server. In order to protect the vested interests, they can do a lot. Just be careful not to be caught. Ling Zhongshan hung up the phone and raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He still didn't believe it. No matter how advanced the technology of you future people is, how many hands can you withstand? Chapter 159 What the hell is National Husband? Driving to Guanglu Building, Jiang Chen closed the car door with his hands, looked at himself in the mirror in front of the car window, and then walked towards the main entrance of the hall with a meteoric stride. It was really embarrassing to say that, although he was the chairman, it seemed that he had come to work in the company no more than 10 times in total. Most of the companies that chose Guanglu Building as their office location were information technology companies similar to Future People Technology. And such companies often have a characteristic, that is, the lunch break time is very short. It was only 1:30, but Jiang Chen who stepped into the hall could not see anyone. But just when he was about to take the elevator upstairs, he suddenly heard his name. Is it Jiang Chen? Yeah, it seems to be true. Listening to the chattering in his ears, Jiang Chen looked at the front desk in confusion. He saw two receptionists at the front desk laughing and whispering. When they noticed Jiang Chen looking over, they did not restrain themselves, but greeted him with a smile. Hey, Yin, he's looking over here. Wait a minute, stop messing around. I'm going to post something on Weibo first. Confused. Jiang Chen muttered to himself and got on the elevator. When the elevator reached the 12th floor, it stopped. Looking at the big words Future Man Technology that came into view, Jiang Chen's face showed a smug smile. Think about it. 3 months ago, the big words Future Man Technology were still in the documents on Zha Xiao's computer, and now it has grown to such a scale. Without stopping for long, he walked towards Zha Xiao's office. Sitting at the front desk was a beautiful young woman. Jiang Chen looked a little unfamiliar, probably a new recruit. As for the original two receptionists, they should have been transferred to other departments. Compared to when the company was just getting on track, the number of employees at Future Man Technology has doubled. Considering that the company would set up a new project department, Zha Xiao rented the unused 13th floor as the office of the New Era project department. After seeing Jiang Chen, the beautiful lady sitting at the front desk suddenly brightened up her eyes and waved to him with a smile. Hello, Chairman. Welcome. What do you mean by welcome? Jiang Chen smiled and replied. After greeting her casually, he asked in confusion, you are new here, right? How do you know I'm the chairman? He glanced at the ID card on her left chest, which was inscribed with the words, Sumenki. Chairman, doesn't he know that he is very popular now? Sumenki asked with a smile, leaning her elbows on the table. Her voice has a unique affinity, the kind that can get along with anyone. Sure enough, Xia Xiao is really good at selecting talents. Such talents should be trained here for a period of time and transferred to the public relations department. Popular? Jiang Chen was stunned. He was more or less aware that he was a public figure, but he was not that popular. When he came out of the airport a few days ago, he didn't see that he was pointed at by a camera. How long has it been since you last went online, Mr. Chairman? By the way, I remember you should have a Weibo account. Could it be someone else impersonating you? Sumenki said suspiciously. Well, I do have a Weibo account, but how did you know? Jiang Chen took out his phone and logged into the Weibo account that he hadn't logged into for a long time. He remembered that he seemed to have only added Liueo, and he didn't seem to have posted a single Weibo post after registering. You don't know until you see it, and it shocked him. Fans. 8.21 million followers. 1. I'm also your fan. Sumenki took out her phone and shook it, winking playfully, and then said, now everyone calls you the national husband. What? Jiang Chen looked at the long row of ad messages and couldn't help blushing. He clicked on 2 of them at random, and they were either, I want to give birth to a baby monkey for you, or, seeking hookup, seeking asterisk, and warming the bed, and the like. There were also many enthusiastic female netizens who attached a selfie after the text, but most of them were without any traces of PS. Seeing how popular he was, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be astonished. But the little monkey and the like were indeed forgotten. Come to think of it, the market value of Futureman technology was estimated by Wall Street analysts to be more than $5 billion, which was an estimate made after the press conference a month ago. With the launch and success of the membership profit model and the launch of this epoch-making mobile game New Era, the market value of Futureman technology will definitely more than double. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen is already worth $10 billion, and that is in US dollars. In addition, he looks pretty good, and someone even revealed that he is only 23 years old. He started from scratch, he is young and rich, and he is still single. The halo of a diamond bachelor was instantly put on his head. Although he has never posted a Weibo, the official New Wolf took the initiative to give him a big V certification, which instantly made his fan value explode. Well, he was very curious about how New Wolf knew that this was his Weibo account. How is it? It feels good to be famous. Sumenki looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. It's okay. Jiang Chen touched his nose and smiled a little embarrassedly. He became famous for no reason, and he didn't feel any sense of reality. By the way, the chairman doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? I'm single too. Can I pursue you? Sumenki said in a half-joking tone, acting pitiful. Jiang Chen was about to refuse with a smile when a light cough came from the other end of the corridor. I don't know, when Xia Xiao was already standing there. Her black hair was neatly tied into a bun, and she was wearing a beige coat and white shirt, as well as black stockings and a black hip skirt. She looked more and more like an urban white-collar worker. She was still so stunning. Sumenki stuck out her tongue and quickly put away her phone. It can be seen that Xia Xiao is still very prestigious in the company. Don't play with your phone during work. Be careful next time. After scolding Sumenki a few words, Xia Xiao looked at Jiang Chen, paused and said, long time no see. This voice actually carried a little resentment. Jiang Chen said embarrassedly, well, actually I was just about to go find you. Then come with me. Xia Xiao nodded, then turned around and took Jiang Chen to the office. After the two left, Sumenki patted her chest. At this time, her best friend came over with a briefcase and patted her lightly. Kiki, you are going to die. You dare to hook up with the chairman in front of President Xia. Could it be that they? Sumenki suddenly widened her eyes and instantly understood the relationship. Her best friendly Feng Ying approached her ear mysteriously and whispered, I tell you, you may not know, since you are new here. In fact, the reason why President Xia has never found a boyfriend is because President Jiang. Then, what should I do? Will President Xia make things difficult for me? Sumenki said anxiously. She didn't really want to pursue Jiang Chen, but just made a little joke. If she offended her boss because of this, it would be bad. The salary and benefits of future technology are very attractive. Her best friend suddenly burst into laughter. How dare you laugh? Give me back my Haagen-Dazs. Sumenki pretended to be angry. No, haha, don't worry, President Zaya is not that kind of person. Although she looks very serious, she is definitely not the kind of narrow-minded person who takes revenge for personal gain. If Jiang Chen heard this, he would definitely show a surprised expression on his face. Zia Xiao, this little girl, once fired him for personal gain. Sure enough, people will improve. Chapter 160 Hacker Attack. This is our backend data. Zia Xiao leaned over and skillfully tapped a few keys on her laptop, then turned the screen to Jiang Chen, with a rare smug smile on her face. This is the server management program designed by Yao, from which you can intuitively monitor the memory and flash memory in the server 25.27 million registered users. Although this number is not high, since Future Man 1.0 currently implements a one-person one-account registration system, there is currently no such thing as a small account in New Era, based on Xiaobai accounts. In other words, these users can roughly reflect how many people play this game, unless you have 2 mobile phones. The reason for killing small accounts is also very simple. The main purpose is to prevent those studios that open to make money from registering a large number of small accounts, destroying the internal economic balance of the game, and occupying server resources. After all, New Era has the same server across the country, and it also uses cloud computing technology to move the data that should be calculated on the user side to the server. Even if you use a server that has been modified by Yao, it still has to bear a lot of operating load. The peak number of concurrent online users was 15.03 million, and the average number of concurrent online users was 8.14 million. It's simply a miracle. Zia Xiao couldn't help but say. What about the profitability? Jiang Chen asked immediately. He was also very concerned about this innovative profit channel. Is this innovation suitable for the market? Although he knew that the game had only been running for 2 days, and it was too early to say anything, he still couldn't wait to ask this question. Zia Xiao smiled slightly and clicked on the screen with the mouse. This is the total amount of liquidity of the auction house, which has exceeded 14 million. According to the 5% handling fee, the cumulative revenue in the first 24 hours has reached 700,000. So much. Jiang Chen was surprised. He was not surprised by the 24-hour profit, but the total amount of funds that reached 14 million on the first day. This reflects, in one aspect, the players' enthusiasm for spending on this game. It will only increase, Zia Xiao said excitedly, her voice trembling. Currently, players' ability to obtain gold coins is still low, but there is a huge shortage of gold coins. The exchange rate between gold coins and RMB has even been hyped up to a high price of 1:5.6. After hearing Zia Xiao's words, Jiang Chen was stunned at first. Instead of being overwhelmed by joy, he became a little alert. Do you think someone is deliberately manipulating the auction house prices? Just like stocks, driving up the price of gold coins, then attracting players to hoard gold coins, and then selling them in large quantities? Seeing Jiang Chen raise this question, Zia Xiao also frowned. I've considered this, but the people in the operations department can't come up with any particularly good solutions. Some people suggest referring to China's stock market system and setting up daily limits for the gold coin transactions in the auction house to prevent excessive speculation. Some people also suggest setting up an institution like a bank inside the game, and when the gold coin price of the auction house deviates from a certain range, it will sell or buy back the system gold coins. However, both of these methods have their own drawbacks, and they are still under discussion. Hearing this, Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud. Are you going to turn my epic fantasy masterpiece into a financial masterpiece? Zia Xiao was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Ahem, I was just joking. Let's get to the point. Regarding the economic balance in the game, let's expand our thinking. Since the auction house in our game is somewhat similar to securities, it would be strange if a group of game operators could come up with any solution. we can refer to what Valve did when designing the video prices in Dota 2, and just invite someone who studies finance to participate in the management of the auction house, right? After hearing Jiang Chen's suggestion, Xia Xiao's eyes lit up. The problem that had troubled her for a long time was solved by his words, which made her look at him twice more. "Why are you looking at me?" Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed by being looked at, and smiled while touching his nose. "It's just that I suddenly realized that you are actually quite smart." The pretty face like a flower on the mountain smiled. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then replied jokingly, "I also suddenly realized that you are actually quite beautiful when you smile." With a slightly red cheek and a light cough, Xia Xiao changed the subject in a panic. "Well, on the other hand, the fashion system currently open in the mall only has a revenue of 150,000 yuan in 24 hours, but this number is expected to gradually increase as the game operates. There is also the warehouse expansion that can be purchased once." On the first day of the game's operation, it set an impressive record of 4.21 million yuan in 24 hours, but this number is expected to fall back after the number of new users slows down. This is a revenue situation after 2 days of operation. As she spoke, Xia Xiao held the mouse and clicked on a dialog box to show it to Jiang Chen. The revenue in 2 days was as high as 10.41 million yuan. Looking at this number, Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. Just take the revenue of 10 million in these 2 days as an example. New Era can already beat most of the mobile games whose monthly revenue is still hovering below 10 million. If the momentum of profit and user growth is maintained, it will not be a dream for New Era to exceed 200 million in monthly revenue. Counting the revenue of Future Man 1.0, excluding costs and taxes, Future Man Technology Company has become a large company with a monthly profit of more than 500 million. After hearing this news, Jiang Chen was naturally overjoyed. He immediately said that he would give each employee of the project team a big red envelope of 10,000 yuan. With a boss like you who is so diligent in giving out red envelopes, I'm afraid the people in the project team will have enough to eat with your red envelopes. Seeing the happy expression on Jiang Chen's face, Xia Xiao couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth and joked. Jiang Chen laughed and said, "I'm afraid the company's employees are eager for me, the chairman, to come and check on them." Just when Xia Xiao was about to complain to him, "Then come every day," the laptop on the table suddenly flashed a red warning icon. Jiang Chen was stunned when he saw this, but Xia Xiao sighed, as if she was used to it. "This is the 12th time today. It was more frequent in the morning, and now it's here again." Hacker invasion? Jiang Chen frowned. "Yes, it was even more fierce yesterday," Xia Xiao said helplessly. "At the beginning, our technicians were preparing to deal with it, as if they were facing a great enemy, but we found that those attacks could not even break the firewall that came with the server, so we just ignored it. Speaking of which, how do we cancel this warning prompt? Every time I force the volume to be turned up, it will occupy the center of the screen." Just kidding. It would be a miracle if it could be broken. Jiang Chen secretly complained in his heart. "Ahem, I will ask the overseas technical team to adjust this later. Just take it back to Yao and adjust it. This is easy to solve." Just as Jiang Chen and Xia Xiao ignored the hacker attack warning on the laptop, in an apartment building 100 kilometers away, a man wearing a black sportswear and with bags under his eyes as deep as a zombie was typing on the keyboard frantically. The veins on his arms were bulging, and his congested eyeballs were about to pop out. The pale face under the hood and the short stature made him look like a miner from all angles, but the hand speed he showed would make even professional writers ashamed. Of course, his profession was not a writer, but a hacker. How is it possible? How is it possible? Lines of code, or rather garbled code, were reflected in his pupils. The tapping of his fingers stopped, and more than 30 consecutive red crosses flashed on the screen. No matter how many times he tried, the result was the same. There must be a professional team of no less than 10 people on the other side responsible for network security. As his hands left the keyboard, the room instantly became quiet, leaving only the hum of several boxes of fans. "Ah, I can't beat them." Zilei raised his head, leaned decadently on the computer chair, looked up at the ceiling, and muttered to himself, "Yes, they can develop something as amazing as artificial intelligence, so it makes no sense that security work would be vague. He took out his mobile phone and poked Xiaobei's belly out of boredom. Looking at Xiaobei's cute giggling, Zilei couldn't help but smile knowingly. To be honest, he had no hostility towards the technology of the future man, being able to develop such an interesting software. However, at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. When he saw the name of the caller, the smile on his face instantly turned cold. Caller, Helang, hello? Zilei answered the phone coldly. How is the thing I asked you to do going? Helang smiled. Helang is of course not his real name. If a hacker reveals his identity, it is the same as being stripped naked and thrown on the street. Who hasn't done one or two illegal things? Exposure means death. Thinking of the evidence in the hands of the other party, Zilei struggled with his expression, but still took a deep breath and said, the strength of the technology of the future people is too strong. Even if I try my best, I can't get around the firewall. You are also in this business. You should know how difficult it is. Can't do it? I advise you to be serious. This time you are doing something for a big shot. Considering that we have known each other for so many years, I will give you 20,000 yuan in pocket money when the matter is done. Helang interrupted him and continued slowly. Haha, 20,000? When did you become so generous? Zilei said sarcastically. Helang, who usually wouldn't even spend a few $1,000s, was actually willing to pay 20,000? I'm afraid the price offered to him this time was no less than 1 million. Stop talking nonsense. Take it or not. I'm sorry I'm throwing you 2 pieces of bones, and you're still choking? I tell you, Bluebird, or Zilei, if you can't do this, you can just wait for the police to come to your door. After saying that, Helang hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, Zilei threw the phone aside and buried his head between his knees. Bluebird, this is a resounding name in the hacker world. But it didn't matter. Zilei in front of the computer screen was just an ordinary teenager. Damn it. He pounded his fist hard on the table. The little white on the phone screen was shrinking uneasily. Because the camera couldn't reach it, it couldn't see the expression on its owner's face at the moment, and could only analyze from the sound waves that he was in pain. Just when Zilei was in despair, a small hand suddenly rested on his head. Brother? An equally petite girl stood behind him and whispered. Her face was also pale, but her face shape was pretty, and she was the kind of person who could be cured. The only regret was that her pupils were colorless. She couldn't see. Ziling, his sister. Zilei put his hand on that little hand, held it tightly, and said with a forced smile, "It's okay, brother is here." Although he knew that she couldn't see his fake smile. However, even so, the girl still smiled softly. Don't get too tired. Looking at the smile on his sister's face, it was obviously so healing, but he felt only bitterness in his heart. Listen to my brother. Brother got another business today. The boss is very generous, and the reward is 20,000. Wow, brother is so amazing. The girl clasped her hands in front of her chest and opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Well, brother is very amazing. So, I will definitely cure your eyes. Zilei tried hard to keep his voice from choking, and his fingers were tightly clasped on the armrests of the chair. He was not afraid of going to jail. He had long been tired of being manipulated by the Black Dragon. However, what he couldn't let go of was his sister Ziling. If he went to jail, the family's only income would be cut off. Not to mention curing her eyes, even her life would be in vain. Taking a deep breath, Ziling had made up his mind. Although the hope was slim, he could only give it a try. Chapter 161 Company Dinner. When Chairman Jiang announced that everyone would receive a big red envelope of 10,000 yuan, all the employees cheered excitedly. Zha Xiao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but hold her forehead and whispered, "Didn't you say that you would give red envelopes to the employees of the New Era project team? How come it became everyone?" Jiang Chen was also stunned when he heard this. But then he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Everyone has contributed, and everyone deserves the reward. There are many employees in future technology, but no one is redundant." He said this in a sonorous and powerful way. As soon as the voice fell, warm applause broke out in the office. Boss, Chen Lulu from the legal department, clapped her hands together and looked at Jiang Chen in admiration. "What's the matter?" Jiang Chen smiled. "You seem to be glowing." Sumenki, who was standing at the edge and clapping, gradually stopped clapping along with the rhythm of other colleagues. Looking at Jiang Chen surrounded by stars, her eyes flickered with a different light. It was like a magpie discovering a shining jewel. "Hey, little girl, are you thinking about love?" The best friend standing next to her poked her and whispered with a sly smile. "Zaoing," Sumenki murmured, as if she didn't hear her best friend's words clearly. Seeing the absent-minded expression on her best friend's face, Li Fengying looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Who do you think is prettier, me or President Zia?" Sumenki pouted and asked in a crazy way. "Puff, what? You decided?" Suddenly, Sumenki clapped her hands, and her fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. "I changed my mind. There are 34 employees in Futureman Technology. The red envelope of 10,000 yuan per person is only 340,000 yuan, which is just a drop in the ocean compared to the profitability of Futureman Technology. With the development of Futureman Technology, their salaries may be more than 10,000 yuan in the future." However, what Jiang Chen didn't know was that what really touched the employees was not the 10,000 yuan red envelope, but his last words. "There are many employees in Futureman Technology, but no one is redundant." What else can make employees feel a sense of belonging to the company more than being recognized for their own value? They write planning documents day and night, discuss marketing plans repeatedly, and deal with the details of software operations. In addition to the salary, don't they have a little desire to prove their own value? No one can understand this better than Jiang Chen, who was once dismissed arrogantly. He used to be a small clerk working in a clothing store. He deeply experienced the feeling of powerlessness, that no matter how hard he worked for his position, he would not be valued at all. Sometimes, people are more easily moved than imagined. This sentence was later printed in the employee handbook as the corporate culture of future technology to encourage new employees. But that's all for later. Because everyone was in a good mood, Jiang Chen immediately announced that they would go to Xingrang Hotel for dinner in the evening, and all expenses would be reimbursed by the company. Such a generous boss was naturally supported by a group of employees. Under normal circumstances, most people hate socializing, but when they heard that they had the opportunity to have dinner with this mysterious and legendary boss, everyone generally responded with anticipation. After work in the evening, more than 30 people came to Xingrang Hotel in a mighty manner. As expected of a 5-star hotel, this Xingrang Hotel is indeed very stylish. Xia Xiaoyu had already called to make a reservation for the room, so there was no need to worry about not having a seat. When seeing more than 30 people coming in, the hotel manager's face was simply full of joy. He personally welcomed them into the big private room and respectfully handed Jiang Chen a VIP card with a 20% discount. At the dinner table, the wine was flowing, and it was very lively. Jiang Chen also generously accepted all the frequent toasts from his subordinates. Of course, considering that he had to drive later, he just meant it and didn't drink more. What he couldn't drink was put into the storage space. Sitting next to him was naturally the second in command of the company, Xia Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen was surprised to find that she was actually quite popular in the company, and many people toasted her. Xia Xiaoyu did not refuse the toasts from her subordinates, but due to her alcohol tolerance, she used a small cup. However, even so, after a few drinks, her face also had a few blushes, which looked very charming. The atmosphere gradually became lively, and Jiang Chen did not put on any boss's airs at all, and he talked to the employees about everything. The topic of chatting turned to personal issues. Everyone was naturally quite curious about the private life of this internet celebrity chairman. "Chairman, I toast you a glass. I wish you a better career." At this time, Sumenki stood up and smiled and handed over the wine glass. According to the drinking culture of China, it is unreasonable to toast before your boss toasts to the leader. Since the number of employees is not large at present, Future Technology has not established a special human resources department, and Xia Xiaoyu is in charge of administrative affairs. Therefore, Sumenki's immediate boss should be Xia Xiaoyu. However, I don't know whether this Xia is shy or worried. From the beginning of the dinner to now, he has been sitting next to Jiang Chen, but he has not toasted him. Sumenki toasted Jiang Chen first, which was a bit against the rules. However, there is an unspoken rule at the table, that is, beautiful women are excluded. Thank you for your good words. Jiang Chen stood up and raised his glass, then drank it all. Sumenki also drank the wine in the glass, and her cheeks were flushed. Her bright eyes turned slightly, and she looked at Jiang Chen's eyes with a smile under the influence of alcohol, and asked, "Chairman, I wonder if I dare to ask a question?" "Ask, except for my bank card password." Jiang Chen laughed and teased. "Then I ask, does the chairman have someone he likes?" Such a bold question naturally attracted a lot of booing, and the atmosphere at the table was instantly pushed to a climax. Listening to the booing of her colleagues, Sumenki's cheeks, which were evenly painted with light makeup, were slightly flushed, but her eyes, like autumn water, never moved away from Jiang Chen's eyes. Although many people felt that President Xia was interested in the chairman, seeing that President Xia didn't seem to react to this, they all doubted their previous guesses. They are all adults, so they shouldn't be so tolerant, right? Yes, Chairman, you don't say anything when we men ask you, but you should reveal something when a beautiful woman asks you, right? That's right. Miss Su is hinting at you. You have to say something, right? Thinking that the chairman is still single, everyone also tried to match him up. After all, Sumenki is indeed a beauty, and she seems to be interested in the chairman. It's like this many times. You don't have any special feelings for him, but under the instigation of everyone, you have feelings for him. It's a big deal to help the chairman get rid of his singleness. If it really works out, then the people who make trouble at this time will become assists. Not to mention the benefits, there must be favors. Besides, when they get married, with Jiang Chen's generosity, he will naturally get a red envelope of tens of thousands of yuan. Even if it doesn't work out, it doesn't matter. After all, it's just nonsense at the wine table, and no one will take it to heart, and it won't offend anyone. For some reason, Xia Xiaoyu, who was poking the fish belly with chopsticks with her head down, felt unhappy and wronged in her heart. She suddenly had the urge to stand up and do something, but she couldn't think of what to do, and couldn't find a reason to stand up. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This question was really hard to answer. Sun Jiao and Yao, but they are from another world. Aisha's identity and age are a bit special, so it's not suitable to be exposed. Liu Yao is a star, and as a lover, it seems that it's not easy to expose. Damn, he suddenly found that he had picked up countless girls, but none of them could be taken home as a girlfriend for the new year. Right. After some consideration, Jiang Chen gave a very vague answer. After hearing this answer, Sumenki was not discouraged. But just when she was about to ask what do you like about her, Ning Huajian, the head of the Future Man 1.0 project department, suddenly stood up and raised his glass with a smile. Director Jiang is young and promising. I, Ning, have been working hard in the IT industry for 5 years, and I have met many industry leaders. But to be honest, the only one that I admire from the bottom of my heart is Director Jiang. I'll drink this glass of wine. After saying that, Ning Huajian drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, revealing the bottom of the glass to show his sincerity, which attracted cheers from everyone. Jiang Chen could see that Ning Huajian was trying to help him out, so he also raised his glass happily. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. After a few more polite words with a smile, Jiang Chen drank it all in one gulp, and the three of them sat down together. At this time, Sumenki also reacted. She was a little too anxious just now. Fortunately, Ning Huajian stood up to help her out. Otherwise, if she really continued to ask, it would be a taboo that would embarrass the boss. Regardless of how nervous Sumenki was at the moment, Xia Xiaoyu's heart was not at peace. She suddenly recalled the scene of the last press conference. At that time, Jiang Chen seemed to say that he didn't have someone he liked. But now he has. Who is it? He has hardly appeared in the company this month, and he has not met me. Did he meet him when he was on a business trip abroad? Huh? Why do I have to care about his private affairs? Just as Xia Xiaoyu was entangled and dazed, the topic at the dinner table had already turned to other directions. Boss Xia, thank you for your care and cultivation. I'll toast you a glass. Jiang Chen gently nudged Xia Xiaoyu with his elbow. Ah. Okay. As if suddenly awakened from a dream, Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly stood up, smiled apologetically, and raised her glass hastily. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao strangely. It was rare to see such a flustered expression on her face. In this relatively harmonious atmosphere, the dinner came to an end. I took the bus back to school in the morning and left at 1:30. I was so sleepy. Woo woo. Chapter 162. It's dark. Please close your eyes. The dinner ended with the boss's final speech. Everyone left and went home. The total consumption was 70,000 yuan, and Jiang Chen swiped his card without blinking. But just as he was about to leave, he found that there was still one person who hadn't left. Xiao was lying on the table, her half-exposed face vaguely showing a blood-red color, and she looked like she was drunk. Seeing this, Jiang Chen sighed helplessly and walked over. I don't know what happened to this girl. She drank one cup after another and got herself drunk. After getting drunk, she didn't act crazy, but just lay on the table silently, which is what she looks like now. No one persuaded you to drink. You drank so much. Do you think you drank water? Huh. Putting her slender arm on his neck, Jiang Chen exerted a little force and carried her on his back. There was a gentle pressure from behind, and Jiang Chen's face turned red. Although it was not big, it was unexpectedly soft. He coughed to cover up his embarrassment, drove away the distracting thoughts from his mind, and walked out the door with her on his back under the waiter's ambiguous gaze. I'm not drunk. The car. Yes, that's what drunk people say. The slightly warm smell of alcohol sprayed on his neck made him feel excited, especially the softness from behind, which was simply fatal. Resisting the special charm in his heart, Jiang Chen struggled to stuff Xiao into the passenger seat and fastened the seatbelt. When his fingers accidentally slid across the soft waist, he swallowed his saliva, resisted the urge to inadvertently again, and closed the car door. He started the car and drove the Maybach towards the Xinjiang community. A smell of alcohol gradually rose in the car. Jiang Chen glanced at the drunk girl, sighed, and muttered, "You are tempting to commit a crime, you know." Xiao smacked her lips and murmured vaguely, not knowing whether she was asleep or not. Because he was worried that she would catch a cold from the cold wind, Jiang Chen had to let the strong smell of alcohol in, and did not open the window. Finally, he got this girl to the door of his house. Jiang Chen did not care about so much. He freed his hands and fumbled around his body, found the key, and opened the door. After dragging Xiao, who was drunk as a puddle of mud, to the bed, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but just as he was about to leave, he froze. The white neck was rosy, and the slightly messy hair was draped on the pretty face that was no less than that of a star. The coldness of the past was only replaced by defenseless weakness. The chest rose and fell slightly without rhythm. The rosy little mouth opened and closed slightly, spewing a slightly warm and intoxicating breath, and a pair of beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned because of discomfort. Looking at Xiao's defenseless appearance, Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva and took a step forward. If I do something now, she probably won't know. However, as soon as this devilish thought came to his mind, he was shocked by his own thoughts. He took 2 deep breaths and shook his head vigorously. Jiang Chen stepped forward to take off her coat and then tremblingly unbuttoned the first button of her collar to make her breathe a little easier. After doing all this, he covered her with a quilt and then left the room quietly. He went to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. The feeling of the cold water sliding over his stomach calmed down a lot of the heat in his heart. After standing for a while, he looked up at the wall clock. 10:32. Is it so late already? Jiang Chen yawned and couldn't help but feel a little troubled. Xinjiang community is just opposite to Mingxing's wealthy area. If he drives back now, he might get home at 12 o'clock, but he is already a little sleepy now. He really doesn't want to drive another hour. How about staying here for one night? Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva. This idea was still very tempting. I was the one who moved her back. It shouldn't be a big deal to borrow her for one night without permission, right? Thinking about it, Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone, edited a text message, and sent it to Aisha. I have something to do tonight. I won't be back. After a long breath, Jiang Chen put away his mobile phone, stretched his waist, and glanced at this complex apartment. There is a bedroom on the 2nd floor, but it is probably not cleaned up. After all, Xiao is the only one living here. Can I only sleep on the sofa? I'd better take a shower first. Muttering, Jiang Chen walked into the bathroom. In the villa, Aisha was putting her legs on the lever, leaning over and gently pressing against her legs, her chin lightly touching the petite toes. Such a soft posture is not only difficult, but also very ornamental. Leg stretching can stretch the ligaments of the legs to strengthen the body's flexibility, which is something that genetic drugs cannot provide. Flexibility training is also one of the subjects she does most often when working out. Needless to say, its benefits are self-evident, such as when fighting. When doing that, just then, the light bulb suddenly went out. Power outage? Aisha stopped moving, leaned over her legs, and listened quietly. She didn't rush to check the switch, because she smelled something different. The cat-like pupils narrowed slightly in the darkness, exuding a dangerous breath. It was as if she had found prey. Since it is impossible to break through the firewall, the only way is to catch the designer of the program and force him to reveal the key. Zilei's blood-red pupils reflected the fluorescence of the screen. The corners of his lips curled up under the hood, and he said hoarsely to the Bluetooth headset, "The security system is done, and your identity information has been logged into the whitelist." For him, who ranks third on the Chinese hacker list and once planted the national flag on the homepage of the Supreme Court of Japan, this level of security system is too easy for him. Although he hasn't done that kind of unpaid work for a long time. Got it? A slender and slightly gloomy female voice came from under the hood of a purple sportswear. Yan Xiaoan is Zilei's childhood sweetheart. She is a 5th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Although she is only 17 years old, her agile skills can easily beat 5 or 6 adults. Because of her good impression of Zilei, she agreed to his dangerous plan without much hesitation. "It's done. Let's go." Waving to the two people behind her, Yan Xiaoan took the lead and walked towards the gate of the rich area. Lu Dahu, nicknamed Fat Tiger. He is considered a good buddy of Zilei. He is 3 years older than him. He served in the army for several years and is now unemployed. Zhang Jiao, also a good buddy of Zilei, met on the internet a long time ago. He is about the same age as Zilei. He has no knowledge of computers, but he is a real military fan. Although he is not tall, he is very knowledgeable when it comes to fiddling with various military products. When they heard Zilei's confession of trouble, they stood up without hesitation. The plan is simple: sneak into the villa, control Jiang Chen, drive his car to take him out of the community, and arrive at the designated location. There was only an hour and a half left. At 12 o'clock, the server would be restarted and Zilei would lose the full control he had obtained. Staring at the screen, Zilei had already hacked into the cameras in the community. Watching his 3 close friends successfully pass the identity authentication at the gate and walk into the villa complex, he took a deep breath and then tapped a few keys on the keyboard. The memory of the camera connected to the server has been cleared and the write function has been turned off. The camera will not record anything tonight. When it's time to evacuate, just erase their identity information. Everything is as clean as if they had never been here. Zilei knew very well that he was playing with fire with his close friends. If they were caught by mistake, everyone would have to go to jail. The people here are all retired veterans. Lu Dahu lowered the brim of his baseball cap and muttered, "Aren't you also a retired soldier?" Zhang Jiao, who was carrying a travel bag, complained. "It's different." Lu Dahu smiled bitterly, and his square face looked quite helpless. Just look at the momentum. When they were in the team, they were at least special forces. "Be quiet." Yan Xiaoyan, who was walking half a step ahead, whispered. Hearing this, the two of them fell silent and stopped talking. Zilei's fingers tapped on the keyboard, constantly switching cameras, and the pen in his right hand wrote and drew on the map, marking the path of the patrol team. "Turn right ahead, avoid patrol team A, go straight and turn left at the intersection. Try to avoid contact with anyone. You look weird." "Understood." Yan Xiaoan whispered, holding the Bluetooth headset, then waved to the two people behind her and quickly moved to the street on the right. Although they had passed the inspection at the door, it was easy to arouse suspicion if they were still hanging around outside so late. They couldn't stand the interrogation because the backpack behind Zhang Jiao contained the tools for committing the crime. 3 batons, handcuffs, hemp ropes, 3 night vision devices, and a signal jammer. These things were bought by Jiang Chen through special channels, and they were genuine products made by ETN in the United States. Even Lu Dahu, a former soldier, was secretly shocked. Of course, these things were paid for by Zilei. The 3 sneaked to the villa in the deepest part of the community. European-style high walls, neat green lawns, straight blue stone brick paths, and a high-end architectural shape at first glance. Damn it, the people who live here must be rich. Do you think there will be bodyguards inside? Jiang Chao muttered, and took off his backpack. If there is, I'll deal with it. The girl in the purple sportswear said coolly, and raised her hand to press the headset neatly. It's in place. Okay. Zilei took a deep breath, and clicked the mouse. The voltage switch on the north suddenly burst into electric sparks. In an instant, the whole community fell into darkness. His fingers tapped the keyboard and locked the password of the distribution room door at the same time. In this case, even if he wanted to start the backup power supply, he would have to toss for a while. He really had to thank the high degree of digitization here. If it was a mechanical lock, he really couldn't do it. Without any delay, Yan Xiaoan took out the magnetic card from her pocket and stuck it on the iron door. Zilei, who had already obtained the key information in the community database in advance, copied the security identification code of the villa's gate on this whiteboard magnetic card. Now the card in her hand is equivalent to a key, and she easily swiped the door open. Quick, put on this thing. Jiang Chao excitedly threw 2 night vision goggles and a baton to his companions, and then skillfully put one on his head. The night vision goggles embedded in the masks not only gave them night vision, but also covered their faces. The 3 of them quickly sneaked into the villa and approached the door. Standing at the door, Jiang Chao took out his gun and fiddled with the door lock in a few seconds, then waved his hand and signaled his 2 accomplices to enter. The villa seemed a bit empty, and there was no sign of activity on the first floor. Judging from the light in the room just now, the person should be on the 3rd floor. The 3 of them quietly leaned against the wall and waited. The switch was outside the door. If someone wanted to go downstairs to check, they would definitely pass by here. Why is there no movement at all? Shouldn't we check the switch under normal circumstances? Lu Dahu frowned and said in a suppressed voice. Yan Xiaoan also frowned. Not only were there no footsteps upstairs, but there were no lights such as candles and mobile phones. Could it be that Jiang Chen had actually gone to bed, but he just forgot to turn off the lights on the 3rd floor? Go to the bedroom. Yan Xiaoan said in a suppressed voice, and tiptoed up the stairs first. After entering the villa, they can only rely on themselves. The cameras in the community cannot see inside the villa. This is also out of consideration for the privacy of the residents. It is terribly dark in the villa. However, the darker it is, the more favorable the situation is for them. After all, they have night vision goggles. The cameras in the community are equipped with built-in batteries, and they can run independently for several hours, even if there is a power outage. Seeing that his companions have entered the villa, Zilei breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in the computer chair. Next, we just need to capture Jiang Chen, then torture the firewall key out of his mouth, hack into the New Era server, and delete all user information and game data. What a pity, the game is obviously quite good. Shaking his head, his mouth curled up, looking at the quietly open iron door on the screen, and muttered pretentiously. Please close your eyes when it's dark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. Do you need a reason? Water dripped down. Reaching out to turn off the faucet, Jiang Chen shook off the water droplets on his hair, walked into the bathroom, and casually pulled a bath towel from the clip, wrapped it around his body and wiped it. After taking a shower, he felt much more comfortable, as if all the alcohol and sleepiness on his body had been washed away. It was just that the faint fragrance in the bathroom made people feel a little physically embarrassed. While thinking this, Jiang Chen wiped his head with a bath towel. But as he wiped, his hand suddenly stopped. Speaking of this bath towel, is it used by Xiaoyu? thinking of this bath towel that once wrapped a pure and innocent flower and wiped the dew on its branches and leaves countless times. Looking at the bath towel in his hand, Jiang Chen's expression instantly became embarrassed. However, at this moment, a shaky and blurred shadow suddenly appeared on the frosted glass on the bathroom door. Jiang Chen reacted and was about to speak out to stop it, but the bathroom door was pushed open first. Click. Zha Xiaoyu, with a haggard face, was struggling to hold the door frame. She was about to enter the door, but she was stunned at the door. The unclean things that appeared in her sight made her lose her ability to think for a short time. It is difficult to describe the expression on her face at this moment. Should I say sleepiness? Or surprise? Or shame and anger? Silence lingered between the two. Hi. Jiang Chen broke the silence awkwardly and moved the bath towel calmly to protect the parts that he could not describe. Perhaps because of drunkenness, or perhaps because the scene was too shocking, Zha Xiaoyu did not scream, but calmed down and closed the door silently. Looking at the door that had been closed again, Jiang Chen showed a bitter smile on his face. Maybe I should have screamed just now. No matter what, since it was already used and it was seen, he might as well wipe it. Jiang Chen simply shamelessly continued to wipe her body clean with the bath towel, and then helped her rub the bath towel in the sink, and then put on his clothes, and left the bathroom. Turning the corner, and coming to the living room, Zha Xiaoyu was already sitting on the sofa. When Jiang Chen came out, her eyes were immediately locked on him. Just when Jiang Chen had prepared himself to be scolded as unnecessary and perverted, the expected anger did not come. Don't you want to ask something? Jiang Chen was a little scared by Zha Xiaoyu's silence. He carefully sat opposite her and asked apologetically. Zha Xiaoyu still didn't say anything. With the moonlight outside the window, he could see that her cold and pretty face was trembling slightly with her bright red lips. Too angry to show it? Jiang Chen racked his brains, but couldn't figure out the girl's mentality at the moment. After waking up from the drunkenness, the arrogant iceberg beauty found herself lying on the bed. Her clothes were messy, and the first button of her collar was unbuttoned. Then she found a man, pervert, taking a bath in her bathroom and holding the bath towel she had been using. No matter from which angle you look at it, she must be in a bad mood. Well, you were drunk. Jiang Chen explained awkwardly. With her blank eyes, it was unclear whether she was in a daze or thinking. I saw you lying on the table, so I carried you back. Your car is still there. Remember to drive it back tomorrow. Seeing that Zha Xiaoyu did not respond, Jiang Chen continued. Why? As if reacting to this sentence, Zha Xiaoyu murmured like a dream. Why? Do you even need to ask? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. No matter what, you can't leave a girl like you there. Living alone and getting so drunk, you should be more careful. If a human trafficker shows up, pretends to be your acquaintance, and carries you to the mountains and sells you, you won't know it. Hearing this, Zha Xiaoyu looked over and stared at Jiang Chen. The silence lasted for a long time, and she suddenly asked in a mysterious way, "Then will you come to save me?" Stunned by this abrupt question, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Yes. Why? It was still the same dreamlike voice. Is it expectation? Or maybe just confused? Do you need a reason? Jiang Chen sighed and asked softly. Humans are not animals that absolutely follow reason, so why should we demand too much reason? Zha Xiaoyu was obviously not very satisfied with Jiang Chen's answer. Her cherry lips were slightly pursed, and her slightly dull pupils looked like she was still drunk. Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Jiang Chen coughed and continued softly. You are drunk. Don't drink so much next time. Go to bed. Although it was unclear why she was entangled in strange things, judging from this reaction, she should not be angry. She stood up shakily, and just when Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and thought she was going to go back to her room to sleep, she walked around the coffee table and stood in front of him. Who do you like? The voice was a little drunk, and the tone had a bit of President Xia's majesty. The question that didn't make sense made Jiang Chen stunned again. With a bitter smile, he didn't answer, and didn't know how to answer. In fact, he had already vaguely sensed Zha Xiaoyu's feelings for him when he was behind the scenes of the press conference last time. Although she always put on a cold face that kept people at a distance, she was still like a child in her heart. As for why he said that, it was because only children would mistake coldness for maturity. If it was someone who had no moral integrity, it would be fine, but in Xia Xiao's case, she would definitely not accept that the person she liked had other women, or in other words, normal women would not. Jiang Chen asked himself, he had a good impression of her, but it was just a good impression. If he was asked to give up something for her, he asked himself if he could do it. Jiang Chen said hesitantly, but the next sentence was stuck in his throat. I don't want to listen. She shook her head, her slightly messy hair shaking. Suddenly, she did something that made Jiang Chen dumbfounded. A white hand stretched out, and 2 green jade fingers boldly pinched his chin. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the pair of starry eyes. The lips slightly opened and closed, and gradually approached. Reason told him that she was drunk, and he should wake her up. But looking at the alluring red face gradually approaching, he couldn't say a word. Demonic thoughts swirled in his mind, and Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva. Anyway, she took the initiative, so if he pretended not to know. However, at this moment, the ringing of the cell phone disturbed the silence. Xia Xiao's movement suddenly paused, and her intoxicated eyes gradually regained a trace of clarity. She looked at Jiang Chen, who was so close, wavering. Take a call. Jiang Chen got up and ran away in embarrassment. Xia Xiao stood there in a daze, her face gradually flushed, which was clearly visible even in the dim moonlight. What did I just do? The heat all over her body caused a layer of fine sweat to appear on her back. The alcohol immediately dissipated a lot with the sweat, and she was half sober. Without thinking too much, she rushed into the bedroom without looking back. Bang! There was a slamming sound behind her, and Xia Xiao fled into the bedroom. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and looked at his phone. It was Aisha calling. Reaching out to the wall of the entrance, Jiang Chen pressed the answer button. Hello. What's up? Aisha actually called at this time, which made him faintly aware of an unusual taste. Holding the baton in her hand, Yan Xiaoan gently pushed open a door. No one. Shaking her head to her teammates behind her, she waved and motioned Lu Dahu to go to the bedroom next door. Even though they were holding back their steps, their sneakers still made a slight noise when they came into contact with the precious wooden floor. Because they were not sure which bedroom Jiang Chen was sleeping in, they could only use the dumbest method, searching one room at a time. As for Zhang Chao, he stayed on the first floor to prevent Jiang Chen from escaping from the first floor. At the same time, he turned on the shielding device while guarding the first floor to prevent the target from calling for help or calling the police. Standing in the empty living room, Zhang Chao looked around. The bright green field of view in the night vision device made the darkness not so strange. Looking at the home theater hanging on the wall, he was secretly shocked. 85-inch 4K ultra clear large screen smart TV and a home theater. I'm afraid this set will cost hundreds of thousands. He muttered to himself, and he was quite uneasy. This was his first time to kidnap someone, and the person he kidnapped was not an unknown little person, but the chairman of Future People Technology who had influence and money. Now he could only pray that Xiaoan could act cleanly and not let that Jiang Chen see their appearance. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have 100 ways to make them unable to stay in Wanghei. They had no intention of silencing them. Just as he was struggling in his heart, suddenly, a strong wind hit his neck. Before he could react, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground in a coma. On the other side, Yan Xiaoan had already reached the 3rd floor. In order to improve efficiency, she and Lu Dahu agreed to act separately. Just as she entered the gym, which was the room that was lit before, a warning sign suddenly rose in her heart. Without thinking too much, she swung the baton behind her. There was a whoosh sound of breaking through the air, and this attack obviously missed. Easily dodging this attack, Aisha's eyes moved coldly. Thinking that it was not good, Yan Xiaoan suddenly raised her knees to block, and barely blocked the lightning whip kick. Ugh! The piercing pain came from the bones of the calf. Cold sweat slid down Yan Xiaoan's forehead, and fear suddenly surged into her heart. They were totally on a different level. She had participated in national competitions, but even in the final match against the champion, she had never felt such a force. Backing away quickly, Yan Xiaoan had already retreated to the window. The bright moonlight outside the window poured into the room, and she felt that the light in her field of vision suddenly increased. She tore off the night vision goggles that were in the way, leaving only the mask on her face, and Yan Xiaoyan stared at the girl who was approaching her. The girl was not tall, and could even be described as petite. Her slightly curly long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she had an exotic face, but that was not the point. What made Yan Xiaoyan panic was that those cold eyes were as if they were looking at a dead person. That murderous intent was serious. Chapter 164 A Farce. Hearing the noise from the gym, Lu Dahu rushed over quickly. When he found Aisha confronting Yan Xiaoyan, he held his breath and tiptoed over, ready to strangle her neck and knock her out. Looking at Lu Dahu approaching Aisha from behind, Yan Xiaoyan held her breath, her heart almost jumping out of her throat. Just as she was about to succeed, she saw a sneer from the corner of the girl's mouth. Move like a cheater. The girl turned around and kicked sideways, hitting the unprepared Lu Dahu's chest directly without any hesitation. The power that was disproportionate to the size of the body actually kicked the more than 100-pound strong man backwards. Yan Xiaoyan looked at this scene in disbelief, and her hand holding the baton kept shaking. Although she was holding a weapon in her hand, it did not give her the slightest sense of security. However, even so, she still did not retreat. Aisha looked at her speechlessly, then took out a box-shaped shielding device from behind her, and turned off the power. Hiss, Xiaoyan, what's the situation? Seeing that the communication was restored, Zilei asked impatiently. I might, Yan Xiaoyan said bitterly. However, before she finished speaking, the communication was interrupted again. Aisha restarted the shielding device, then threw the thing at her feet, and turned on the app on her wrist. The radio tracking device in her pocket had fed back the location information of the communication to the app, marking 2 related red dots on the app map. With the brief restoration of communication just now, she has determined the location of the commander. The magic of future technology, these natives naturally will not understand. Yan Xiaoyan trembled as she watched Aisha's series of actions. She didn't understand what she was doing. The previous calmness was gone, and her confidence, based on her skills, was disintegrated by a few clean and neat actions of the girl in front of her. But, for him, thinking of Zilei, Yan Xiaoyan's eyes rekindled a little courage. Gritting her teeth, she rushed forward and kicked out like lightning. Since she was at a disadvantage in defense, she would turn defense into offense. With this kick, she aimed directly at Aisha's head. However, the girl did not defend as awkwardly as she expected, and easily avoided the kick. Aisha had already dodged behind her with the agility of a cat. Just as Yan Xiaoyan thought, it was not a heavyweight fight at all. Before she could react, the severe pain from the back of her neck made her lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Someone attacked the villa, Aisha reported concisely. Jiang Chen's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay. The attacker's idea is good, but the method is very amateur. With the skills of these people, they can avoid the patrol team. There must be a strong supporter to help. Preliminary speculation is that the supporter should be a hacker who is good at electronic warfare," Aisha said softly, looking at the 3 people lying in the basement with their hands and feet tied up indifferently. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Aisha was safe. But then he realized that his worries seemed unnecessary. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, "Who sent them? It's not clear. But I have locked the coordinates of the hacker. I will take a picture with my mobile phone and send it to you." "Okay, leave it to me." Jiang Chen hung up the phone. After a while, Xiao Bei shook, and a map photo was sent to Jiang Chen's mobile phone. 2 red dots were connected by red lines. One was located in his villa, and the other was located in the suburbs of Wanghai City. Looking at the direction of Xia Xiao's bedroom, Jiang Chen hesitated. Sighing, he finally did not go forward to knock on the door, but put on his shoes and left the apartment. Leaning against the cold wooden door, Xia Xiao hugged her knees and buried her head tightly in her arms. From the gap, you can faintly see the blush on her fair face. "Woo woo, I want to die. What did I do just now?" A faint cry of grief floated from her lips, and she buried her head even tighter like an ostrich. Her mind was in a mess, and her left breast was beating wildly, making it almost impossible for her to think. What if he knocks on the door? Should I open the door? But I almost did that just now. I want to die. It's so embarrassing. But I still have to open the door. After all, leaving him alone in the living room is too much. If I explain it properly, I think I can solve the misunderstanding. Bang. The sound of a door closing came from outside the room. Jiao was stunned for a moment and slowly moved her head out of her arms. It seemed to come from the entrance. He left. Just left like that. While she was relieved, she didn't know why she felt a little disappointed. However, she couldn't explain why she felt disappointed. Driving fast on the road, Jiang Chen glanced at the red dot in the suburbs on the car GPS and continued to look at the road. Holding the steering wheel, he sighed. I'd better find a chance to communicate with her. Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen turned the steering wheel and parked the car near the target community. Since he is a hacker who is good at electronic warfare, the cameras in the community should be under his control. It is indeed possible. Jiang Chen locked the car door and walked to the back door of the community. It was almost 12 o'clock at this time, and there were only a few windows in the community with light. Avoiding several obvious cameras, he approached the power box of the target building, opened the box door, and reached his right hand directly into it. The warp bracelet is charged. The energy of the bracelet is instantly full. With such violent extraction of electricity, the power exceeds the threshold instantly, and the whole building is out of power without suspense. Jiang Chen raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, closed the distribution box, put his hands in his pockets, and walked to the shadow on the side. 12 o'clock in the morning. I'm afraid that the only one who is still awake at this time and is eager to restore the power instead of going to sleep is the supporter. No matter who he is, he just needs to wait and see. Zilei stared at the screen, nervously waiting for his companion's response. The communication was interrupted. Were they caught? This shouldn't be the case. If they were caught, the other party should have negotiated with me, the mastermind, over the phone. Damn it. Zilei slammed his fist on the table. He had never considered emergency plans. He had never thought that there might be variables in the plan. In fact, he suddenly regretted it now. Even if he was desperate, he shouldn't have come up with the bad idea of kidnapping. The evidence that he who had would only sentence him to 10 years, but if he kidnapped, his face was a little pale, and he prayed desperately in his heart. Xiao Yan, Fat Tiger, Xiao Chao, don't let anything happen to you, please. However, at this moment, the whole building suddenly lost power, which scared the nervous Zilei instantly. Did it trip? It shouldn't be a power outage. There is no power outage notice. Muttering to himself, Zilei left his seat. Suppose someone was caught, and the other party figured out my location through torture, then I must have been caught, and that broken security door would definitely not be able to stop the expert. However, the person did not come, so they should not have been caught, but were in some kind of stalemate with the target. Without electricity, he could do nothing. In any case, the power must be restored as soon as possible. After 12 o'clock, the server should have been reset. If you want to provide support for them, you have to hack into the server again as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Zilei left the room. Squeak. Gently opened the security door, looked vigilantly at the dark corridor, and saw that there was no one. Zilei breathed a sigh of relief. Are you suspicious? Yes. If the other party had already figured out my location, why would they play the trick of cutting off the power to alert the enemy? However, what he didn't know was that in the not too distant future, there was a device that could determine the two-dimensional coordinates of communication signals, which was also one of the common equipment of future snipers. In the future, there may be relevant countermeasures, but in modern times, for Asia, locating the coordinates of the communicator on the map is as easy as breathing. The evening breeze made him feel a little cold. The boy stretched out his pale hand to tighten the zipper of his sportswear, hiding his whole face in the shadow of the hood. It's already autumn. Is it time to buy Ziling a thicker piece of clothing? Thinking of his sister, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Although most people's first reaction to seeing him is gloomy, only she is not. Like an angel. Yes, that's right. I, Zilei, am a sister control. What's wrong with sister control? He shouted in his heart like a catharsis, and this excitement somewhat dispelled his fear of darkness in his heart. After going downstairs, he walked towards the distribution box with ease. After opening the distribution box, he was suddenly stunned. Something is wrong. He has seen the situation of tripping, but he has never seen the tripping burn the electric meter. Are you the mastermind behind the scenes? A slow voice floated from behind. Zilei turned his head suddenly and saw a young man standing there with his hands in his pockets, looking at him with interest. Your left foot took a half step back. I guess you want to escape, but I advise you not to do so. Jiang Chen sighed. His thoughts were exposed, but Zilei calmed down and stared at Jiang Chen. Have you caught Xiaoan and her friends? You can say that. My bodyguard's evaluation of you is that your ideas are good, but your methods are amateurish. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, is this your first time doing this? Zilei did not answer. His mind was turning quickly, desperately thinking about how to get out. What is the purpose of breaking into my villa? If you don't answer, I will assume it is murder. Believe me, I have enough money to convince the judge to agree with my idea. Kidnap, get the server key, Zilei said with difficulty. It seems that the threat worked. His face was very pale, and he looked like a dead otaku who had not been out for a long time. He was more than 1.6 meters tall and thin. He looked like a teenager. He couldn't understand why this plain-faced teenager wanted to kidnap him. For money? Or for some other purpose? I don't want to use truth serum on a minor, as it will have some uncontrollable effects on your underdeveloped brain. Jiang Chen teased, but his tone became colder and colder. Are you Jiang Chen? Zilei suddenly asked. Jiang Chen shrugged. Did you just find out? I suggest you answer my questions quickly, before I get violent. Sighing, Zilei confessed, it was Black Tiger who instructed me. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, but did not immediately believe his words. Who is Black Tiger? Zilei smiled bitterly. I don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't be manipulated by him. Chapter 165. I can give you a chance. For the safety of your friend, I have to invite you to go with me. Jiang Chen said in an unquestionable tone, since he couldn't get anything out of him by staying outside. Zilei's eyes struggled for a moment, and finally his shoulders relaxed. Can I go with you? Can you give me 10 minutes? That depends on what you plan to do with these 10 minutes. After taking a deep breath, Zilei said, don't worry, it's just a note. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen did not refuse his request and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing Jiang Chen agreed, the boy was obviously relieved and turned to walk upstairs. Following the boy upstairs, Jiang Chen's hand was always in his pocket, holding the 11 type tactical pistol. However, the boy did not play any tricks. He took out the key normally, then opened the old anti-theft door, walked in without saying a word, and then turned into the room closest to the door. Zilei took out his mobile phone and turned on the flashlight function, and the small room instantly became bright. 4 computer cases, 2 display screens, and intricately entangled wires connected to unknown electronic devices. You did it? Jiang Chen asked, slightly surprised. Yeah. Zilei seemed unwilling to say more on this issue, and simply answered. The young man fumbled on the table for a while, and took out an MP3. This kind of thing that is out of touch with the times is rare. It seems that the recording function is turned on. He put the MP3 to his mouth and spoke. Lingling, I'm sorry, brother has to go to a very far place. Although it may be a bit shameless to say this, but still, please forgive me, this irresponsible brother. Are you telling your last words? Jiang Chen smiled. Ignoring Jiang Chen, Zilei took a deep breath and continued to tell a lot of things, such as take care of yourself and bank card password. Is it over? Jiang Chen asked. Although he sympathized, Jiang Chen did not intend to let him go. Since he has done this, he should be prepared to be exposed. Zilei nodded, looked at Jiang Chen seriously and said, it's over. My sister is blind. I hope you can let her go. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of hurting innocent people. Without saying anything else, Zilei followed Jiang Chen into the car and was taken to the villa. The power outage caused quite a commotion in the community, especially after it was confirmed that it was a human factor. The security guards went door to door to confirm the safety of each household owner, but were surprised to find that no thieves had entered any house. But no matter what, it is a good thing that no one suffered losses. After all, the people living here are either rich or noble. If something really happened, it would be a big loss to the reputation of Wanhu real estate. So, after a thorough investigation, the power outage was identified as an accident and was not reported to the police. The power supply has been restored. At the same time, in the basement of the villa, Aisha was holding her arms expressionlessly, looking coldly at the three people who were tied up and thrown on the ground. Looking at those cold eyes, Yan Xiaoan felt her whole body trembling. She had never been so scared before. Her skills, which she was so proud of, could not even withstand 2 moves in front of this girl. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from upstairs. The coldness in her eyes melted instantly. Yan Xiaoan swallowed her saliva and looked at the eyes that suddenly became gentle in disbelief. "You are back," Aisha greeted her. "Yeah." Jiang Chen rubbed her little head lovingly and then looked at the 3 people in the basement. "Aye, how did you?" Yan Xiaoan exclaimed. Obviously no one told him where he was. How could he be caught? He was caught. Zilei smiled bitterly and stretched out his hands to Jiang Chen consciously. "Tie him up." Glancing at him, Jiang Chen signaled Aisha to handcuff him, then looked at the 4 people in the basement and smiled. "Very good. Since all the mice have been caught, let's solve the problem at once." As he said, Jiang Chen took out a shot of truth serum from his pocket, handed it to Aisha, and then stared at Zilei. "I ask one question, and you answer one. If I sense that you are lying, I will directly use the truth serum." The interrogation began, and Zilei confessed everything Jiang Chen asked without any resistance. First of all, the identities of the 4 people. A veteran, an unemployed military fan, a female college student studying at a sports school, and Zilei, a high school dropout and otaku hacker. Zilei is quite capable, nicknamed Bluebird, and the 3rd-ranked master in the Chinese Hacker Alliance. The most impressive achievement is that he hacked into the server of the Supreme Court of Japan 2 years ago and raised the national flag on its official website. He usually makes a living by completing the commissions of his employers and collecting commissions. Because of a mistake, his identity information was obtained by a colleague named Black Tiger, which directly led to the end of his hacker career, and he has since become a money-making tool for Black Tiger. The commissions he accepted have gradually deviated from the legal framework. He was not afraid of going to jail, but what he couldn't let go of was his blind sister. If Heli who leaked his information, he would definitely be sentenced to more than 10 years. He couldn't imagine how his sister would live without him. After a struggle, he finally made a desperate decision and planned and carried out the kidnapping with his 3 friends. Then it failed. "You guys are quite loyal. You agreed to help kidnap? Would you kill someone if I asked you to?" Jiang Chen looked at the 3 people with a smile. Zhang Chao shrank his neck in fear of Jiang Chen's gaze, but Lu Dao looked quite calm. Then Jiang Chen looked at the female college student named Yan Xiaoyan. "What about you? Seeing your boyfriend in trouble, you are willing to go to jail?" Yan Xiaoyan blushed and was about to argue that she was just his childhood sweetheart, but Zilei spoke first. "I have explained everything I should have explained. I'm willing to take all the responsibility. Just ask you to let my friend go." After saying that, Zilei slowly lowered his head and knelt on the ground. Everyone held their breath. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoan was anxious to speak up to excuse him, but suddenly realized that she did not seem to have an excuse to excuse him, including herself. They were all criminals. Jiang Chen looked down at Zilei expressionlessly. "Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me?" "No." Zilei lowered his head. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. "Although this ridiculous fuss did not cause me any substantial losses, it does not mean that I will generously let you go. But considering that you are also coerced, I can give you a chance. I'm willing to accept it. Just ask you to let my friend go." "Alay." Yan Xiaoan looked at Zilei, tears flashing in her eyes. "Oh, you agreed without asking what it is. I will agree to anything. This is my trouble. I don't want to implicate my friend." Zilei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Since you have agreed, it will be easy. When the matter is over, your friend can leave. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued in a relaxed tone. How do you usually contact Black Tiger? Cell phone. Chapter 166. Following the clues. Black Tiger, whose real name is Zhang Hao, is a senior member of the Chinese Hacker Alliance. His hacking skills are not outstanding. However, by chance, he accidentally hacked into the personal computer of the famous Bluebird and collected some incredible intelligence. When Zilei found out, it was too late. Zhang Hao had already archived the data and unplugged the network cable. This is the most rogue approach, but also the most effective approach. No matter how good your computer skills are, you can't do anything if others don't connect to the internet. From then on, he reached the peak of life. With the identity information of the third-ranked master of the Chinese Hacker Alliance, he used it as a handle to coerce him to help him complete the difficult commission and then collect the generous commission. Not long ago, he received a business. The commission of 5 million RMB. The employer's requirement was to hack into the server of New Era, delete its user information, and delete the game data in the server 5 million. This is enough to live for half a lifetime. Hey, whose eyes instantly turned red. He immediately accepted the commission without hesitation, and then threw it to Zilei's hand, threatening him to complete the commission. As for whether Zilei was capable of completing the commission, He who had no doubts. In his opinion, how could someone who could hack into the server of the Supreme Court for several days not be able to deal with the server of a private enterprise? Unfortunately, Zilei was really helpless this time. Forced to do so, Zilei had to choose to take risks. It was precisely because of this that Zilei caused him a lot of trouble. In the early morning, it was the ringing of the mobile phone that woke He from his sweet dream. He answered the phone in a daze. Hello. Beep. The phone was hung up. He was stunned, looked at the phone in confusion, and then ignored it and continued to sleep. What he didn't know was that at the moment he answered the phone just now, his two-dimensional coordinate information had been marked on the map. The man named He who was also in Wanghai City, which saved Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. Driving on the highway, Jiang Chen raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at the red dot on the car GPS. Sitting in the co-pilot seat was Aisha, who was closing her long eyelashes and resting her eyes. Sitting in the back seat was Zilei, who had taken off his hood. His pale face was full of anxiety, and he was wearing an electronic collar around his neck. You are about to meet your enemy. How do you feel? Jiang Chen asked casually, holding the steering wheel. If possible, I want to punch him. Zilei muttered softly. Haha, there will be a chance. Jiang Chen laughed. Yan Xiaoan and others were still locked up in the basement of the villa, and they could not be let go until the matter was completely over. As for Zilei, he had reached an agreement with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen let his friend go, and in exchange, he would work for Jiang Chen in the next 10 years. It just so happened that Jiang Chen was short of a talent who was good at electronic warfare. Although Yao's computer skills were amazing, he could not bring them to the real world after all. 3 days later, Zilei will board a flight to Niger, and someone will pick him up there. In order to maximize his talents, he will receive military training for half a year and learn more advanced computer knowledge. The source of those high-end computer technologies is naturally from the electronic library of Wanghai City in the end of the world. How advanced this technology is, it is probably 10 years ahead of the current level. Although Jiang Chen doesn't understand, Yao will naturally help him sort it out. As for his sister Ziling, Jiang Chen will pay for her to go to Germany to receive the most advanced eye surgery. Speaking of which, I think you look like the male protagonist in the novel. Jiang Chen glanced at Zilei through the rearview mirror and teased. Huh. Zilei looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Both parents are busy, and there is a sister and a house. My parents are not busy, they died a long time ago. This joke is not funny. The boy's eyes darkened. Ahem, sorry, how about another one? Let me think. Special Forces King, with special skills, returns to the city after 10 years. Actually, I think you are more like the male protagonist. Zilei interrupted Jiang Chen abruptly and said, really? Jiang Chen asked subconsciously, but then he was stunned. It really looks a bit like him. The target is not far from Minxing district. The three of them arrived at the destination in about an hour's drive. The 6-story apartment buildings are arranged in a square shape, and the monotonous and simple lawn looks like no one has maintained it for a long time. From any angle, this community is very ordinary. Because it was past working hours, there were not many people in the community at this time, so no one cast a curious look at the 3 people standing downstairs and looking up. If you only know the 2-dimensional coordinates, it is indeed impossible to determine the specific room, but Jiang Chen naturally has other ways to lock its location. Standing downstairs of the apartment building, Jiang Chen gestured to Aisha, who had already gone upstairs, and called He-Hu again. "Hello." A yawning male voice came from the other end of the phone. Aisha held the shielding device in her hand and started to go upstairs. "Hey, are you here to apply for an ID card? Give me 10. Are the ones you make reliable?" Jiang Chen asked her in a rush. "What?" He-Hu was dumbfounded and held the phone in confusion. "Applying for an ID card? Isn't your number written on the wall? I called you." Jiang Chen said nonsense seriously. Zilei, who was standing aside, frowned and turned his face away. "You are crazy." The voice was interrupted. At this moment, Aisha was holding the shielding device and standing at the door of 402. Jiang Chen hung up the phone very simply, greeted Zilei, and then walked upstairs. "Go up and knock on the door." Jiang Chen patted Zilei on the shoulder and said with a smile. After hesitating for a moment, Zilei walked up and knocked on the door gently. "Who is it?" Along with the greeting, footsteps gradually approached, and soon the door creaked open. A 30-year-old man with messy hair stuck his head out of the door. His unshaven face looked very sloppy, and his sleepy eyes showed that he was still asleep. He was holding a mobile phone in his right hand. When he saw Zilei's face clearly, his expression changed instantly. "It seems to be him." Jiang Chen shrugged. "I didn't expect that." The nickname Black Tiger sounded quite domineering, but the man looked so wretched and mean. Black Tiger wanted to close the door immediately, but Zilei had already put one foot in and raised his right hand at the same time. This punch hit Black Tiger's nose hard, knocking him back and hitting the shoe cabinet with a bang. "You, what are you doing? No, how did you find this place?" Black Tiger looked at the angry boy who was riding on him in panic. "Fuck you." Venting the anger in his chest, Zilei punched the hateful face again. He stretched out his hands to parry, but Zilei had already occupied the geographical advantage. The punches from top to bottom made He-Hu unable to fight back at all, and he could only passively resist the attack. Panting, Zilei gritted his teeth and raised his hand again. However, this hand was held by Jiang Chen. "Enough. If you hit me again, I will die." Hearing this, Zilei looked at the dying He-Hu and stopped. Jiang Chen sighed while looking at the bruised and battered He-Hu in silence. "Forget it, we can't interrogate him after he's been beaten like this, so let's just use the drug." He-Hu didn't see Jiang Chen's face, which saved him a lot of trouble. Although the truth serum would cause him to lose some of his memory, Jiang Chen didn't intend to take this uncertain risk. Aisha, who came in last, closed the door and helped Jiang Chen drag He-Hu to the living room, then tied him up and sat him on a chair, and then took out the truth serum. After about a minute, the 30-year-old uncle rolled his eyes and stared blankly in front of him. It can be seen that the drug worked. Looking at He-Hu's appearance, Zilei swallowed his saliva. Thinking that the thing was almost used on him, he shuddered. "Name: Zhang Hao." He spoke like a zombie. "Age: 32. "Who commissioned you?" "I don't know. I registered on the intermediary website. After applying for the task, the commission content will be sent directly to my email." "What is your email account and password?" He-Hu read out his email password without resistance. Then, Jiang Chen ignored He-Hu and turned to look at Zilei, smiling. "Your first task is here. The email account and password are known, and the equipment used to receive the task is also here. I need to know who the client is." Hearing this, Zilei smiled bitterly and shook his head. "This is impossible. Since you contacted the employer through the intermediary website, the commission email should also be sent by the intermediary website. Then you hacked into the server of the intermediary website and dug out the employer through their backend." Zilei was stunned for a moment, looking at the serious expression on Jiang Chen's face, and then took a deep breath. It's crazy. Hacking into the server of the intermediary website commissioned by hackers. I'll try. Go ahead and try it boldly. Anyway, someone will take the blame. Jiang Chen glanced at Heihu who was sitting on the stool and smiled happily. When passing by Heihu, Zilei stopped and asked in a low voice, "Where did you put the evidence used to threaten King Nero?" "On the computer, and the USB flash drive on the second shelf of the bookcase." After getting the answer he wanted, Zilei walked into Heihu's room quickly and soon found the USB flash drive that Heihu mentioned in the bookcase. He threw it on the ground without any hesitation, crushing the nightmare that had been threatening him for a long time. Then he found Heihu's personal computer. Although it was not easy to use the unfamiliar equipment, it was not a big deal for a hacker of his level. He turned it on skillfully and started typing on the keyboard. Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, yawned out of boredom, took out his mobile phone, and happened to see the message sent by Liu. "How long have you not come to play with me? Did you put it aside for play?" Jiang Chen imagined a resentful expression in his mind, smiled, and poked his fingers on the screen quickly. "Miss me?" But this girl's reply speed is still so astonishing. "I've been busy lately, so I went abroad." Pat your head. "I'm very busy at work. Do you need me to reward you?" _carrot. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile as he looked at the cute images. She's cute, warms the bed, and is sensible, and knows her limits. Although she's not a woman suitable for marriage, she's impeccable as a lover. After returning from Wanghei University last time, Jiang Chen helped her pay the penalty for breach of contract, and she's been free ever since, and also unemployed. Speaking of which, although he raped her, it seems that he never fulfilled the promise of the movie. "I'm going to go to the Panu Islands for a vacation in a while. Will you come? I want sweat." Jiang Chen held his forehead and was about to reply, but Zilei came out of the room. "I've checked it out. Here are the employer's mobile phone number and email address. According to various signs, the employer is Lingayu Technology." Lingayu Technology? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. "Well, it's time to get rid of this trouble." Chapter 167, Vicious Incident and Aftermath. 2015. This day was destined to be an extraordinary day for Lingayu Technology. "What on earth is going on? Tell me what's going on." Ling Zhongshan grabbed Qian Haiming's collar fiercely and asked with red eyes. Qian Haiming's mouth twitched and he couldn't say a word. "Boss, you calm down first. Our technicians are repairing the server. I have just reported the case to the police." Director Lee said that he will do it as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Pushing Qian Haiming away, Ling Zhongshan panted, holding the desk with one hand and trembling with the other hand, opened the drawer and took out his heart medicine from it. His trembling fingers failed to twist the bottle cap several times. After finally shaking a few pills into his hands, Ling Zhongshan stuffed the medicine into his mouth, then picked up the teacup and took a sip of water. He closed his eyes and panted for a long time before opening his eyes. His excited emotions seemed to have calmed down a little. Seeing that his boss was no longer angry, Qian Haiming, who was standing aside and dared not speak, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he looked up, he was surprised to find that his respected boss was gone. Instead, there was only an old man with a pale face and no words. Early in the morning, many players of I Call ATM and Dota Epic have logged into the game one after another, habitually preparing to complete daily tasks. However, when they logged into their accounts, they were shocked and angry to find that their accounts had been washed to level 0, and those gold coins, equipment, and diamonds exchanged for e-charge, all gone. In this regard, the official website's explanation was just a hastily published notice. In the early hours of last night, the server was maliciously attacked by hackers. At present, the staff is working hard to restore the lost user data and upgrade the security system. Lingayu Technology is deeply sorry for the inconvenience caused to all users. Deeply sorry. Angry players almost bombarded Lingayu Technology's service phone. The state of the manual customer service at this moment was almost one call hung up and another call came immediately. The manual customer service had no way to deal with the players' complaints. After all, they were not responsible for the operation. They could only answer the players' confusion according to the regulations, persuade the players to stay calm, and persuade the staff to handle the problem, and ask them to be patient. However, this was useless. For tens of millions of angry players, the manual customer service of only 100 people was just a drop in the bucket. The angry players saw that the problem could not be solved, and the phone was frequently busy, so they called 315 directly to complain about Lingayu Technology's infringement. After all, they bought the diamonds with money and spent time to level up, but now they are all gone. Such complaints are naturally not painful for Lingayu Technology. After all, a clause was attached to the contract when registering the account, and the final right of interpretation of this agreement belongs to the operator. In addition, Chinese laws are also ambiguous in protecting virtual property, and there are few cases where players sue online game companies and win. However, the negative impact of the loss of user data is difficult to erase. The official forum was overwhelmed by the players who were madly flooding in to file complaints. The moderators had to raise the threshold for speaking and then ban the players. However, this not only failed to control the situation, but also caused the players who had nowhere to vent their anger to spread the war to other platforms. The major BBS and forums were in chaos, and several righteous condemnation posts were instantly covered by thousands of posts. Under the leadership of the Rhythm Party, all the posts roughly unified the caliber and launched verbal attacks on the black-hearted operators in the name of the Holy Spirit. Defend rights. Everyone selectively forgot that Lingayu Technology was also a victim, and the real loss was caused by the hacker who invaded the server. As for why it developed like this, it was naturally the credit of the Water Army. Just lead a wave of rhythm when the war just broke out, and there would be no suspense in the next battle. Lingayu Technology not only lost in technology, but also in public opinion. After the players who felt that their rights were being infringed, they found that the operator did not compensate for their losses. The promised 1,000 diamonds for all players could not make up for the losses of those players who recharged 2,000 diamonds. The inaction of the operator's technical department and the perfunctory customer service were interpreted as arrogance. Players were disappointed and angry, and seeing that voting with their hands was useless, they chose to vote with their feet. The abuse and condemnation are over, because they have completely given up on this game, and turned to better mobile games. There are obviously better games, and what can make them stick to this game that is about to be eliminated is nothing more than the sentiment and the difficulty of giving up the time and money they have invested. However, sentiment can be consumed, and the attitude and response speed of the operator undoubtedly broke the hearts of all the players who stick to it. Seeing that the account you have worked hard to train is washed away is more painful than the game being completely closed. According to statistics, the result of this data loss incident is that the server operated by Lingayu Technology lost 89% of its users. Although the servers operated by other cooperative platforms were not attacked by hackers, they were also affected by the chain effect and generally experienced a large number of user losses. It seemed that Lingayu Technology, which once created a legend in the mobile game industry, collapsed overnight. At the same time, Future People Technology, which had just arrived, was rising rapidly with its epoch-making masterpiece, New Era. It seemed that it had anticipated the current scene. Doesn't the term New Era foreshadow the end of the old era? In the waiting room of Wanhei International Airport. Come back early. Yan Xiaoen's eyes were misty. She bit her lower lip lightly and stared into the boy's eyes. Yeah. Definitely. Zilei's cheeks were a little hot when he was looked at by her so straightforward gaze. Zhang Chao hooked his neck and said with a wicked smile, "Of course, you kid. When did you get together with Xiaoen? She is so violent." The murderous gaze shot over, and Zhang Chao shrank back with a smile. "Sister, I was wrong." Ziling stood timidly behind Zilei, holding her brother's hand. This was her first time on a plane, even though she had never seen what a plane looked like. As if sensing his sister's uneasiness, Zilei gently squeezed her little hand. On that face that had become pale due to not seeing the sun for many years, there was a touch of tenderness that didn't quite match the face. "Don't worry, your brother's promise to you will be fulfilled soon." With his head lowered, his face was full of blush. Although Ziling had a lot to say to her brother, in the end she could only squeeze out this one word weakly. "Yeah." With a comforting smile, Zilei reached out and touched his sister's head. Unknown to him, Lu Da, who had stood beside him, and patted his shoulder. Take care. Yeah. Zilei looked at this calm and taciturn friend and nodded solemnly. Looking at the four people saying goodbye from afar, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sighed in a mature manner. It's good to be young. Aisha, who was standing beside him, tilted her head, and a confused expression appeared on her cold face. The farewell with friends seemed to be over. Holding his sister's hand, Zilei took a deep breath and walked towards Jiang Chen. Are you ready? Jiang Chen smiled casually. Although this young man had planned a conspiracy against him, he unexpectedly didn't hate him. Maybe it was because he didn't suffer any substantial losses, or maybe he just thought he was not a bad person. The person who really deserved to be punished had been punished, and he was just coerced. Yeah. Zilei nodded, looked at him solemnly, bowed deeply and said, thank you. You're welcome. You can think of it as an equal exchange. Jiang Chen pointed to the electronic collar on his neck and said with a smile, although it is an electronic collar, it is not the kind of ring column as thick as a thumb, but just a thin layer of silicon. Wearing it does not make people feel uncomfortable, and it can easily pass through security checks. In general, it is a very convenient thing. Ziling looked in the direction of her brother curiously, and then looked at Jiang Chen curiously. Then a gentle smile appeared on her childish face. She also bowed cutely, and said in a baby voice. Zizi. Jiang Chen noticed that her pupils were very light, as if covered with a layer of grey mist. Even if you can't see, can you still bloom such a healing smile? You're welcome. Jiang Chen squatted down, and said with a smile. Noticing that Zilei was staring at him intently, he was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. I say, you are not a sister con, are you? Jiang Chen stood up, and patted the boy's thin shoulder, grinning. The boy didn't answer, blushing and looking away. Ziling tilted her head, and pulled Zilei's hand in confusion. At her age, she didn't understand the meaning of the term sister con. Okay, go ahead and do it. Exercise outside, get a tan, and look more sunny. Jiang Chen patted the boy's back vigorously, then smiled. When you arrive in Niger, someone will pick you up at the airport gate. You can call him Uncle Ivan, and he will be responsible for training you to be like a man. What do you mean by like? Jiang Chen ignored Zilei's protest and interrupted him directly, and then said, you and your sister will stay in Niger for a day, and then your sister will be accompanied by a senior nurse to take a plane to Charité Hospital in Germany to receive the most advanced treatment. Okay, don't dawdle, hurry up. Thank you. Don't waste time, hurry up and get on the plane. Looking at the backs of the brother and sister going away, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. What's wrong, Aisha? Do you have any questions? Noticing the confusion in Aisha's eyes, Jiang Chen rubbed her hair lovingly. With her cheeks slightly red, she hesitated for a moment. Then Aisha asked, they are obviously your enemies. Why did you let them go and help them? Not all enemies are real enemies. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the brother and sister who were boarding the plane from a distance, leaving an ambiguous sentence. Aisha tilted her head, not understanding the deep meaning of this sentence. After a slight pause, Jiang Chen took out his phone and called Zia Xiaoyu. Let the people in the legal department prepare. We are going to change the headquarters. When he said this, he smiled brightly. For real enemies, he would never show mercy. Chapter 168. You should thank me. It has been 15 days since the Lingayu technology data loss incident that shocked the domestic mobile game industry, but this earthquake in the industry has not yet completely subsided. The perpetrator's behavior was extremely bad and left no room for maneuver. No matter how the staff of Lingayu Technology tried to rescue, they could not recover the lost user information. According to industry insiders, the direct economic losses suffered by Lingayu Technology for this were as high as RMB 1.4 billion, and the indirect losses were even more difficult to estimate. In any case, this brand that has been in business for several years and has a good reputation among players has been ruined. Even if Lingayu Technology tried to transform to the direction of main game development by separating the operation of games from its business, it was still in vain. The reason is simple. As long as they see that it comes from Lingayu Technology, no matter how good the game is, players will not buy it. If players don't buy it, which operator dares to take over? The data is lost. As soon as it is lost, even if you are a victim, why didn't other people's servers get killed, but yours was killed? Can't you spend some money to improve the safety factor of the server? In short, once this hat is put on your head, it can never be taken off. Even 361 Company, a long-term partner of Lingayu Technology, has maintained a cautious attitude towards its new games. This vicious internet crime incident not only shocked the industry, but also spread to other levels. Angry netizens obviously made a big fuss. When the incident in the circle escalated into a social incident, the relevant departments had to respond to it. Internet security was once again put on the table. First, Renren Daily gave a headline, severely criticizing the illegal behavior of ignoring the law and maliciously using hacking technology. At the same time, it stated that the relevant departments were meeting and discussing the improvement of the law. At the same time, the investigation and arrest of criminals were also in full swing. A special task force composed of network security experts was quickly established. The attacker's IP was quickly locked, and even after multiple layers of hiding, it still could not escape the tracking of professionals. No matter how smart the hacker is, as long as he comes, he will definitely leave clues. Zhang Hao, also known as Black Tiger, was quickly arrested. Although he was confused and said he didn't know, he still couldn't excuse his illegal behavior. The computer used in the crime was searched out of his bedroom, and the man was caught red-handed. Zhang Hao, with a pale face, was panicked and immediately revealed the transaction with Ling Zhongshan and the matter of Zilei. He insisted that this was a frame-up, and it must have been done by Zilei. He was the third-ranked bluebird in the Hacker Alliance, and only he had the ability to hack into the server of Lingayu Technology. But it was useless. He couldn't produce any evidence. When he found that the USB flash drive in the bookcase had disappeared, and the evidence stored in the computer had disappeared, Zhang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Because Zilei had left the country, the reason was to take his sister to Germany for medical treatment. Although the source of his medical funds is a mystery, this is not enough to constitute a crime. There was no change in the funds in Zilei's account, but there was a confidential overseas account that bought his air ticket and paid for his medical expenses. Although this behavior seems a bit mysterious, it is obviously not enough to be evidence. After a series of evidence collection and investigation, the case officers did not find any connection between this case and Zilei, but they did find a lot of interesting things. A few days ago, Zhang Hao had an illegal transaction with Ling Zhongshan to attack the server of Future Technology. However, the commission was cancelled, and it was Zhang Hao who took the initiative to apply for termination of the commission on the grounds that the reward was too low. Of course, he did not have this memory. The reason was also very simple, because it was Zilei who used his computer to log into his account and cancelled the commission. The case was settled. The perpetrator Zhang Hao, because of a labor capital dispute with Lingayu Technology's president Ling Zhongshan, terminated the contract and at the same time held a grudge against him, so he used hacking technology to hack into Lingayu Technology's server and permanently destroyed its user data, causing inestimable huge economic losses to Lingayu Technology. In view of its bad social impact and the huge amount involved in the case, the court sentenced Zhang Hao to life imprisonment at first instance. Zhang Hao appealed, but the High Court directly rejected his appeal and upheld the original verdict. As for Ling Zhongshan, although there were illegal acts, he was not punished because it was an attempt and the severity of the circumstances was difficult to define. However, the matter did not end there. The news that Ling Zhongshan hired hackers to attack the server of Future Technology was soon exposed on the internet by interested people. Ling Zhongshan's identity instantly changed from a victim to a villain who shot himself in the foot. Netizens who were originally sympathetic to him and defended Lingayu Technology also turned from fans to black and joined the new round of verbal attacks against Lingayu Technology. Of course, there are also a small number of voices saying that this is likely to be a conspiracy of Future Technology because they are the biggest beneficiaries of the collapse of Lingayu Technology, the old boss of the mobile game industry. However, these voices were quickly labeled as conspiracy theories and drowned in the ocean of verbal wars. Does Future Technology still need to rely on discrediting its opponents? Are those garbage games of Lingayu technology worthy of being compared with New Era? It's interesting that those who stood up to defend the reputation of future technology are the fans who once supported Dota Epic and My Name is ATM. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. When they were extremely disappointed with Lingayu technology, they tried Futureman Technology's New Era out of boredom, and instantly felt that the game they had been sticking to was a pile of shit. As a result, Futureman Technology successfully took over those users who originally belonged to Lingayu technology. The number of registered users exceeded 50 million in one fell swoop, and the estimated monthly turnover exceeded 400 million, setting 2 records in the history of mobile games. Its dominant position is unshakable. The front battlefield has been decided, but the war has not stopped. Affected by the successive scandals and the sharp decline in performance, Lingayu Technology's stock price has topped the monthly decline list with a continuous decline of 10 limit downs, becoming the worst listed company on the gem after the stock market crash in June. The total market value has been cut by nearly 70%, falling below 1.5 billion. In order to avoid touching the liquidation warning line of equity pledge, Lingayu Technology had to add pledged assets and mortgage the Lingayu Technology building, which was about to be completed, to the bank at a value of 530 million yuan, which barely stopped the downward momentum. With profits interrupted and liabilities exceeding assets, it can be said that Lingayu Technology has been pushed to the point of desperation. However, at this time, Future Technology began to take action. First of all, Future Technology issued an announcement on its official website, officially responding to public opinion, strongly condemning Lingayu Technology's largest shareholder Ling Zongshan's illegal behavior against Future Technology, and sent a lawyer's letter to Ling Zongshan. Future Technology is going to take Lingayu Technology to court. It doesn't matter whether the lawsuit can be won or not. For the prospects of Lingayu Technology, investors can be said to be completely desperate. The next day, Lingayu Technology was once again sealed at the limit down board. 4 days later, Lingayu Technology closed with a market value of 980 million. In just 4 days, Lingayu Technology lost a building. In order not to touch the forced liquidation warning line, Ling Zongshan had to add more pledged assets to the bank. This time, he was betting on 33% of his equity. He had to do this. If he did not add more pledged assets, the company would be declared bankrupt due to forced liquidation. By then, he will not only lose everything, but also bear a debt of no less than 300 million. Because the Lingayu Technology building, which cost 870 million, and is about to be completed, was built with money borrowed from the bank. The development and promotion of new games have eaten up most of the profits, but at present, these investments have gone down the drain. The lawyer's letter is like a declaration of war, which only ignites the prelude to the war. At the same time that Lingayu Technology set a record for the largest monthly decline, Jiang Chen, the major shareholder of Future Technology, also began to increase his holdings of Lingayu Technology in the secondary market, becoming the largest shareholder of Lingayu Technology with a 37% shareholding ratio. Because the increase was completed without raising a placard, Jiang Chen was fined 600,000 yuan by a certain regulatory commission for illegal transactions. However, compared with the 390 million yuan profit he made from shorting Lingayu Technology, this level of punishment is just a drizzle for Jiang Chen. With this, Lingayu Technology changed hands completely. Lingayu Technology building has not yet been renovated, but at the request of the new chairman, a special meeting room was specially arranged, with a long table and a row of chairs. Also at the request of the new chairman, a special board meeting was held here. As for the identity of the chairman, it was naturally Jiang Chen. Every shareholder had a gloomy face. Oh no, to be precise, except for the person sitting in the first seat, everyone's face was gloomy. Leaning on the boss chair, Jiang Chen smiled and glanced at the shareholders of Lingayu Technology. In addition to the grey-haired Ling Zongshan, he was surprised to see an acquaintance. Noticing Jiang Chen's sight, Zhang Jianfeng smiled at him friendly. Why is he here? Jiang Chen still has some impression of Zhang Jianfeng. He once attended the negotiations with Future Technology as a representative of 361 company. Although the negotiations ended without any results, Jiang Chen still had a high opinion of this talent. Could it be that 361 company wants to get involved? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, but his expression did not change at all. He still maintained a warm smile and spoke. Everyone, I think you should thank me. Thank you for your paralysis. All shareholders could not help but curse in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. As for why, because if I hadn't increased my holdings in your company, which slowed down the decline of Lingayu Technology, the stocks in your hands would have become a piece of waste paper. Jiang Chen shrugged and smiled. Ling Zhongshan slowly looked over, and his old face could no longer see the vigor and vitality of the past. He once aspired to become the Steve Jobs of the mobile game industry, but at this moment, there was only a deep fatigue in his turbid eyes. I'm the fish and others are the butchers. The dry lips opened and closed, squeezing out such a hateful word. If I had known this would happen, I would not have done it in the first place. Jiang Chen responded uprightly. Ling Zhongshan was speechless when he heard it, and said nothing more. He just stared at the documents on the desk, as if he had fallen into dementia. Proposal on the asset restructuring of Lingayu Technology ahem. Considering that our company has been doing badly recently, as the chairman, I think I should do something. After a pause, Jiang Chen looked at the people who were holding their breath, and a smile flashed across his face. However, his next sentence made the mood of all the shareholders present fall to the bottom in an instant. Yes, we are in urgent need of asset restructuring. So first of all, I plan to sell the building. As for who to sell it to, is there any need to ask? It's just a transfer from one hand to the other. It's time for Future Man Technology to change its headquarters to one that matches its status. Chapter 169. Divide this market. This is impossible. You can't do this. Mr. Jiang Chen, please don't bring personal grudges to the board of directors for discussion. I understand that you and former chairman Ling Zhongshan have. Is this called asset restructuring? This is naked plunder. Your proposal will not be passed. Even if you are the largest shareholder, Lingayu Technology will not allow you to mess around alone. Taking a sip of tea on the table, Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair leisurely, squinting his eyes at the furious shareholders. His eyes stayed on Ling Zhongshan's face for a moment, but the old man did not look at him, still staring at the documents on the table with a dead look. His heart was dead. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen cast his eyes on Zhang Jianfeng, the only one sitting there calmly. 361 holds 5% of Lingayu Technology's shares. Although the shareholding ratio is not high, it must have been acquired at a premium. This time Lingayu Technology plummeted. 361 company undoubtedly suffered a certain degree of loss. On the other hand, as a third-party cooperation platform, 361 operates the 361 server of Dota Epic under the authorization of Lingayu Technology. However, due to the recent permanent loss of user data in Lingayu Technology, although the Dota Epic 361 server did not lose data, it was also affected by this negative news. As a representative sent by 361 company, Jiang Chen was a little confused by Zhang Jianfeng's smiling face at the moment. What is 361 planning? But no matter what they are planning, Jiang Chen has made the final move on Lingayu Technology. Before voting, I hope you will think carefully. At present Lingayu Technology has fallen from the altar and become a loss-making enterprise. It is no exaggeration to say that it is facing the risk of delisting at the moment, but now I'm here. But if I leave again, you know what this means. After the board of directors ends, the temporary suspension will end in the afternoon. Whether it is a limit up or a limit down, it depends on your choice. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, everyone except Zhang Jianfeng looked as hen. Because of the convening of the board of directors, the temporary suspension of trading gave Lingayu Technology a chance to breathe. Jiang Chen's strong investment is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the investors of Lingayu Technology. If this is a signal that Futureman Technology is going to go public through backdoor listing, it will not be a dream for Lingayu Technology's stock price to rise by 10 consecutive daily limits after 10 daily limits. However, if the restructuring proposal fails and Jiang Chen reduces his holdings of Lingayu Technology's shares, it will undoubtedly make Lingayu Technology, which has already fallen into the abyss, even worse. When the stock is resumed in the afternoon, Ling Yu Technology will not be able to escape the fate of being blocked by the daily limit. It can be said that whether the stocks held by the shareholders present will become a piece of waste paper depends entirely on Jiang Chen's thoughts. At this time, someone stood up and threatened. 361 Company is also one of the shareholders. Even if you give up your shares, they will ahem. 361 Company fully supports the new chairman's proposal on this issue. If Chairman Jiang chooses to reduce his holdings, your company will also lose its investment value for us. 361. Zhang Jianfeng ruthlessly shattered the man's fantasy. Seeing that man sitting back in despair, Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Jianfeng unexpectedly, but did not say much. If there are no other opinions, then let's start voting. Jiang Chen announced this, while glancing at the people present with a smile. With this death knell announcement, all shareholders cast their votes in frustration. The proposal was passed without any suspense, and only Ling Zhongshan cast his vote against it in a desperate struggle. The results of the reorganization are as follows. First, Ling Yu Technology will be renamed Morning Wind Entertainment. Ling Yu Technology will sell the Ling Yu Technology building, which is about to be completed, for 600 million yuan to repay the debts it has incurred. Former chairman Ling Zhongshan will be expelled from the board of directors with more than 2/3 of the votes in favor according to the shareholder removal mechanism set by the company's articles of association due to major decision-making errors, and his shares will be forcibly transferred to other shareholders at the current market price. According to the distribution plan discussed, Jiang Chen's shareholding ratio will be changed to 40%, and 361's shareholding ratio will be changed to 21%, becoming the second largest shareholder of Ling Yu Technology. Everyone knows that Ling Zhongshan has suffered a huge loss, because once the reorganization is successful, the market value will not be a dream, but no one is willing to speak for him. Ling Zhongshan silently accepted the result, staggered from his seat, and left the office. Everything here had nothing to do with him anymore. He suddenly felt a little regretful, but what was the use of regretting at this moment? The business world is like a battlefield, and any mercy is fatal. After the marriage with Futureman Technology and 361 Company, Ling Yu Technology has a bright future. But what does it matter? All this has nothing to do with him. He ushered in the same ending as his idol Steve Jobs, leaving the company he founded. The only difference is that he has no chance to come back. Looking at the old man stumbling back, Jiang Chen's face showed a thoughtful expression. After the board meeting, all shareholders left, but Zhang Jianfeng stayed. As if he expected him to stay, Jiang Chen also did not leave, looking at him with a smile. "We meet again, Mr. Jiang." Zhang Jianfeng smiled and walked to Jiang Chen's side and stretched out his right hand. In less than 2 months, Futureman Technology has developed to the point where it can stand on equal footing with 361. Yes, I wonder what you think of my methods? Jiang Chen shook his hand, and after letting go, he smiled meaningfully. "It's cruel enough." Zhang Jianfeng gave a 2-word evaluation. Jiang Chen smiled and leaned back in his chair without responding. If Ling Zhongshan successfully destroyed the data on the future technology server, he would have done the same thing. Unfortunately, there is no F in reality. He is happy to take revenge and give his opponent a fatal blow with the force of thunder. He is worthy of being named a dictator by the BBC. "Mr. Zhang, you are too kind," Jiang Chen said modestly. "But don't you think that this is a little lack of consideration?" Zhang Jianfeng pulled a chair over and sat next to Jiang Chen and said in a casual tone, "Oh." Jiang Chen responded disapprovingly, "Did you do the server of Ling Yu Technology?" "No," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "The protection system was customized for him by our 361 company. That's a pity. Ling Zhongshan only bought insurance for the server, but not for the game data. You may have to pay a penalty for this." For the case of data loss, our company's technicians provided technical support to the police. Zhang Jianfeng said lightly. "Hasn't the hacker been caught?" Jiang Chen responded lightly. "There is a hacker named Zilei, who has had contact with Black Tiger." Zhang Jianfeng stared at Jiang Chen's eyes. "You are still bluffing as always, but you know it doesn't work on me." Jiang Chen picked up the teacup on the table, looked at him with a smile, and took a sip. "What a joke. Can you convict just by contact?" Delivery people have to have contact every day. Without evidence, everything is bullshit. The silence lasted for about half a minute. Mr. Jiang doesn't seem to care about the interests of Lingayu technology. Zhang Jianfeng suddenly changed the subject and glanced at the door. Do you think New Era needs to rely on Lingayu Technology's resources? We have already occupied the commanding heights of the market. Jiang Chen said in a relaxed tone and put down the teacup in his hand. The highlight is coming. Don't you want to consider cooperation? If we use the platform of 361 mobile assistant, the number of users of New Era will rise to a new height. New Era will not consider opening a third-party cooperation platform server for the time being. Jiang Chen refused calmly. Just kidding. Not to mention the core technologies such as cloud computing. Even if the game is handed over to you, the maintenance fee alone will make you lose money if the server, that has not been modified, is used as the host. However, Zhang Jianfeng did not feel discouraged by Jiang Chen's refusal. He smiled slightly and turned to throw out another proposal. Since Mr. Jiang is confident that he has occupied the market of large-scale mobile games, I wonder what you think of the downstream market? Even if there are high-quality large-scale mobile games, it definitely does not mean that short and sharp casual mobile games will lose their living space. Jiang Chen certainly considered making a few casual games like Angry Birds, Skating Adventure, Temple Escape, etc., but he has never succeeded. The reason is simple, because this type of game relies on creativity, not programming. Although the technology of the end of the world is impeccable, it has no place in these small casual games. Futureman Technology did not have talent reserves in game development, so the plan had to be abandoned. However, Zhang Jianfeng brought it up at this moment. What do you mean? Jiang Chen asked with interest. We can cooperate. Zhang Jianfeng crossed his fingers and looked into Jiang Chen's eyes sincerely. Lingayu Technology? No, it's Morning Wind Entertainment. Now it is a company jointly controlled by us, right? We can fully integrate its existing talent resources, set up a new project department, and focus on developing the downstream market. We will jointly promote it through the channels of 361 Mobile Assistant and Futureman 1.0. With the strength of our two companies, we can completely divide the entire mobile game market. At the end, Zhang Jianfeng said almost word by word. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. You selectively forgot about Beidou and Penguin? On the mobile side, our strength is not inferior to any of them. Maybe Mr. Jiang can be more confident in our alliance. Zhang Jianfeng said with a smile. But I don't plan to let go of this building. Jiang Chen glanced at the ceiling. Of course. As a trophy, it belongs to you, and the ending will not change. Zhang Jianfeng smiled and spread his hands. The building that cost 870 million to build was sold at a low price of 600 million. After all, they are the second largest shareholder of Morning Wind Technology. This 361 company is really willing to spend money. What about the employees of Morning Wind Entertainment? Jiang Chen said softly. He originally planned to lay off employees directly, but now it seems that there is no need to waste those talents. Work in the original office location? Or enter floor here? It's all up to you. Zhang Jianfeng smiled brightly because he knew that Jiang Chen was tempted. No one would refuse a cake that is delivered to their mouths, right? If you had shown a cooperative attitude earlier, we might have cooperated happily a long time ago. Jiang Chen suddenly smiled. But it's still not too late now, right? Zhang Jianfeng stood up with a smile and stretched out his right hand again. That's right. Because I think this market should be divided among us. Jiang Chen also stood up and shook his outstretched hand with a smile. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Preparations before the end of the world. That afternoon, Lingayu Technology issued an announcement. The board of directors approved the restructuring plan. Ling Zhongshan was removed from the board of directors, and the company was officially renamed Morning Wind Entertainment. It will remain suspended until the restructuring is completed. At the same time, Future Technology issued an announcement to withdraw the appeal. Such intensive good news is like a sweet rain, sprinkled on the hearts of every retail investor who was trapped. All holders cheered excitedly, and those who cut their meat at the bottom cried and regretted why they didn't hold on at the time. In short, these people almost regarded Jiang Chen as God. Future Technology and 361 company jointly hold shares. One was valued at billions of dollars by Wall Street analysts at the beginning of its establishment, and the other has been listed on Danix with a market value of tens of billions of dollars. There is really too much room for people's imagination. It's a great honor that Jiang Chen has made the headlines again. This young billionaire has once again entered people's sight. That charming smile and calm demeanor have touched the hearts of countless young girls and women. Well, in fact, they don't care about Jiang Chen's appearance. Being famous did not bring too much trouble to his life as imagined. Unlike the stars in the entertainment industry, most of his fans are very rational. Those green tea fans, or other fans who are eager to marry into a wealthy family will not rush to him like little bees, as that would be too cheap. They often pretend to be pure and weak, accidentally meet him under the company building, and inadvertently start a domineering president falls in love with me plot with him. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen is famous for rarely going to work in the company, and the community where he lives is not a place where random people can come and go at will. Their little calculations are destined to fail. In addition, some fans who are not so rational sent him love letters through the community guard and attached a selfie of pouting and staring at the screen at a 45-degree angle. At first, Jiang Chen was still very interested in opening the envelope, wanting to see how the beauties were conquered by his charm and how they bowed down to his genes. Don't doubt it, Jiang Chen never denied that he likes to be flattered by others. But he soon got bored. The contents of all the love letters were exactly the same, centering on "I want to give birth to a baby for you," and the two basic points of "Do you want to date?" and "Do you want to have sex?" Such straightforwardness made Jiang Chen, who was proud of his lack of moral integrity, feel a little shy. He casually threw the remaining letters to Aisha to deal with, and told the gatekeeper of the community to throw such letters directly into the trash can after receiving them in the future, and not to bother him with them again. After that, he stopped asking about it. It has to be said that the Chinese language is profound and extensive. Jiang Chen's so-called handling meant throwing away, but Aisha understood it as reviewing. Obviously misunderstanding Jiang Chen's meaning, she really wanted to choose a sister to serve her husband together, and patiently flipped through a few love letters. As a qualified wife, she would not be jealous of her husband's other partners. She would share with the sister very well, and serve her very docilely. Taking back her words, she also retreated. As a qualified wife, her intuition told her that these women had impure motives. In the end, these love letters still couldn't escape the fate of the shredder. It was already November. According to Miss Sun Jiao's description, there should be heavy snow in the end of the world at this time. But Wanghai City was still sunny and warm. Even in late autumn, there was still no chill here. To be honest, Jiang Chen had been lazy and didn't want to go back there more than once. After all, he was already a winner in life here. Luxury houses, luxury cars and beautiful women. Everything he had ever dreamed of was already obtained. And there was only danger over there. At this moment, he was lying comfortably by the private swimming pool, enjoying Aisha's lap pillow and the gentle ear cleaning. The side face was the soft touch of the girl's thighs, and the girl's body fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose. The hair that swept across the tip of his nose and cheeks from time to time plucked Jiang Chen's heartstrings, and the soft and warm breath brushed against his ears. In short, this feeling was really great. Yeah, I finished. Aisha smiled happily, leaned over and blew gently in Jiang Chen's ear, then put away the earpick. Hey, are you done? Keep cleaning for a while. Because it was so comfortable, Jiang Chen rarely acted willfully. But, it's already cleaned. It will hurt if you scrape it further. Aisha blushed and whispered, "No problem. Please scrape it." Faced with her husband's willful request, Aisha's pretty face was slightly hot, and she was a little embarrassed. Although satisfying her husband's needs is a duty of a qualified wife, but scraping with the ear pick again made amateur husband's external auditory canal In this case, she had to think of a best of both worlds idea. Then, can we use licking instead? Aisha suppressed her shyness and whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen, who was in a lazy state, obviously moved. Seeing that her husband seemed very interested, Aisha's cold and gentle face was covered with red clouds. Looking at the ears that had been cleaned, she opened her mouth slightly, then lowered her head with her cheeks flushed. The soft little snake, along with the warm airflow, gradually approached. But at this moment, the mobile phone on the beach table rang at an inopportune time, interrupting this charming atmosphere. Aisha blushed and moved away. It turned out that licking ears was too embarrassing. Jiang Chen was too embarrassed to pretend to be lazy anymore, so he had to get up to answer the phone. Hello, Jiang Chen said unhappily, after pressing the connect button. Huh, your tone is so fierce. Do you hate me? Liu Yao said pitifully. You ruined my good thing. Jiang Chen said viciously. After hearing this, Aisha, who was standing aside, blushed even more and lowered her head slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. Do you want me to compensate you? Liu Yao said excitedly. Ahem, what are you talking about all of a sudden? Oh no, it's shameful. Jiang Chen turned around calmly, with his back to Aisha. However, he did not expect that Aisha, with a blushing face, came over and stood in front of him. A gentle and shy smile flashed across her face, and she slowly squatted down, and her delicate hands reached out to the corner of his clothes on their own initiative. Ugh, what are you yelling about? Liu Yao asked curiously. Ahem, nothing. Well, if you have something to say, hurry up and say it. In short, Jiang Chen's condition was not good at the moment. It's actually nothing special. Recently, many media companies have sent me invitations to invite me to make movies. Since Jiang Chen accepted Liu Yao as his lover last time, Jiang Chen helped her pay the 1 million liquidated damages for the termination of the contract. So, Liu Yao has been unemployed at home since then. Why, you suddenly became popular. Because of you. Liu Yao said in a delicate voice. Me. Looking into the eyes that were staring at him from bottom to top, feeling the double stimulation of mind and body, Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air and almost couldn't hold it. Yes, don't you have a Weibo account? Because apart from those few people you initially followed, you only followed me, so, that. Liu Yao's voice was a little embarrassed, as if she was worried that Jiang Chen would be angry, so she said carefully, so everyone thought that I had a relationship with you. So, that, hiss. No, it's okay, I don't care about any scandals. Jiang Chen squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, and gently rubbed Aisha's slightly curly hair. As if feeling the warmth from his hands, the pair of blue eyes narrowed happily. In contrast, Jiang Chen was even more tired. Great. I was worried that you would hate me because of this. Liu Yao said happily. No. Then, can I make a movie? Don't worry. There will be no kissing scenes and, after all, she is now his lover. Liu Yao added for fear that Jiang Chen would be jealous. Yes. And that, the producer hopes to get your investment. Liu Yao said carefully. Approved. I love you the most. Muah by the way, when are we going to the Panu Islands for vacation? I heard that it's summer all year round there. Hey? Are you listening? Yes. No. Jiang Chen couldn't hold on any longer. Something's wrong. Liu Yao held the phone. Her eyes turned suspiciously, and suddenly she reached out to cover her mouth. You must be doing something bad. No. Yes. No, this voice can't be wrong. It must be. I always feel that this voice seems to be a little excited. Well, looking at those tender eyes, Jiang Chen was already happy and didn't want to lie to his body. Although life in this world is beautiful, he still has to go back to the end of the world. If you want to ask why, it's probably because of the bond. If there were no people who couldn't let go, he might really be too lazy to go back. The next morning, Jiang Chen went to the Xinjiang food processing factory. According to his instructions, Zheng Hongji opened a new warehouse in the backyard of the factory, which was specially used to store the leftover goods. The goods entering here would not go through any registration procedures. Although he didn't know the boss's intention, he didn't ask much. But he didn't come here to buy food this time. He had already prepared food for the winter. He went directly to Zheng Hongji and told him to arrange the export trade as soon as possible and then add production lines as soon as possible to expand production. The deep water port of the Panu Islands has been built and the next step of the island capture plan can be prepared. After handling all these trivial matters, Jiang Chen returned to the villa and began to travel. Chapter 171 Winter is coming. Rather than saying that winter is coming, it is better to say that winter has already arrived. The site is filled with a pure silver white color, and the entire swimming pool is buried in snow. The villa is covered with white snow, and the eaves and windows are hung with creepy icicles, like a castle standing in the north. Majestic and proud. However, Jiang Chen did not have the time to appreciate the artistic conception of his villa. At this moment, he was only wearing a thin shirt. When he first stepped into the apocalypse, he shivered involuntarily. This weather is too cold. Even with his physique, strengthened by genetic drugs, he could not bear it. Jiang Chen hugged his arms without saying a word and shivered as he ran into the villa from the backyard. Last time, he started the journey directly by the swimming pool for convenience, but he did not expect to suffer as soon as he came back this time. Unlike the cold outside, the villa is as warm as spring. The damaged walls and windows had been repaired by Sun Jiao a long time ago, and later they were repaired professionally. As long as the windows were closed, there was no need to be bothered by the whistling cold wind outside. However, he had just rushed into the villa and had not yet stood firm when he was thrown onto the sofa by Sun Jiao, who was also running. "You are finally back." The voice of this queen was quite resentful. "Well, a lot of things happened over there," Jiang Chen said apologetically. In fact, this was not entirely true. He was just enjoying it and was a little lazy. Sun Jiao seemed to have noticed something, but she didn't say anything. She just stared at his eyes with her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen, who was a little embarrassed by this fiery gaze, looked away, but found that Sun Jiao seemed to be holding something in her hand. Huh? What is this? Ah, that is. Somehow, Sun Jiao's face suddenly turned red, and her voice actually showed a rare panic. "Rug?" Jiang Chen asked tentatively. "It's a scarf. Idiot." Miss Sun Jiao was instantly furious when she heard that her masterpiece was slandered as a rag. Furious, Sun Jiao hit Jiang Chen's chest hard with her pink fist, then took out the scarf without saying a word and forcibly put it around his neck. "Ahem. Are you going to strangle me to death?" Although the soft touch was constantly squeezed on the chest due to the intense exercise, the restrained feeling on the neck really offset the pleasure. Don't move. Just bear with it." Sun Jiao blushed and said viciously. "Wait, why do I have to be patient when wearing a scarf so long-winded?" She was actually arrogant! Exclamation mark. After a lot of trouble, the scarf was finally hung crookedly on Jiang Chen's neck. Sun Jiao climbed up from Jiang Chen with a red face and looked aside subtly. "It's actually quite pretty. You should give it to me properly. Besides, that's not how you tie a scarf." Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and pulled the scarf around his neck. This girl had obviously confused the rope with the scarf. It was a pure black scarf without any lace. With the skills of a novice, it was still a bit too difficult to weave a flower, but she must have worked hard to weave the shape. Hearing Jiang Chen's praise, Sun Jiao's eyes lit up instantly. As for the complaint about the tying method at the end, she had selectively ignored it. "Really? Ahaha, haha," I said. "How could this lady not be able to weave a scarf properly?" Sun Jiao blushed and scratched the back of her head, her face full of pride. "Speaking of which, why did you suddenly think of weaving a scarf?" Jiang Chen asked casually, after tying the scarf again. "Because." Sun Jiao's eyes wandered to the side again, and a layer of red clouds covered her handsome face. "Didn't the magazine before the war say that girlfriends should knit scarves for their boyfriends? So, it's not a hard and fast rule. It's better to say that girls who are willing to knit scarves for their boyfriends are rare animals." Jiang Chen sighed and smiled. However, she was so thoughtful, and Jiang Chen was still quite touched. What do you mean by rare animals?" Sun Jiao glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. "It means cute." Jiang Chen hurriedly explained. "Cute." Her expression softened instantly, and her pair of bright eyes shyly wandered left and right. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed Yao standing on the stairs. The little lolly was pursing her lips, and her cute big eyes were staring straight at the scarf on his neck. Woo. Too cunning. As if she heard the movement in the living room, Linling walked in from the side door with a dissatisfied look on her face, shaking her snow-white hair. She still did not hesitate to use her poisonous tongue. TSK, they are just two stupid devil lovers. Why do you have to show affection in the living room? Hurry up and close the door, and do what you did last time. However, the words were stuck in her throat before she could finish them. Two cold eyes instantly locked on her, making her swallow the second half of the sentence. Ahem, I think as the owner of the villa, I need to do something. Jiang Chen said to himself. Yes, such as building a small wooden house for her outside. Sun Jiao showed a devilish smile on her face. Obviously, she also enjoyed the pleasure of bullying Linling. Still, she couldn't be tough to the end. Woo woo, you all bully me. With tears hanging on her face, Linling's face was depressed, and she fled back to her laboratory and nest. This narcissistic and poisonous beautiful girl always forgets her position intermittently. Looking at Linling's back, Jiang Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. I don't know if the task assigned to her has been completed. I'll go to inspect it at some time. There will be no such thing as a fireplace in the future. Unless you are a poor survivor who can't even afford to eat, no one will light a fire at home to keep warm. Jiang Chen's villa naturally doesn't have such a thing. The reason why it is so warm is thanks to the heating network built into the wall. That kind of thing is very convenient. You only need to turn on the electricity to heat it. The heat-resistant heating wire will certainly not be burned by EMP, so this heating network has become one of the few electronic devices that can avoid damage in a nuclear explosion. Standing in the study on the top floor, Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao looked out the window side by side. Goose feather-like snowflakes rolled in the north wind, sweeping every corner of the earth. From time to time, the snow fragments that hit the window would hit the frozen hard glass and make crisp sounds like mournful cries. Even if you just watch, you can feel the coldness that penetrates your heart. It's snowing so heavily. After a long while, Jiang Chen looked out the window and just uttered these 4 words blankly. It's not bad. In previous years, it started snowing in October. Regarding the heavy snow, Sun Jiao's expression seemed normal. It is said that in the first few years after the war, the whole world was covered by nuclear winter. It's such a cruel scene every day. I really don't know how those people outside the shelter survived. Concrete apartment buildings can be seen outside the courtyard wall, where the people of the fishbone base live. The rich fishbone base will naturally not treat its people badly. Every household has electric heating. Life here is simply many times happier than in the slums. In the open space, a snowplow converted from a civilian pickup truck was working, repeatedly pushing the snow on the ground outside the base. The sentries standing on the wall moved from time to time, alerting the danger outside the base. The white winter suit looked like a snowman holding a rifle. With such heavy snow, the mutants should not be able to march here. Although it brought many inconveniences to the production and life of the base, the heavy snow flying all over the sky made him feel a little relieved. Speaking of mutants, Zhao Gang, who you sent out to investigate, brought back a lot of interesting information. Oh. Jiang Chen frowned. There are no less than 3,000 mutants active in Area 7. There are clear signs that they are preparing war materials. Every mutant is a natural warrior. If there are really more than 3,000 mutants, even if they only send 1,000 people, it is not something that the fishbone base with a total population of more than 200 can resist. No, let alone fishbone. I'm afraid it would not be easy, even if it was the 6th block. I hope this heavy snow can bring them some trouble. Looking at the heavy snow outside the window, Jiang Chen's brows flashed with a trace of worry. Mutants are famous for their resistance to cold, and this level of heavy snow can't do anything to them. We can only pray that this heavy snow will kill more of their slaves, so that their lives can be more difficult. Sun Jiao said in a somewhat solemn tone. Slaves. Speaking of which, how did the Resistance Alliance in Jia City survive under the tyranny of mutants? Shaking his head, Jiang Chen temporarily put aside the confusion in his heart and asked in a deep voice, is that all? Also, according to Zhao Gang, when he returned from site number 7, he met a group of refugees outside Shengxiang town. Refugees? Jiang Chen asked, touching his chin thoughtfully. Yes. They originally belonged to the survivor group in Shengxiang town, but the survivor group there has been destroyed. Zhao Gang brought the refugees back, and I ordered people to temporarily shelter them in a temporary shelter outside the city. Sun Jiao nodded, then took out the tablet and showed Jiang Chen the map. Shengxiang town is located between Qingpu and Site number 7, adjacent to Taipu River, and is one of the passages for mutants to go to Wanghai City. There are about 700 survivors. Because there are fewer alien activities and no external threats, the organization is loose. There are only simple fortifications outside the town, and the organized militia is only 21 people. So they were enslaved by mutants? Hearing this, Jiang Chen had roughly guessed their fate. That's right. Sun Jiao nodded, and then said, a 40-man mutant team was stationed in Shengxiang town, and established an outpost there. It can be seen that they are indeed planning to go to Wanghai City via Shengxiang town. That means that they will go to Qingpu instead of Songjiang. This is undoubtedly the worst outcome. In fact, deep down in his heart, Jiang Chen still hopes to avoid direct conflict with mutants. Even if they really reach Kalman Company and successfully obtain the improved version of Fev virus, they will only take it back to Hamjia City. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, what about the more than 700 survivors? According to the refugees, because of the heavy snow blocking the road, they are temporarily detained in Shengxiang town and have not been transferred immediately. After speaking, Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen. Heavy snow blocking the road. Lone mutant outpost. Looking at the snow outside the window, Jiang Chen's face suddenly showed a smile. This is an opportunity. What do you mean? Eat them. Then consolidate the defense of Shengxiang town, intercept the mutant expeditionary force there, and stop them outside Qingpu. Chapter 172 Mechanical Exoskeleton. In terms of frontal firepower and armor, there is no essential difference between a soldier wearing T3 power armor and a mutant with a steel plate on his chest. If it is a one-on-one situation, the power armor can easily deal with the mutant soldiers who are almost defenseless on the back with its high mobility and high battlefield adaptability. But if it rises to the Legion level, the advantage of power armor will be greatly weakened, and the battle will often develop in the direction of relying on bunkers to vent firepower on each other. In the last firefight with mutants, Jiang Chen has learned a lesson. In the firefight with dozens of mutants, 10 T3s did not have any advantage in firepower, and it can even be said that they were completely suppressed. In the end, they relied on the advantage of the high terrain, and paid the price of several spare fuel rods, and one power armor to barely win. If Jiang Chen had a few more artillery at that time, the situation might have been different. At the same time, whether or not a survivor base has the ability to produce heavy firepower weapons on its own is the basis for whether it can exist independently. In all senses, Fishbone must develop heavy firepower, and he has already started to do so. The Type 50 electromagnetic gun technology bought from Zhao Chenwu last time has been thoroughly digested by the technicians of the Fishbone base. Although the production conditions of the base are still simple, after more than half a month of hard work, the workers of the Fishbone base still made 6 Type 50 electromagnetic guns with simple production equipment. This type of vehicle-mounted electromagnetic gun is usually used as a tank main gun during wartime, but now it is obviously impossible to get a tank. So, Jiang Chen thought of a compromise. Weld the Type 50 electromagnetic gun to the modified truck compartment, and strengthen the truck's armor to a certain extent by welding steel plates. At the same time, a gunner is placed at the rear to manually fire the gun. So, this weird electromagnetic gun tank was born under Jiang Chen's imagination. Moreover, he gave this thing a very second-rate name, Hunting Tiger. Low armor, medium mobility, high range, high damage. It is very effective in suburbs with fewer buildings, but it is a target in the city. Although this design is a bit extreme, it is the only way to play it at present. On the other hand, with the production of the Hummingbird UAV production line, the patrol outside the base has been completely handed over to these palm-sized little guys. At present, the reserve of Hummingbird UAVs in the base has reached more than 100, which is more than enough to form a UAV attack formation. Although these little guys have a low ammunition load, once the number is formed, the cluster attack cannot be more powerful. The expedition to Shengxiang town was scheduled for 5 days later, and the survivors in the base were busy again. Although the winter expedition seemed a bit reckless, as long as it was the boss's decision, they would execute it without hesitation. The military factory was working overtime, and the workers welded the Type 50 electromagnetic gun to the modified truck according to Jiang Chen's instructions. The training ground became lively because of this. Soldiers in white winter clothes were conducting pre-war training under the leadership of Cheng Weiguo. Although everyone was preparing very seriously, Jiang Chen did not have too many worries about this expedition. It was just more than 40 mutants. Fishbone not only has the Jag Tiger to provide fire support, but also has helicopters that act as aerial gunboats. It can be said that this war is a foregone conclusion. Wearing thick cold-proof clothing, Jiang Chen came out of the villa and went straight to Jiang Lin's laboratory. He was very interested in the scientist who was passionate about aerospace. Not only did he build a laboratory for him, but he also gave him a monthly budget of 1,000 subcrystals to purchase related equipment. Although aerospace technology is of little use to Fishbone Base at this stage, rockets are not only used to shoot into the sky. Shooting at the ground is a missile. Of course, his purpose this time was not for missiles, but for something else. He opened the door of the laboratory, stepped into the door quickly, and then quickly closed the door behind him. Standing at the door, and shaking off the snow on his body, he walked into the house. Ahem, what are you fiddling with? A wide variety of mechanical parts were randomly piled up in the corner of the room, some of which were related equipment required for rocket launches, and some were sundries moved from the artificial leg boutique. Although Jiang Lin did not intend to inherit his father's business, he still moved these things here. The rocket engine. At this moment, Jiang Lin was wearing sunglasses, holding an electric welder in his hand, and concentrating on fiddling with the parts on the table. Looking at the hair that was stuck together by oil, Jiang Chen did not want to guess how long he had not washed his hair. It is a good thing to be passionate about your career, but have you completed the task I gave you? Jiang Chen walked over a mechanical leg lying horizontally and asked beside him. It's done. It's on the shelf to your right. The manual is in the second compartment of the bookcase next to it. Jiang Lin said without looking back as he carefully welded a small chip to the engine. I say, you can't launch a rocket in this weather. Why not do something else? Jiang Chen took the strange mechanical frame off the shelf, fiddled with it, and said casually, just wait until the weather clears up. Set up an intelligent power control module in the engine, and then install a radio obstacle feedback system on the head of the rocket. Wow, I'm a genius. Jiang Lin said to himself, with an excited expression on his face. Although Jiang Chen didn't understand what he was excited about. Mechanical exoskeleton, model, K1. A line of small characters was engraved on the side of the metal strip, and Jiang Chen read it out in a low voice. Casting his eyes back to the mechanical frame in his hand, he fumbled for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he walked to the bookcase, to take down the instruction manual, and put it on according to the steps above. The light plastic steel metal fits the side of the limbs, and the spine is covered by overlapping metal strips. Simply put, this thing is like a metal skeleton. Although it has a full metal texture, it doesn't feel cumbersome when worn on the body. After moving his limbs and moving his fingers, Jiang Chen didn't feel that this thing was of any use, and a confused expression appeared on his face. Seeing that the boss had already put on his masterpiece, Jiang Lin put down his work, clapped his hands and walked over. The start button is on your neck, you can try pressing it. Following Jiang Lin's instructions, Jiang Chen stretched his fingers to the side of his neck doubtfully, and soon found a button, then pressed it tentatively. A faint electric sound passed by, and Jiang Chen felt a slight numbness on the back of his neck, and the next moment a shocked expression appeared on his face. This feeling was very strange, as if these metal strips were part of his body. It was no longer the bones and the flesh and blood that drove his body to move, but the metal bones attached to the outside of the body. Jiang Chen moved his arms, and the shock on his face became more and more intense. It's hard to describe this feeling. Specifically, it's as if the metal skeleton is his hand, and the real hand is just a prop that he is holding. K1 mechanical exoskeleton, the masterpiece of the prosthetic leg boutique. Jiang Lin showed a proud smile on his face, took a curved plastic plate from the side, and pressed it on the empty slot on Jiang Chen's chest. Removable armor, ultramolecular polyethylene bulletproof partition. There is no problem in defending against ordinary rifle bullets. The exterior is coated with a scattering coating, and it also has a certain degree of defense against laser bullets. Of course, I personally don't recommend that you deliberately take a few bullets just to test the strength of the armor. As he said, Jiang Lin took several more curved plastic plates and put them on Jiang Chen's chest, abdomen, front thighs and shoulder blades. It's almost done. Jiang Lin stood up and clapped his hands. He smiled and took the tablet from the table next to him and connected a data cable to the disk behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen drooped his limbs and watched with interest as his fingers quickly tapped on the screen. Soon, the tingling electric shock feeling on the back of his neck disappeared, replaced by the vibration of nerves passing through the metal. This time, it was not only the metal that drove his limbs, but the metal and limbs were controlled by his brain at the same time. As he moved his limbs, the surprise on Jiang Chen's face became more and more intense. Looking at the expression on his boss's face, Jiang Lin laughed, quickly stepped aside, and made a pleased gesture, and said proudly, "Come and try to punch the sandbag." Hearing this, Jiang Chen clenched his fist with a thin finger guard attached, and punched it hard with all his strength. Bang! Dust flew. The violent impact force made the sandbag dent, and the hanging iron chain made a squeak sound of being overwhelmed. Nice hit. Let me see. 971 kilograms. Not bad. Jiang Lin touched his chin and nodded, and professionally adjusted the data on the tablet. Not bad? It's awesome. Jiang Chen stared at his hand in shock, and complained in his heart. Nearly 1 ton of punching force. The punching force of a normal person is only about 100 kilograms. He remembered that the boxing champion Tyson in the world only weighed about 400 kilograms. However, this sandbag was not penetrated by a punch, so it must be of good quality. Surprised by the power, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at the sandbag twice more. Try the strength index again. Jiang Lin quickly walked to the other end of the room. Seeing this, Jiang Chen tentatively moved his legs. After finding that there was no problem with coordination, he followed. The iron box was the size of a wardrobe, and the protruding part seemed to be a weightlifting device. The white metal shell flashed with an unknown signal light, and the instrument next to it emitted a faint fluorescence. Put your hand on the grip and lift it up with the greatest force. Jiang Lin handed him a weightlifting lever-like thing, and then smiled, and made a gesture of invitation. Jiang Chen followed his instructions, placed his hand on the barbell, and then lifted it up with force. Strength index 64. It's perfect. Jiang Lin said excitedly, snapping his fingers. Compared to Jiang Lin's excitement, Jiang Chen's mood can be described as ecstasy. Just relying on a few metal frames, people can gain power beyond the limit of genetic drug transformation. If every soldier wears one, the combat effectiveness of the fishbone base will more than double. Chapter 173 out of stock. If the power armor is the full body plate armor of the heavy cavalry, then the mechanical exoskeleton is the chainmail of the light infantry. The total weight is only 10 kilograms, and the front polyethylene armor can defend against 7 to 12 direct shots of 7.62mm rifle bullets. If it is a rifle from the present world, don't even think about penetrating its armor. After being equipped, the maximum load of a single soldier will increase to 300 kilograms. The power source is 2 fist-sized energy-gathering batteries attached to the upper part of the pelvis. After a full charge, it can ensure that the wearer can run continuously for 1 hour at a speed of 12 km per hour with a 300 kg weight on his back, or continue to fight for 12 hours in a normal environment. After the power is exhausted, it can be charged through a solar charger or instantly charged through subcrystals. It can be said that in addition to the aerospace technology that has not yet seen results, another major reason for Jiang Chen to recruit Jiang Lin is for the mechanical exoskeleton technology of the prosthetic leg boutique. Although he failed to inherit his father's business, he still learned some related technologies under the coercion of his father. After personally experiencing the power of the K1 mechanical exoskeleton, Jiang Chen immediately asked whether it could be equipped to the army. Mass production and equipped to the army? Jiang Lin was stunned when he heard Jiang Chen's question, and then a strange expression appeared on his face. Do you know the cost and time of producing such a mechanical exoskeleton? How much? Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly. According to the market price in the 6th district, the cost of what you are wearing now is about 900 subcrystals. 900 subcrystals can buy a dozen slaves and give them a rifle. And no matter what kind of super soldier, it is impossible to beat a dozen guns. Sighing, Jiang Lin calculated the economic account for Jiang Chen. But now the 6th district no longer sells people. Pressing the metal plate against the back of his neck, a slight electric sound sounded, and Jiang Chen took off the mechanical exoskeleton he was wearing. The 6th district does not sell people, but other places do. For example, Sioux City. There is the largest slave market in Susao and Hangzhou province, and they will come to the 6th district next spring. Jiang Lin tried to convince his boss. But we can't wait until next spring. Jiang Chen smiled and stuffed the mechanical exoskeleton into his hand. Next year, when the snow melts, the mutants will march from Site 7 to Qingpu. As the only survivors here, we will be the first to face the pressure of the mutants. Hearing this, Jiang Lin's face turned pale in an instant. He had never heard of this. If he had heard of it, he would never dare to come here to work. The reason why he wanted to persuade the boss to give up the mass production of mechanical exoskeletons was just because he was worried that his time for rocket research would be squeezed. Do you regret coming here? Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Lin swallowed his saliva, looked aside and said, I dare not. Don't be afraid, and your heart rate has told me that you regret it. Jiang Chen smiled and patted his shoulder, not accusing him of being timid. It's normal to be afraid. Everyone is afraid of death. If you are afraid, then do as I say. I heard that there are thousands of mutants inside 7. Jiang Lin said with difficulty. To be exact, it's 3,000, maybe a little more, but that's not what you need to worry about. The mechanical exoskeleton must be mass produced. No matter how many subcrystals it costs, you must produce 50 sets for me before January next year. Jiang Chen said in an unquestionable tone. Even if one set costs 900 subcrystals, 50 sets are only 45,000 subcrystals. The fishbone base is not short of money, and it's time to cash in the wealth accumulated in the early stage into combat power. Swallowing his saliva again, Jiang Lin looked at the serious look in the boss's eyes and nodded with difficulty. I'll try my best, but I can't do it alone. I need assistance. Just tell me how many you need. Let me think. It takes 10 people to hand make the metal skeleton, 4 people to weld the chip, 8 people to draw the circuit and modify the power system. Roughly estimated, at least 40 workers are needed to complete an assembly line. In this case, it should be possible to barely complete 50 sets of mechanical exoskeletons before January next year. Jiang Lin smiled bitterly. The total population of the base is only over 200, and everyone has a job, so there is no way to spare these 40 people. However, Jiang Chen's next words made him dumbfounded. Give you 80 people, can you double the output? Of course you can, but are there so many idle people in the base? Jiang Lin couldn't help but say, you don't need to worry about this, it will be there soon. From now on, you just need to study how to design this production line, how to train your assistants, and what materials you need to purchase. The personnel will be in place in 5 days. Jiang Chen laughed. There are not so many people in the fishbone base, but there are in Shengxiang town. More than 700 survivors were captured by mutants, and they just need to be brought back. As for whether they will be obedient, in the wasteland, there is actually no essential difference between being rescued and being captured. If they want to survive, they must be obedient. Coming out of Jiang Lin's laboratory, Jiang Chen went to the community center and found Wang Qing, who manages the base warehouse. When Jiang Chen came to the office, the girl with freckles was checking the warehouse account book as usual. When she saw Jiang Chen, her eyes lit up, and she immediately put down her work and stood up to greet him. I'm just here to check the supply situation of the base. Don't be so nervous. Jiang Chen smiled gently and joked. Wang Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. Pushing her glasses on the bridge of her nose, she took out the tablet terminal from the table and showed Jiang Chen the statistical data. First of all, the subcrystals. After several trade accumulations, the stock of subcrystals in the fishbone base has reached a terrifying 790,000. Due to the addition of many production lines, the consumption of subcrystals last month reached 30,000 subcrystals. This includes the purchase of raw materials and the direct consumption of energy for industrial production. Jiang Chen asked Wang Qing to set aside 500,000 subcrystals as working capital for the acquisition of shares of the 6th block bank to be established. The other 290,000 subcrystals are used as production expenses. Even if a mechanical exoskeleton production line is added, it will be more than enough to maintain it until January next year. In addition, there is the reserve of munitions. At present, there are 200,000 bullets in stock in the base, of which 60% are produced in the military factory in the base. Since acquiring the bullet production line of the Grey Goo mercenaries, the fishbone base has begun to develop in the direction of self-produced munitions. There is also the 5 kg class mass bullet, which is the standard ammunition for the Type 50 electromagnetic gun. With the delivery of 5 truck-converted Jagdpanthers, the military factory's production capacity has also begun to tilt towards mass bullets. The current reserve is 200 rounds, and it is being replenished at a production rate of 50 rounds per day. Then there is the food reserve. After a period of consumption and a large amount of replenishment during the last return, the base now has 8 tons of rice, 2 tons of potatoes, and a total of 5 tons of vegetables such as cabbage, carrots, and celery that are easy to preserve, 2 tons of pickled products such as sausages and bacon. Since Jiang Chen found that buying canned food is not as cheap as buying fresh food, the canteen of the fishbone base no longer provides canned food. All canned food is only used for sale or to reward survivors with merit. According to the calculation of 1 kilogram of rice per person per day, these foods are more than enough to support 200 people for 2 years. Considering that more than 700 survivors will join soon, the speed of food consumption is bound to accelerate. But even so, this batch of food will not have any problem supporting half a year. By the way, the base is preparing to add a new mechanical exoskeleton production line. Jiang Lin will send the purchase list over later. You can send someone to the 6th block to purchase it. Yes. Wang Qing nodded seriously and then wrote down Jiang Chen's words on the tablet. As the number of materials in the base increased, one warehouse manager was obviously not enough. After consulting Wang Qing, Jiang Chen added a logistics department to the administrative department of the base, responsible for managing warehouse materials, daily expenses and trade-related matters. Originally, trade was handled by Sun Jiao, but she seemed to have a headache with these small things that were fussy, so this job was thrown to the logistics department. Wang Qing was naturally the head of the logistics department, and the number of people in the department increased to 5, managing a total of 6 warehouses. Don't be so nervous. Seeing the girl taking notes seriously, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Although the girl was much more mature than when she first came to the base, her characteristic of blushing seemed to have not changed at all. By the way, how is the pub opened by Zhao Guoping in the 6th block? Wang Qing slightly regained her previous composure, pushed her glasses and said seriously, in October, 4,000 cans of beer were consumed, and the total profit was 40,000 subcrystals. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't care about the profitability of the pub, but how much useful information Zhao Guoping could bring him with the flow of people in the pub. Anyway, those beers are only 3 or 5 yuan a can in the real world, which is not worth much at all. Of course, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and this income is not bad. By the way, there is one more thing. Wang Qing saw that Jiang Chen seemed to be in a good mood, hesitated, and spoke. The raw material of the plastic needed for the base to produce automatic rifles and hummingbird drones, that is, camu resin, is out of stock. Out of stock? Jiang Chen was stunned and frowned slightly. This is a big problem. The threat of mutants is approaching, and the military factories in the fishbone base are almost working in shifts to produce military supplies, but now camu resin is out of stock. The plantation that originally supplied us with camu resin terminated the contract and paid us a penalty of 1,000 subcrystals. Wang Qing said helplessly. Why? With the increase in industrial volume in the 6th block, the price of camu resin has increased by 20%, which is much higher than the price when we signed the contract. In addition, other companies have signed large-scale long-term orders with them, so they shamelessly terminated the contract suddenly. Wan King said angrily. How much cam resin is left in the base now? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. There are still 2 tons left, enough to maintain the base's production for a month. Well, I'll take care of it. Jiang Chen nodded. Since the 6th block can't supply it, the fishbone base can just produce it itself. Chapter 174 Shamelessly asking for a day off. I'm really sorry, I'll take a day off tomorrow. My mind has been a bit confused these past 2 days. I have to sort out the plot. If I force myself to write it, I won't be satisfied with it, let alone show it to you readers. I hope you readers will be tolerant. Woo woo. Chapter 175 Self-Production. Growing camu trees? Sun Jiao was stunned, and then a difficult expression appeared on her face. Is there a problem? The seedlings should be available in the market. If not, let Zhao Guoping think of other ways to get them. Jiang Chen said puzzledly. No, it's not the seedlings. The seedlings are easy to get. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to have misunderstood her meaning, Sun Jiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. The problem is in cultivation. Cultivation? I remember that this mutant plant should be able to survive in the soil of the end of the world. Is there any problem? Jiang Chen frowned. Ordinary crops cannot survive in the wasteland, which is contaminated by nuclear, biological, and chemical pollution, but mutant plants that have adapted through selection and elimination can. Logically speaking, what can be grown in the 6th block should not be grown in the fishbone base. Hearing Jiang Chen's question, Sun Jiao couldn't help but hold her forehead and had to patiently popularize basic knowledge with him. If you want to grow in the wasteland, you have to consider 2 factors. One is the radiation level, and the other is the soil pollution level. As long as there is material exchange with the outside world, the influence of radiation cannot be avoided. There is nothing in the wasteland that is completely free of radiation, not even drinking water treated by automated water purification equipment. It's just that, because of the existence of EP and special drugs, low-level radiation has no effect on humans, but plants are not treated so well. In order to prevent the apples from mutating, the radiation level must be controlled below 1. If the radiation level is higher than 5, even normal seeds will become abnormal when they fall on the ground. With the technology of the 6th block, controlling the radiation level to 3 is already the limit. This can indirectly reflect how precious the canned fruit Jiang Chen brought is. However, the mutant plants that survive the natural selection are not so precious, and their radiation resistance is generally high. Take the cam tree as an example. As long as the radiation value is less than 40, it can grow normally. The radiation value in most places in the wasteland is between 10 and 20. As long as it is not a place like a nuclear bomb crater, the radiation value cannot reach 40. Soil pollution is relatively easier to solve. After all, the technology of planting without soil will be quite mature in the future. Therefore, plantations in the wasteland can be roughly divided into 2 types. One is to use soilless cultivation technology to cultivate crops. The advantage of this planting method is obvious. That is, the impact of soil pollution can be completely ignored, and the yield per unit area is also higher than that of soil planting. However, its disadvantage is also obvious. That is, the planting cost is high. Using soilless cultivation technology to produce industrial raw materials such as camu resin will definitely cost a lot of money, and it is usually used to cultivate some luxury goods, such as fruits that are not completely mutated. The representative building in the 6th block is the CNC planting tower. Of course, due to the emergence of canned fruit, this type of industry is on the verge of bankruptcy. The other is to carry out conventional planting on the land. Simple and crude, sowing seeds, watering and fertilizing can produce products. Whether to hire serfs to slash and burn or mechanized dense planting depends on the preference of the landowner, and it is mainly used to produce less precious mutant plants. For example, camu resin used in industrial production, such as various flavors of tobacco. The advantage of this type of planting method is low cost, but the demand for soil quality is a bit harsh. Take the camu tree as an example. This crop can only be planted when the soil pollution level is less than 10. There are very few such treasures in the wasteland, so the output of cam resin is not high even in the 6th block. Originally, there was no demand for these things, but recently they have been in short supply. Can't I buy soilless cultivation equipment? Jiang Chen asked unwillingly. If you use soilless cultivation equipment to grow cam trees, how many subcrystals will you have to spend to get 1 ton of cam resin? Sun Jiao said helplessly. This is a bit difficult. Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but twisted, and he fell into deep thought. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of Linling. That's right. That Eden project. If you can even build a local biosphere, there is no reason that there is no technology to improve the soil, right? Have you thought of anything? Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen, whose face kept changing, in confusion, and asked. Well. Jiang Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the little slaves we raised in the villa will come in handy. Sun Jiao understood immediately, and a hint of joy flashed across her face. What? Reduce soil pollution? Why should I help you? Linling said bluntly, shaking the test tube with her fingers, her soft silver hair hiding her disgusted expression. Her red and black eyes were the same as before he left. It seemed that she had gotten used to living with an abnormal creature inside her body. Because you need to eat. Jiang Chen sighed and said as a matter of course. He was somewhat tired of seeing that humiliating expression, but this girl seemed to enjoy it. I say, are you feeling bullied? Jiang Chen said helplessly, looking at Linling who began to write and draw on the touchpad with a frustrated look. She obviously has a face that is not inferior to that of a beautiful girl, but she has to put on such a bad expression. Go to hell. After drawing the last stroke with her fingers, Linling gave Jiang Chen a fierce look and stuck out her tongue to make a face. What is this? Jiang Chen ignored her movements and asked as he approached the touchpad. Haha, stupid. Linling puffed up her chest and raised the corners of her mouth. Ahem. AHH. That's enough. Okay, I'll stop here. Linling pouted in frustration and pointed her finger at the screen. The first step is to neutralize the pH. The second step is to use an ion filter to remove heavy metal ions. And the third step is... Wait, what is an ion filter? Jiang Chen interrupted her and asked in a panic. Something that can easily filter out a specified relative atomic mass should be very common. Linling said casually. Damn, I've never heard of it. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that Linling seemed to have been staying in the research institute, otherwise she would not have no idea about the situation in the end of the world. In this case, the common thing she mentioned probably means that it is very common in the laboratory. Mistake. Let me ask first, how many steps are there in these processes you mentioned? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. Not many, just 24 processes. I took samples of the soil here for testing, and the pollution level is 68. It's unbelievable that such toxic soil can still grow weeds. When talking about her area of expertise, Linling's expression became excited. Don't you consider the cost when you are tinkering in the laboratory? Jiang Chen complained. Cost? Of course I will consider it. Linling said disapprovingly. You've gone through more than 20 processes. Can you tell me what the cost is? Linling looked at Jiang Chen strangely. Did you misunderstand something? The Eden project is not a soil purification plan. Since it is a sub-project of space colonization, why do we have to study how to control the pollution on Earth? We can make soil with organic matter and minerals from other planets. Purification is too troublesome. Making soil? Yes, making soil is not difficult. At least it is much easier than washing the floor. But there are already contaminated finished products everywhere here, and it seems that it is not easy to find pure raw materials for synthetic soil. Linling sighed. Making soil? Other planets? Jiang Chen suddenly slapped his head and cursed in his heart. Damn, why didn't I think of it? Why is it so troublesome? I can travel both ways. I can bring back the food. So how difficult is it to get a few hundred cubic meters of mud? Since the problem has been solved, Jiang Chen doesn't plan to continue this question, so he changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. By the way, have you completed the task assigned to you? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.